Good evening, good evening, good evening. How's everybody doing tonight? Having a good time? I know I am. I know I am. What a weird day today it's been. So, for those who don't know, I mean, maybe we'll wait a sec, see if others kind of come in and straggle on in. But I will tell you, I have had a lot of weird feelings today, having met Miles Kwok, aka. Uh, yeah, it's one of those days where you know a number of people who end up getting arrested by the feds. Always an interesting time. I highly recommend people go through that at least once or twice. But
Yep.
what's up, Eric? Good evening, Eric. Eric, can we hear you? We can't hear you. Tom, can you hear him?
No.
Eric, drop out and come back in.
He's showing up as a listener, in my view.
Oh, is he? He's showing up as speaker in mine.
Oh,
Eric,
no,
drop
he's-
down, come back. What's up, Caravel?
What's up, Uncle Sam?
I got to tell you, I have been enjoying this day so much. This is like one of those days where you're just like, oh, fuck me. Could this have gotten any better? Had car trouble today. Tom helped me out on car trouble. If you guys need car trouble advice, go to Tom. It's a good dude.
Yeah, I did the remote diag.
Yeah. Yeah.
He didn't get bail either, so he's gonna be in the pen till like early April.
Yeah, and apparently his guy William G, who I also met, which we'll get into in a second. I also met William G, who was there. A strange kind of thing, friends.
What year was it that you met him?
I would have been right before COVID, like 2019 or so.
Wow.
Maybe even 2018.
Did you go to the? Did you meet him at the penthouse?
Yeah, I met him at the penthouse that's now burning.
Yeah.
Or no, he had this other property. It was like some like super walled glass thing that was up there. He had like a number of these properties, and in New York. I'll get into this in a second. I'm going to invite Eric.
Yeah.
And then we'll get into it. But yeah, I still have William G's number and my Squawks. I was just looking at it the other day.
I wonder. Yeah, it's weird thinking about that. And then the '96 cell phones.
Yeah, I wanted to pipe in here before Eric came back and say that I lived in the Bay Area in the 2000s and the aughts, and I remember when the state shut down Russia's consulate, and for 24 hours they set aflame all of their documents, and there was a trail of smoke going out of it, just like there is at Miles Go's penthouse.
Yeah,
I just wanted to say that.
The same thing happened with the Houston Chinese consulate. If you remember that from a few years ago.
Yeah.
Same sort of thing.
It's like in the Goodfellas movie where they call this busting the joint out. After you've done all the crime that you can there, and you got to leave, you burn it down.
Yeah, I mean, what can I say about this? He was a weird guy, man. I don't know what to say about it. Hold on, let me see if I can get Eric back. Let me give Eric one more shot, and then we'll just go into it. Yeah, I was very impressed when I met him. I've got to say, because I was like, wow, this guy's like a next level bullshit artist. You know, it was kind of amazing going to his office place where he was hanging out. He had like 4 or 5 security people. I'll get into it. Let's bring Eric up. I'm gonna make Tom a co-host. You've earned your co-host stripes after helping me with the car trouble, Tom. All right, go ahead, Eric. Eric, are you there? Can we hear you? Sir, Eric, you got to unmute.
No, you have to unmute. Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Hello. What was the question? I just tuned in.
We what do you think of the Guo One Gui stuff?
Hilarious. I mean,
Give us the detail. Give us all the details, and then I'll go into how I know him and all of the crazy shit that I saw when I was there meeting him a few years back.
No, I'm not going to. You know why? Because that was
Why?
That was like a 43-page indictment, 38. It was $1 billion. I mean, how do you fit $1 billion into an indictment? I don't know. Great job, DOJ. I mean, $1 billion. I don't know. I don't know if you've ever had $1 billion. I come to understand it's a lot. What do you think?
Well, it's a third of a circle, right? A circles are the depositors in the Silicon Valley Bank for the company that no one really knows what the hell they actually do. What can I say about it? I mean, so I met him all these years back. I think it would have been 2019, maybe even late 2018. And I was interested. What could I say about this? I was very interested in kind of the whole Bannon world, the whole Bannon taxonomy. I knew Steve Bannon going way back to like 2012. Eventually, I got a call from some feds asking me for how I could help them on the Steve Bannon matter. And what I was told is that there was a sort of counterintelligence investigation into Steve Bannon for his ties around the Chinese in particular. And this would have been 2018, 2019 or so. And, you know, they were interested in particular about whether or not Steve Bannon had been leaking classified documents. And in particular, whether or not he'd leaked them to me. And I had written this piece about like basically why Steve Bannon needed to be fired or whatever on Got News back in the day. And I basically laid out like all the things that Steve was doing. And then I knew that Steve was leaking about a bunch because he'd leaked a bunch to me. So the feds called me and I was on the phone with them for another 3 hours. I remember it pretty vividly. I was in my home in Texas and just kind of went through the details one by one by one. You know, how I met Steve, how I'd heard of him, you know, kind of all this stuff, all the details that basically go into this sort of thing. And they asked me if I would be interested in coming in to help them. So yes, I'm happy to come in and help. But like, if you guys are going to try and like trick me or jail me or do some weird shit to me, you should just like arrest me now. And like, we'll go, you know, like I was like, I don't want to be tricked by feds. I'll just go through everything I know. And then you guys can decide for yourselves whether or not this is useful to you. They were very interested in his relationship with Mike Cernovich, you know, aka Weird Mike, aka the guy who's on Twitter a bunch, because apparently he had been leaked some stuff by Bannon as concerns our Syria strike. You know, apparently like Bannon or Cernovich had published something about that. And this was like when the Chinese were visiting Mar-a-Lago, if you'll recall. Yeah. So anyway, so that was sort of the backdrop on that. And I since read a book by Ben Teitelbaum. The Teitelbaum book is pretty good. It's called War for Eternity. And it's sort of about all these like weird far-right groups. Maybe throw that up there, Tom, if you could find it, the War for Eternity, War for Eternity book, because I highly recommend people read that. And it goes into how Bannon was in the Navy and how he was involved in all these like weird esoteric Chinese books in a Hong Kong bookshop back in the day. And from the book, although it doesn't kind of explicitly say this, it's pretty clear reading between the lines that Bannon was recruited there. And anyway, he was in the Navy. He washed out of the Navy and was, before being assigned to the Pentagon at one point. And I met him first in 2012 working for Andrew Breitbart, who died in February 2012. It's crazy to think it was 11 years ago. We're all getting older. The feds bring an indictment of Steve Bannon over the whole We Build the Wall shindig. It sort of like goes through. Most people have focused on the We Build the Wall question, but what they haven't really understood is that it was never really about the wall. It was just a way that China was moving money directly to Steve Bannon and to other folks as a way of sort of running their operations. The Chinese like to use a lot of crowd funds. That's sort of like a big part of what they do. And that indeed was what that was about. Bannon, of course, gets pardoned, a last-minute pardon by Trump. And as I said, I think it was late 2018, 2019, I was introduced to Miles Kwok, Guo Wengui, whatever you want to call it, by Kyle Bass. And I asked to be introduced because I was trying to figure out for myself how legit Miles Kwok was. Was he a false defector? What's the real story there with Miles Kwok, Guo Wengui? And went to this place. It was on the upper, I think it was the Upper East Side. I don't think it was the penthouse. I think it was this other property that he had. Maybe if you search, I think it was on like 77th Street or something like that. It was in this building that was like very giant. It was like a giant giant kind of building there, townhouse, supposedly worth like $70 million, something crazy like that. $50 million, something maybe, $50 to $70 million. I remember looking up, like just Googling the house, seeing how expensive it was. I get there, there's like 4 people there. And I go through the place. I get there, there's like four security people. There's like maybe like two or three Hispanic dudes and like one white guy, and then there was like a black guy who was like upstairs. It's like, oh, it's kind of weird. Like, what's the deal here with this Chinese guy? So he's wearing an all-white suit, and he has me first meet this guy, William G. And just to give you a sense of like how I'm,
Hold on, Charles.
Yeah.
He was named today in the indictment. That guy.
Yeah, no, I'm aware. So this is G.
But they're not. So highlight, please.
Yeah, I mean that's interesting, right? So William G. His cell phone number, by the way, or at least one of his cell phone numbers, is 646-954-1318. And by the way, these guys were introduced to me by Kyle Bass, who I think is also named in the indictment.
Really?
So that kind of gives you the background here. I told him, I told Kyle that I thought that there was something like deeply worrisome with these people and that he should avoid it. And I said, I think the Fed should get involved. And Kyle told me that they already were and not to worry too much about it. I went there in particular interested in the question of whether or not Guo would be interested in funding a lot of basically counterintelligence related investments. And I showed him the Clearview app, which I then had on my phone, which he got freaked out about and excited by. But when I ran the Clearview app on the other people who were there, including this like weird Chinese woman who was with him, a number of other people there, a number of Chinese folks there that I ran it on, I took a bunch of their pictures because I knew it might be useful later on. And none of them showed up in any database of facial recognition. So that was very surprising to me. That kind of is the thing that you only see when people are intelligence officers. It also raises questions about Clearview, I think, about where they're scraping from. A lot of Clearview is scraped from like the open internet, and particularly over like the Russians, VK. I don't think it's done any real scraping of the Chinese databases, so maybe that could be why. I don't know, but I found that very interesting at the time. He was extremely friendly. He had this weird like dog with him. He looked like he was dressed like a Bond villain. He offered me an alcoholic drink, like a high-end scotch, and I was like, well, it's a bit early for me. In those days, I drank. I think it was like 2 or 3 in the afternoon. We spoke for about an hour and a half. He was very interested in the CCP questions, and I said, well, I'm very interested in technology investing. Um, you know, uh, that was sort of that would be sort of the background for you. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. I had a whole report I did, and I gave it to the feds, and I gave it to other people. And I haven't read the indictment yet, in part because it's been just kind of a crazy day. But yeah, I mean, what can I say about it? It was a deeply weird experience, one that I will never forget as long as I live. He had money like seemingly everywhere, and I spent a grand total of like maybe 20 minutes with him, and then like an hour with his guy William G. And I think G must have been some kind of handler type. I don't know, but that's the kind of background for you. I'm trying to think if there's anything else that immediately sticks to mind. I should say that like one of the ways to tell whether or not somebody's a fake defector or not is whether or not they end up giving money or supporting causes or things that are useful to the U.S. interests. And so at every opportunity that I asked G to help with this or that or this other thing that I knew that Uncle Sam wanted to have happen, he would always come up with some fake excuse for why he couldn't do it. And, G that is not quo. So he's, blah, 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 blah. Oh, we're having trouble getting our money out. Blah, 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 blah. And it became clear to me that he was a fake defector and that this was a kind of like cosplay kind of situation. That pretty much everything about this guy was, in some sense, like deeply fake. So yeah, I mean, what can I say about it? It was a very strange time in my life, one that I don't necessarily want to get back. I never got any money from him. I never the meeting never really went beyond that. I wrote it up. My phone started experiencing like weird electronic difficulties afterwards. And to this day, I still get these weird Chinese messages all the time. And I've had my phone sweeped a few times by the latest technology. I've switched out my phones. I've kept my number, but I've switched out my phones. And again, I get the same weird Chinese messages. So I've now come to the view that I should just basically accept that I no longer have electronic privacy. And that this is just sort of how it goes. But maybe none of us really do. So that's sort of how I've come to think about it. Any questions? Any other thing you want to talk about here?
Where did Eric go?
Have people read the indictment? Like, do people want to bring up the indictment? I mean, my understanding of this is that there's a lot of weird shit in it. Like a lot of weird shit. Like Eric was sending me some stuff, and I know
Where'd he go?
Yeah, where did Eric go?
Eric.
I don't know. He's not always the most reliable person after 11 p.m. Like most normal people, he goes to bed.
Yeah.
Whatever. Fine. By the way, I took a nap, so we can go for a while tonight. Yeah, know where I gotta be. So yeah, do we have a picture of this Yvette Yangping Wang woman? that Dana just gave us. That whole discussion there, I think, would be kind of interesting. I'm curious if it's the same person. I'm curious. Anyway, go ahead, Stadium.
Hey, yeah, thanks for having me up. And hey, Tom, hey, Dana, Gary, you guys are like really good investigative journalists. I really appreciate, the value you add to Twitter. Um, I guess I'm just wrapping my head around, this Guo guy, you said, he's a plant basically, and the CCP sent him, right? And like when
I
you
don't
try to,
know that the CCP sent him. So here's what I think happened. If you want to know what I think about him, I think that he was involved in all this criming back in China, and there's a lot of evidence to suggest that he might have been like an intelligence person compromising people with blackmail. He was interested in researching what he said were a lot of CCP people within the United States. There was a guy, Mike Waller, who I think I might actually just invite Mike Waller here because he's usually up late. So I'm going to text him and see if he can come to this. But yeah, Mike Waller, who is working with this woman, French Wallop, who is the wife of a senator named Wallop from Wyoming. And they were like getting some money from Guo to do all this research nominally about all of the CCP people within the United States. But I suspect and said to Waller at the time that like these could well actually be real defectors. These could be real dissidents. And that to me was always the weird thing about Guo is that Guo showed up and he immediately started suing all these dissidents, like real dissidents in the United States. And you think if he was like a multi-billionaire, he'd be friendly with all these people. That was sort of my thinking on it, that he would be like kind of their champion. But alas, that was not to come to pass. So a very strange kind of thing from the experience of it. Yeah. Go ahead. Stadium.
oh yeah, like has anybody like gotten into his lineage? Because when I look at his biography, it's just like, born one of the 7 kids, and that was it. He's like this mystery man.
Yeah, he's a spy, probably. And my guess is he was sent here to cause chaos for us. He was a chaos agent. And indeed, that's kind of what he's done.
Yeah, so I'm a little bit, there's so much going on in the world.
I was speaking, by the way, earlier with Natalie Winters, who works for Bannon, and I was like, look, these things are quite dangerous. You should get out of this stuff while you still can. I think it's very important that particularly young people, right, not be taken advantage of in these kind of ways. I think that's a very important thing to sort of think through. But yeah, it's very disturbing stuff. Has anyone read anything about it? I'm curious what's out there in the press.
I've read a little bit.
Sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
No, you go, Gary. I'll mute myself.
Okay. I haven't read the indictment yet, but there are some things that are kind of surprising to me, but not that I want to learn more about, and that especially includes like the 1MDB stuff and the overlap with him. So I don't know if you know much about.
Yeah, by the way, I met the woman on the far left. She was, in that photo that somebody just put up. If that's Yvette, whatever. I met the woman on the far left of the photo with that Dan. I think it was Dana that found it. Yeah, hold up. I'm just trying to figure this out. Yeah, no. So yes, she is the CEO of Saraka, the mother company of GTV. Here, I'm going to send this to you guys so you have it. Here, I'll send it on over right now. But go ahead, Carrie.
Oh, that was all. I mean, it's not surprising that those things are connected, at all. But I just found it interesting that there was as much overlap with 1MDB as there appears to have been, but with Pras Mikhail and the whole Fuji fiasco, I guess you could call it. But I'm a little foggy on the details, and it's late. But I just know that's one connection I'm
Yeah,
gonna
and
go into.
people should read the book Billion Dollar Whale about Joe Lau and sort of how he was running this kind of operation to steal the sovereign wealth funds of Malaysia, and all the parties he was throwing with like Leonardo DiCaprio and all these other types. He was a sort of highly effective person. Maybe people want to share that up there. That could be quite useful too. Um, I think it's also interesting too how they name some of their stuff like Boston Mayflower LLC, right?
Yeah.
They name their things after like Americana kind of things, and one should kind of wonder if like what's going on with that. It's kind of interesting.
Yeah, and I mean, I can't. Maybe they did. From what I understand, it's like the largest international kleptocracy case in history. Uh, as far I think I read that it's the largest kleptocracy case. And I'm kind of curious, like, it couldn't have been just laundering a bunch of money through art and movies. Like, there must have been some point to it beyond just that. So, based on all those different players involved, including the entertainment industry, I'm curious. What's the name of the book again? Billion, billion.
Billion Dollar Whale. Billion Dollar Whale. I highly recommend people read that book.
Okay, yeah, I'll read it because I mean I can't imagine it was a huge amount of money that was flowing out of that, but I can't imagine like it was just going to movies and art and nothing was being done with it. Like I want to know what was being done with it.
Yeah, I mean, we see obviously with the story of Jan Marsalek and Wirecard that a lot of these like money laundering operations around the world are really about moving money, from one place to another. And there's a sort of informal payments network that gets set up, and I think there's an element of that too going on here.
Mm-hmm.
Now, a few days ago, Congressman Matt Gaetz was being interviewed with Tim Pool. You guys remember this? And Congressman Bishop. I don't know if any of you saw this. Steve Bannon was there. And Gates says that when he went to go look into the file for Steve Bannon from the January 6th stuff, everything that's in the file is missing. Now, my sense on that is that Steve is going to face an indictment too, possibly in the next week or two. That would be my sense of it, which is, I think, long overdue.
Yeah, because I just think about this guy coming in this country, political asylum, and then he shakes hands with Steve Bannon, and all of a sudden he's back in business. Like such bullshit.
Well, you'll remember Steve got cut off from the Mercers because he did that interview with Michael Wolff, right? The journalist Michael Wolff.
Oh, the Fire and Fury book.
Yeah, and Wolff is, of course, very close with the Russians and has been for quite a number of years. So my read on that was, Steve was leaking and talking to all these journalists. The question, of course, is did Steve know that a lot of these journalists are fronts for foreign governments? I suspect he should have. I don't know. But yeah, quite interesting, quite telling in that respect.
Charles, I have another question. The GTV, is that a CCP related media platform, or is it completely?
No, it was a sort of criticism of it. So the thing that we see, it's Guo TV. The thing that we see a lot of the time with a lot of these operations is we see sort of like general craziness going on, and we see these sort of like crazed operations going on where they sort of have fake defectors, basically fake everything, right? And their whole purpose in being fake is to kind of screw with us in different ways. And so they want to create a fake opposition so that we don't actually talk to or deal with the real opposition.
Mm-hmm.
And you'll recall that Steve Wynn wanted Guo back, right? He claimed that the Xi wanted Guo back in the country, and of course that's sort of an interesting side plot here, is whether or not that whole claim to try to get Guo back was itself fake, and so I find that whole story interesting. Mike Waller told me that Guo will say he'll profess various allegiances to the CCP. And has anyone checked Waller's timeline today or Twitter feed? Has he said anything about this? I'd be curious what people have to say there. I'm sort of fascinated in that respect.
He
But
has said something. I was just on his page because he was pulled up with my researching, finding all my connections to Gal. So I'm just going through all my stuff, but I just left his website. I mean, his Twitter page. But
yeah, he knows a lot about this. He also met Guo at one point.
Well, my question is, we got to talk about Eric Prince because he's going to connect to this. I have some information on that. That's what I'm searching for right now, is all the stuff I've had saved on him and their relationship. But
yeah, I warned Eric about Guo and him at one point too. So there could well be a connection there. I think he touches pretty much everyone on the MAGA right. Now I should say too, like, we should be mindful here that not everybody who meets him is implicated, right? Like, one of the reasons these guys try to become as social as possible is to sort of suss people out and see like who's compromised, who's bribable, all of that kind of thing. I think that's very important. If you'll remember, there was an Axios story that ran a while back about Steve Bannon getting money from Guo, and I think that's sort of useful as well to understand. And remember, Steve was traveling around on his yacht, on his private plane. So there's sort of a lot of that stuff going on.
I remember him. He would do a lot of broadcasts from. He did a lot of, like, he would call in. He was on that boat for like quite a while before he got arrested on his yacht or whatever back in like 2020, summer 2020, I think it was.
Yeah, do you think Steve Bannon knows he's going to jail? What's your read for those of you who track him more closely? What do you think? Or do you think he's just totally delusional?
I would think that he's got to be. I don't know. I would say more delusional, that he can just create more chaos and somehow get out of it, but I don't think that he can. I mean, the other piece that's really interesting about this is the whole Getter social media app, which was basically the same platform that Guo had. That was like the Chinese version, but they made an American version. And then, Jason Miller was the front guy for that, who is back like advising Trump again. Worked on the campaign in 2016. I think.
Yeah, I know Jason a little bit, not terribly well, and
Yeah, Getter.
he's a strange one,
Yeah,
for sure.
Getter, Guo, they sponsored the Pummeler CPAC this couple of weeks ago.
Did they now?
Yeah.
How funny.
That is funny. But yeah.
Yeah, he's so delusional, Charles. He's probably going to try to like hire you back to try to, get Trump the presidency again.
No, I don't want anything to do with the Trump presidency. We all make mistakes in our 20s, and helping to elect Donald Trump is one of mine.
I think Steve Bannon's probably flipped because he knows that he was pardoned. He was lucky. He's not a stupid man. And I think that he's probably giving up. I'm sure he still has to probably do some time, possibly. I'm not saying he's completely free, but I bet he's singing like a canary.
Maybe even composing, right?
Yeah, I'm sure. And I'm sure he's singing like I bet he's telling everything. I mean, everything. I bet it connects. I mean, how much is it going to connect to all of the corruption in New York City? with Rudy Giuliani, with the FBI, New York's FBI bad people, the judges there, the financial district there. I mean, the
Holy shit!
list is continuous.
I hadn't seen how much stuff there was on this online,
Well,
but apparently there's a lot.
I wonder how much those
I didn't even know
phones
you could
held in
spend 30.
terabytes.
I didn't. I mean, so I'm reading this Washington Post or Wall Street Journal right now, and remember, in general, the journal is owned by the Murdoch family, so we sort of have to be somewhat mindful here. But yeah, he bought a $36,000 mattress. Damn, I bet that's comfy.
He bought two.
He bought two of them. I just see the one here.
It said two in the indictment, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh wow. Well, I mean, in case one gets too hot, you got to switch over to the other one. So I understand that. I
For
usually get
$36,000, it better have a
double.
cooling agent in the damn mattress.
Yeah, I usually get the two. I usually, when I go traveling, I usually get two beds, the twin beds. You know, just in case one gets too hot in the night, so I switch over to the other one. Or you get the other pillows from the other beds. So I can understand having two $36,000 mattresses.
What? Why do you do that?
You just get too hot. You know, it happens. Don't worry about it.
No.
I overheat sometimes when I'm sleeping.
Yeah, no, I get you.
Yeah. By the way, my grandfather said the secret to being married for 50 years is separate bedrooms and separate sinks. Which I don't know if I buy that, but if the Queen and Prince Philip could do it, you know.
You know, that GTV was like the first place that they started airing like different clips and commentary and things that were reportedly from Hunter's laptop. I remember that really well.
Yeah, because that was clearly a Chinese operation. Oh, I see this here. Chinese disinfo king claims to have hired MAGA's favorite mercenary. Yeah, I would check. I mean, that could well be true. I would check the source on that, Dana, because it is in the Daily Beast, so who the hell knows if it's real or not. And it's from the Daily Beast from before they got turned, you know, before people got kind of moved around there.
I thought about that actually after I sent that. I remember you or Eric both probably mentioning that they had just recently changed for a little bit better.
Yeah, I mean, if you know the history about Barry Diller, I mean, he owns casinos and he also owns like IAC, right, which is the dating site that owns Tinder. So there's a lot of that kind of thing going on.
Tom, talk about what you shared with me today. Casinos, gal.
What have you got on the casino stuff, Tom?
I sent it to him, but he said that there was a connection, and there was, and I said, hold on, and I'll get it. But he brought it up to me.
Yeah, it was the Steve Wynn thing, because I remember at some point, it was maybe in one of the books that I've read, that I read that thing that we just talked about. It was like 2017, and Steve Wynn was, you know, whether that, you know, and you just talked about it, was that like a real thing or was that a fake out? You know, the other thing I remember about Bannon is I think he seemed to cooperate more with the Mueller probe, was my sense about it. And that created a big rift between him and Roger Stone, because Roger Stone would always say that Bannon perjured himself on the stand. Either he perjured himself on the stand when he was being questioned, or when he did like a interview like in front of maybe one of the House or Senate committees. But he hated Bannon. I think he probably still does. Which doesn't necessarily mean that that Roger Stone is telling the truth, obviously, but I always found that interesting. And Bannon seemed like he had, like there was a connection between him and Mueller from the standpoint that Mueller, he always talked about when he met Mueller, Mueller knew who his daughter was and that his daughter was at West Point. And so, like, Bannon had more of an affinity for maybe cooperating than other people in that administration would have at that time, if that makes sense.
Yeah, he asked me if I thought they should have fired Comey, and I said that they should have, and he got all like offended with me at the time.
Yeah, he was told because he was totally against them firing Comey. He always likes to like remind anytime he has a mic in front of him and he's being interviewed and he has a chance to remind everybody of that. He likes to do that.
So what's our sense? Do we think Steve Bannon gets indicted too, or what's our read on it?
I mean, I think it's probably a 70% chance. That's just like my rough estimate, just my gut.
He can still plead, and
Well, he's got no money now, right? He's in a legal dispute.
Yeah, he's like suing his own lawyers or something because they sued him because he didn't pay him, and he said, well, you didn't actually, so they're quabbling over the bill.
Oh, they didn't actually do anything, or what?
Well, I guess they billed him like $750,000, and like he hasn't been real successful in any of his court endeavors, right? And so he's like, no, I think you've done like $350,000 worth of work, and that's what I'll pay you because, like, you guys suck at what you do, and you're not like giving me a good defense or whatever, whatever he's claiming. So he's trying to get like, I think, permission to get new lawyers with the court, because I think that they say doesn't the court have to approve that or something like that? But they're going after him, his lawyers or soon to be ex-lawyers for, not paying him, saying that he owes them like $300,000.
That's a lot of money.
Yeah, it's not chump change.
It's especially a lot of money if you don't have it.
Yeah, it only buy you like 12 mattresses though if you're Guo, which is interesting.
I bet that mattress is so comfortable.
I'll bet it was. You think about if the mattress is that much, what kind of platform is it sitting on?
Yeah,
And then
it's certainly not sitting on the floor or anything.
No, it's and then you got to get the right sheets, and those.
Yeah. I wonder if he has My Pillow stuff.
Yeah, I wonder if he's got Giza Dream sheets that aren't really made, not really cotton from Giza.
Would you like me to post a picture of the bed? I can.
Yes,
100%.
I'll go get it for you. Hold on.
By the way, I think we should have a right whenever there's one of these big scandals to go like spend a night in one of the Glow suites. Like you should be able to do that when the Fed sees all the assets.
This is probably the most disappointing thing of the day is that the whole thing caught on fire.
Yeah, well, surprise, surprise.
Yeah, exactly. I wonder if the mattresses. It'd be interesting to know is if if it was like kind of like cleared out.
That would be interesting.
I want to know if the mattresses was in there or not there. Anyway,
I bet he really likes that mattress too. That would be my sense.
Yeah, he'll definitely be missing it tonight, don't you think?
Yeah, I think that's right.
Yeah.
Unless he evacuated it ahead of time.
Hey, do you think he's in the same cell that old Jeffrey Epstein was in, or the same prison?
I don't know. I mean, I guess we'll see, right? We'll see what ends up happening here. I think Guo gets killed in prison. I'd have to bet. Have to kill him.
Who kills him?
I don't know. It's a good question, but I think they probably have to kill him. That's kind of my just general read on it.
I think it'd be hard to pick.
Isn't that too obvious, though?
That do.
I mean, it is too obvious, but it sort of has to happen, right? You can't have that guy testifying.
You're saying like it's too risky. Yeah.
Yeah, that would be my just general sense on it.
So, when you talked about, you hung out with him, and he was wearing a white suit, like this Chinese guy trying to be like Elvis, in a white suit, like
he looked damn good in that suit, though. I got to say, he looked like he was enjoying his. I mean, he was no sloppy Steve. He was gadfly Guo. I mean, he looked really good. I also got the distinct vibe that he was very gay. But it's oftentimes hard to tell with foreigners, so I didn't really like, whatever.
Yeah, the article stated he would go out festooned in a little handmade Gucci shoes all the time. He had like lots of little special handmade Gucci shoes and like Louis Vuitton bags, like just everything you can think of. He was also a member at Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah. So we can see like he tried to get you drunk early in the day, and like this guy's full of shit. He's a bullshitter. Like, did he tell you any cool stories, or what did he try
No,
to impress you on?
he was just sort of like very happy and excited that I was there, and he sort of gave like manic depressive vibes, and the whole thing was very like uncomfortable, you know. So I don't know. I don't know what to think of it. I've been thinking about it a lot over the last few months. Like, was I being prospected? What was the situation?
Was
And
was Bannon present when you met him?
Bannon was not present. No, I just sort of showed up there, and I can't. I think I don't think Kyle Bass was present either. I'm not 100% on that though.
I think you can find some stuff where like Steve, Kyle Bass, and Guo were doing like YouTube videos. I want to say I remember that, and I always thought it was kind of like, who's this Kyle Bass guy? Because he's on a lot.
I texted Kyle about it today, and he just replied back, "Those criminals."
Right.
So I don't know.
So when you met him, did you like think he was like sort of like your boss? Was he your superior? Like, what did you think of this guy? Like,
What do you mean? What did I think of him? I mean, I wasn't. I'm not really like impressed by seriously rich people. I mean, I was clearly like not taking the bait of like all the Guo shit. I was trying to figure out like what was actually going on there. It was very strange though. You'd be like led up all these stairs, and they had all these computers there where it seemed like nobody was actually working, but they wanted to give the impression that they were running some kind of trading scheme or whatever. Trying to think what else I would say about it. Yeah, I mean, it was just a very strange experience. You know, it was deeply funny on some level because I remember thinking to myself like, "Whoa, what the fuck was that?" After I left, you know, and I was like, "Oh, I didn't agree to anything that would get me in trouble," but I was like, "Well, I didn't do any business. I just sort of I did it, and then I sort of like walked out of there. I wrote up everything that I had, and as I sometimes do when I have controversial meetings or whatever, I'll go write it all up and send it to my attorney. So I think I may have that document floating around somewhere. I'm gonna look for that in a second. It might be on one of my other computers, so I'm gonna go search for it. One of my
but at,
air computers.
but at this like point in your life, you're young. He's older. What's the hierarchy? Is he closer to Steve at this point, or are you
Yeah,
closer?
he's pretty close to Steve, but it's not. I was married to an Asian woman for a while. I've traveled all around Southeast Asia. I've met a lot of like sketchy Asian dudes. You know what I mean? Over the course of my like existence on this planet. And so I sort of put him in that category. He was not like a real deal wealthy Chinese, and I sort of sussed that out like right away looking at him, because it was sort of like he was like cosplaying at being a rich person. Like people who've like gone through that stuff know what I'm talking about. But that was the kind of backdrop there, and
So
it was yeah. Go ahead.
did he like pitch any like? Was he trying to get money out of you too? Like, what was his
He
deal?
was like, "Oh, we could work together on this. We could work together on that." But like, I was sort of just like looking at his mannerisms, and he pretended to not really speak English all that well. But I could tell that he was like really looking at what I was saying, and sort of like I felt like I was being studied while I was there. That would be the way I would describe it. And what William G, the guy who was there, was involved with all this London shit, and he was telling me all about his experience with Surrey and all of his travels. He was the one I spent more time with, and he spoke better English, so I sort of naturally gravitated towards him. But the whole experience was very strange. It was a very strange thing, and I think the SEC has charged him too, apparently, huh? Yeah, it does seem kind of crazy that Steve Bannon wouldn't also get in trouble for this.
Yeah, it'd be hard to see like how he couldn't. I mean, And there was a bunch of those new federal state of China or whatever they call it. Those people were all over January 6th too.
They were, yeah. I remember seeing some of them out and about even before then.
Yeah, they were there. I remember seeing them on like a live stream I watched. That was the uh, whatever the protest or gathering that was like in the middle of December, was it? Or maybe it was in the middle of November. I can't remember, but it was in Washington, D.C., and I want to say it was a couple of weeks before January 6th.
Yeah, it's certainly a weird kind of setup. I don't know what to say about it. I think my guess is that Steve Bannon will try to squirm constantly on this, and he'll try to sell out everyone up to it, including his mother. Go ahead, Lisa.
Hey, how's everybody doing?
Welcome, welcome.
Good.
I was wondering how come you haven't brought up the fire in the penthouse?
We did before you got in.
Oh, you did?
We did mention.
Oh, okay. All right, I missed it. Thanks, anyways, because that shit is wild.
Yeah, I told one of my friends who's actually in this room right now not to go get a job with Bannon, and I bet he's happy he listened to me now, aren't you? But yeah, I mean, look, what can I say about this? This sort of stuff happens quite a lot, where there are these sort of intelligence operations masquerading as cultural things. And I'll be curious to see what happens here. My intuition on this is that Bannon ultimately goes to jail. That would be I think they sort of have to do him.
Yeah, I mean, he's like the chief enabler of this man to continue his grift, right?
Yeah, that would seem to be the case. It's pretty crazy. Pretty crazy indeed. But yeah, I don't know. What do you guys? I mean, what else have you found that's interesting from the indictment, Donna?
I'm reading right now. I'm trying to put some stuff together. I'm just thinking.
I know
there is so much in it. You're right.
I know
Yeah.
the gap. Sorry.
Eric texted me this morning. He's like, "Have you read War and Peace yet?" I was like, "Excuse me?" And he's like, "Yeah, there's all this craziness going on here." But yeah, there's apparently like a lot of these operations running, and I don't know. I mean, what can I say about this? What do you guys think of this Roy McGrath story too? Are you guys following this? The manhunt for ex-Maryland governor's former top aide, where he like didn't show up, like stole all this money, and then was like fled the country. Maybe fled the country. I don't know.
Could that connect to January 6th as well? Because he was in Maryland.
He was in Maryland at the time, yeah, and then he apparently resigned afterwards. But apparently, yeah. So I don't know. It's a very strange kind of setup. It's a very, very strange development. My intuition on this, though, is that almost all of this anti-China stuff that's going on right now, like the Tesla attack on right to repair, yeah, I mean, there's a lot going on here.
Have you ever shared with this group? Because I've never asked you, and I don't remember ever hearing anybody ask you. Nancy Pelosi's laptop. Do we know what happened to that? Could that guy have taken it?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know anything about the laptop. I know that there was efforts to obviously steal it.
Well, they did steal it, right?
I don't even know that we know definitively that they stole it. I know that I've read that people tried to steal it. But yeah, when people, so Tom has put up a photo of Guo, and he was wearing a different white suit. So apparently the man has quite a number of them, which is okay.
He's doing his Dr. Evil right there. He's got his little white cat and
it's a dog, yeah, a little white dog. I remember seeing the little white. Yeah. There was at least 2 dogs there, if I remember correctly. So That was a very strange thing. But yeah, I mean, what can I say? I mean, it's pretty weird.
I've seen,
I
I've seen a hashtag. If you follow the hashtag, it's like hashtag Operation Fox Hunt, and it's pretty well like documented. There's a lot of people that seem to come across, and I was just browsing through it of like being legit dissidents, and they're all talking about Guo was over here to out all those people.
Yeah, it seemed kind of like that's what he was up to, and I think that there's going to be a lot of tie-ins here. To me, the tell that he was some sort of weird Chinese asset was that the New York Post was attacking him initially, and then they switched to being in favor of Guo, which is always weird when you see like a switch in the tabloid presses. You know, very interesting stuff.
Do you know who wrote gave him a good recommendation? So, he goes, I read this story, and I think it's a write up in the New Yorker on him. And they talk about, hey, here's this guy that comes to town. He knows nobody. This is the story. And all of a sudden, he decides he wants to buy this, the penthouse, the one I think that caught on fire today. And he's like, oh, it won't require a mortgage, and I'll pay 68 million in cash. And he gets like a referral or like a letter of commendation, like attesting to his good character from Tony Blair.
Blair.
Yeah.
Tony Blair. Yeah. Do you guys have a? I'm trying to find the address to see if that was the home I actually went to. No, it's not the one on. It isn't on the 18th floor. That wasn't the one. There's this other property that he has that I'm trying to find right now. New York. If somebody wants to find it, I think it's the Lenox one. Maybe it's the Lenox Hill one. I don't know. Yeah, it was a very strange experience.
And then this also, who else promoted him a lot was Epoch Times, which
Epoch
always,
Times is funded by Rebecca Mercer.
yeah,
Right.
yeah,
So
fake,
that's very
a
important.
fake dissident publication.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Watching all this stuff shake out. Who's what? Yeah. What do we think? I mean, what do we think is going to happen? Do we think Bannon's going down? We think. How do we think this affects Giuliani?
I mean, Giuliani has a whole career of crime, and it's like, okay, is this enough to like do something? I hope. I mean, my God.
The mystery of the exiled billionaire whistleblower, the New York Times story from 2018. That's one of the ones that I found quite interesting.
And that's about the time that he starts getting coverage, right? Is around 2018.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out exactly when it was that I saw it.
I wonder if it's right after they lost the midterms in the House,
Yeah, he was involved with that. I mean, it was a strange kind of thing, his involvement with the midterms, and of course, Bannon was heavily involved in trying to do all this stuff around all that.
Yeah,
He had the Roy Moore character that he was backing.
yeah, it was really bad.
It was a very strange experience.
And then that was about the time he was going through doing his little tour of his far right friends in Europe. There's a documentary, and it's like called On the Brink, I think, and it's following Bannon around during that time of the midterms, going through Europe. It's pretty interesting.
I saw that. It was pretty good.
Yeah, got. I mean, just for the information and everything, people he was meeting with, and then you look at things going on in the world now, and you're like, oh, okay, so he was meeting with those people, and it's just it's a small world.
Yeah, Bannon's been criming out in the open for some time now, and he just seems to not even care. and just totally, feels righteous and he can do whatever he wants. So I don't know what's going to happen, but
Man, I wish I could. I
something.
wish I could. I wish I could live like that. You know what I mean? Just like totally, with total abandon.
I was,
It
I,
must be nice, you know,
yeah,
like
I'm
to
thinking,
not have a
thinking,
care in the
to myself,
world.
like, how do you do a daily podcast? Like, how do you show up and do this, like, his war room shtick for like 3 hours a day, and you have this kind of shit going on in your personal life? I mean, in a way, it's impressive to be able to compartmentalize like that, because it just is. Um,
No, for sure. I mean, I'm oftentimes very impressed by criminals,
yeah,
just as like how they can basically like be super good to their kids while they're like murdering people or whatever. Like I'm always interested in like that aspect of human nature because obviously rats have mothers and people have like the level of complexity that we see from real criminal activity is always very interesting to me because it suggests something about human nature that we're capable of all these like very strange permutations, of like character or how we can live, and and like these people are like mafia hitmen, for instance, right? And you sort of wonder like, are we all like that actually on some level? Where it's just a question of degree, not of kind. I don't know. It's something I've been thinking about in the context of the Steve Bannon thing, because some people who know Bannon say that he was say that he was a very like good person in a lot of ways. I don't know who's been very good to them. He's never been very good to me. He's always been kind of crazy to me. Calling me up, threatening to fire me one day, and then giving me a promotion the next. Back when I worked for him in 2012. So I don't know. It's a very strange thing. I also find it interesting how Guo changes his appearance a lot. Like the most recent thing, Smokey put this up in the or shared this to my account, and there's this picture of Guo where he's got like this full beard now. He's looking like some kind of mystic or something. It's very interesting. Um, but anyway, I don't know. I mean, I've noticed. So as I said, ever since I met Guo, my phone has like sent me weird Chinese messages and tried to talk to me in all these elaborate ways. So make of that what you will.
Y'all suggesting that Bannon himself is a CPC asset?
Yeah, we believe that basically Guo is CCP, and we believe further that Bannon is CCP. The question is always in these cases like how witting were these people? That's always, I think, a real legitimate question that we should ask, and I don't think we have a real sense on that right now. Because obviously you can be duped into committing treason, right?
I mean, it seems to me that Bannon is just a tool of extractive and productive capital as opposed to the finance capital interests that run the Democratic Party. I mean, that's my take on it. I don't see what he's advocated that's isomorphic with the governing line of the CPC.
So Charles,
I mean,
I'm a little bit late to this game, and so I'm just reading up on this now. But once I saw the title of the space, I just hopped right on. The
yes.
So
Welcome, Richard.
Thank you. It's very good to be here. So Guo, or however you pronounce his name, has been arrested.
Guo is how he said it.
Okay.
Just for, I don't know that that's. I don't even know if his real name is Guo. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
I just know that when I was talking to him, and then I said, is it? I asked him when I was talking to him, is it Guo or is it? How do you say it? And he says, oh, just call me Miles. Everyone calls me Miles. And then I was there the whole time, and no one called him Miles.
That's funny.
I remember that just being like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I've met foreigners like that. It's a little bit odd. It's like I do want to call you by your name. I mean, everyone deserves that. But anyway, I mean, suggesting that he is a communist agent, I mean, it makes sense on the degree that he's almost like the perfect agent, because probably this massive like $1 billion tax bill or something that he has might very well be true. He might very well be a criminal, and this is his way out or his way to stay alive. That checks out. The thing is, though, when you think about like what use is Bannon, you have to kind of show this like 3D chess move or like jujitsu move going on, because I generally think Bannon is I don't find his commentary terribly insightful, and there's just a lot of bluster and tough guy, the real Americans are rising up against the elite and all this kind of stuff. But whenever he says something coherent, it's actually fairly insightful, and it seems to always be anti-Chinese. Like he has a meme about.
Well, some of the most anti-Chinese people are on the payroll of China.
Well, I get that, but still, you have to kind of explain that. Like what? So Bannon will say things like he wants a populist middle class type of movement and blue collar middle class movement, and the reason why this is very plausible. The reason why the American middle class is being hollowed out is that we have all this junk built in China, and we're going to bring all that stuff home through nationalism, and then everyone's going to be conservative because they'll have high-paying jobs, and they'll have families. It's one of these stories which has some plausibility to it. But are you going to argue that it's just all a smokescreen, or are you going to argue
what people
that maybe China wants to decouple? And that they, you know what I mean? I mean, maybe they do at the end of the day. Maybe they feel like they've had the 30 years of Chimerica, they benefited from it, and we're going to end it. And we kind of need to prepare people for that.
Well, read this. I mean, this thing. So Michael Waller and I've talked a lot about this because he and I both met Guo, and he actually went to go work for Guo.
You've met everyone, Charles. I'd say you had bagels with Jesus Christ.
Do you know what did it to me was, if you have a woman in your life that you're married to, and she says, you never want to do anything social, you never want to like go and do anything fun or whatever, and you think to yourself, I'll show that bitch, like I'll join up and I'll go to every event, right? That's what happened to me, basically. And I've now come to realize that like my introversion and my unwillingness to leave my home actually like is probably like the key to a lot of my success. But what happened was I had a few years where I was basically like, I'm going to agree to meet everyone.
Literally everyone.
And so I basically like went, it's like, it's like it's like realizing that everyone at the party you're at is a vampire, right? And just sort of like slowly trying to get out the door.
Yeah.
And what's interesting to me about it, like looking back on it now, was like how many near brushes I had with all kinds of crazy shit from the Trump years. And thank God these people didn't actually like me, right? And didn't actually like involve me in any of their stuff, because I probably would have agreed to a lot of it, given like how lonely and pathetic I was at the time.
Right.
If they would have been like, Charles, do this criminal shit for us, I would have been like, oh, I would have figured out some kind of rationalization for it. I know myself well enough to know that.
Yeah.
But like, thank God I dodged all of that. But yeah, I mean, it is kind of crazy. Like these people operating in our society adjacent to us, it's a real deal thing.
Yeah, but yeah, to go back to that, what is the dialectical move that they're doing by supporting all of this stuff with ostensibly anti-China?
Yeah. So you always want to construct your opposition.
Yeah.
And this goes way back to Sun Tzu. This is a very common technique. I mean, you always want the false opposition.
Yeah.
Because you always want to control your opponent.
Yeah.
Right, and his moves and his range of freedom. So in the case of the famous example obviously is the example that we could point to, the John Birch Society in the United States. The sort of anti-communists were infiltrated by the communists, right? And there are many people who argue that
is there proof of that?
Oh yeah,
okay,
quite a lot. Yeah,
interesting,
quite a lot. If you,
I've never heard that before.
Yes, no, that's a very common technique. Typically the way it works.
But I want to make sure that we're not slandering anyone. Like,
no, it's true. Yeah, if you Google like, I'll send you some stuff on it. I have some of it saved.
Okay.
But just bear with me and assume what I'm saying is true, and then we'll back it up. So yeah, so typically the way it works in the case of the United States, what we'll do is we will go and we'll identify all the anti-American outfits out there, and then we'll immediately try to figure out ways to get them on the payroll.
Mm-hmm.
So famously, the Italian Communist Party of Italy was funded by the CIA for many years, and there's sort of like many examples of that. Like a friend of mine who was did covert activity in Iran, he would go around and give all this money to the anti-American outfits. And the reason you do that is you always want to discredit the opposition if they got out of control.
Mm-hmm.
You can be like, well, we gave you all this money, right? And you sort of keep them, you make their personal enrichment, you sort of like, that's basically how you should think about it. You make their personal enrichment, you basically create a divide between their political objectives and their personal enrichment.
Mm-hmm.
That would be like the way I would frame it. And I think that is true in the United States as well, right? Where there's a number of these people who they want to control in different ways by giving them money and so forth. And if you go on my timeline and you look at kind of what I've been posting, retweeting Mike Waller's stuff, Waller has a lot of stuff there from his deposition. He was sued by Guo. He got into a big fight with Guo. And, question number 10 from that trial. And did you tell them in 2018 that at the time Yvette was still a member of the Communist Party? Guo, no, I never said that. It was a lie. It was a lie. Super liar, super liar. That's sort of what he was replying. And then in August 13, 2017, you can hear him on a video where he's pledging his allegiance to the CCP leader Xi. I should mention too, so a lot of the thing that happens with a lot of these people, we always hear, America jails too many people, puts too many people in prison. And that's all true up to a point. But a lot of countries, what they do with their criminals is they exile them. And many of them they exile to the United States.
Mm.
And typically what happens is that if you're criming in China or you're criming in Russia or whatever, the state says, okay, well, you can crime for us and you can be helpful to us in different ways. And they give them an opportunity to kind of prove themselves by criming in other countries. So there's all kinds of a liaison between the organized crime world in China, which is typically in the south of China, and the sort of like, Chinese deep state, if you will. So sometimes people like Bannon will shit on the Chinese deep state, but like the Chinese organized crime world, right? Like Hong Kong or whatever. There's a lot of criminal activity that comes out of Hong Kong. And the way we should kind of think about this is there's a lot of people, a lot of criminals who hate the IRS, right, or hate the DOJ or whatever.
Sure.
And so that's sort of how we should think of this sort of analogous kind of relationship. But of course, many of them are patriotic in their different ways, right? So that's sort of interesting in its own right. But yeah, if you listen, so August 2017, make use of me. I'll be completely obey your orders given to me at their disposal so that to serve Chairman Xi's agenda and that of our nation. So he does a number of these videos while he's on the lam from Xi, supposedly. And then he says, assign me tasks to accomplish in furtherance of our national interest initiative and to engage in Chairman Xi's global strategy so that I can redeem myself by my good service, demonstrating my patriotism and loyalty to Chairman Xi Jinping.
Wow.
And then, he also points a video. And this, by the way, I checked all this myself, like when this was happening, but I hadn't seen that it was online. So somebody reminded me of this. So Miles Guo is part of an intra-party faction fight within the CCP, where his sponsor in the MSS secret police was purged. So basically, his boss, his sort of Comey type, was kicked out. He's exploiting American MAGA and conservatives as part of his fight. He says 99.99999% of the CCP is good. So, and then you can kind of watch the videos. He says it in Chinese. I know people who speak Chinese. For all my sins and all my language skills, I found Chinese the hardest thing I've ever done.
Sure.
And I include electrical engineering and BC calculus. It's like you have to be. I took Chinese for one semester, and I spent 7 hours a night on my homework. It was damn rough.
Wow.
So I just don't have the tonal thing, man. And but I do like the characters. The characters thing is kind of fun. It's like doing a puzzle every time. I mean, I do love that the symbol for disharmony is two women under one roof. You know, it's kind of my favorite. There's a lot of jokes there in Chinese. Anyway. But yeah, I mean, look, what can I say about this? I mean, I think he did a bang-up job penetrating our operations. Now, why would he hang out with Bannon? Well, obviously, they each have something that the other wants, right? Bannon needs money, and Guo needs social proof, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that would be sort of how I would think about it. You know?
Wow. Yeah, no, it makes a lot of sense. I mean, the CIA will go in the other direction. I mean, like the Congress of, what was it? The Congress of Cultural Freedom that was funding all sorts of, they were funding modern art, which is as a kind of contrast to socialist realism, but they were also funding a lot of high level kind of liberal, left-wing liberal critiques of the Soviet Union. So they saw a real need. I mean, this is something that I think the current American government is really bad at, actually. And that is kind of like capturing goodwill and intellectual interest for NATO and so on. You know, they have, obviously they have the, you know, people putting Ukrainian flags on social media. There's a lot of that going on. A lot of people doing, you know, really in-depth reports, or Bellingcat finding, you know, the uncle's former roommate of some Russian soldier.
Well, Bellingcat, of course, is British.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, what do I think about this?
You kind of need a Raymond Aron or something. Like you also need higher level cultural things to kind of like tell people this is what we're fighting for.
Oh, I don't disagree with you. And if you go back in time and you look at a lot of this stuff, there was a sort of artistry to it in many respects. And one of the things I've noticed with my own family's CIA ties is that in Europe, they tended to have a lot more left-wing CIA people, and in you know, basically the Western Hemisphere, it was a lot more right-wing people. And I think that basically the reason for that was, you know, you basically needed the Contras to stand up to the Sandinistas, right? You needed the sort of right-wing death squads pushing back here. At least that would be the frame that I would put on this. Yeah, I mean, what can I say about this? I mean, my basic intuition on this is that this stuff still goes on. It just goes on in all sorts of covert means. I mean, many of the foundations that are out there, you know, many of these sort of like large amounts of money that existed by, you know, again, you could see it like in the 20s, 30s, and 40s, there were lots of very rich people that had their foundations turned.
Yeah.
Right? Or had their money turned in the service of the state. And I think quietly the same sort of thing is happening now. We won't really know it until like a few years from now, would be my intuition on it.
Yeah. But God, the amazing, like weird doublethink of so much of the populist far right is a Chinese op. I mean, insane. This is another thing I'll just throw out there.
It's hilarious, by the way, on some level.
It is hilarious. We've noticed this massive turn on the Russia question from the far right, but also even the mainstream right. You know, so I would say that 60 to 80% of the, you know, dissident right is actively pro-Russia, and I am a real minority in this. You know, flying the Ukraine flag and something like I am not going with the flow at all of people who kind of were my peers at some point. And you could expect it even in 2012. I mean, Mitt Romney was saying, you know, like Russia's our he said something to the effect #1 strategic adversary or something like that. Barack Obama was like, oh man, the Cold War is over, you know. And this
turns out he was wrong.
Yeah, exactly. And Romney.
Yeah. By the way, I happen to think that Mitt Romney is our next Republican president.
Oh, you're
for
just
what it's worth.
stealing my takes at this point and calling them your own.
Oh, is this
Charles?
your view?
Well, I tried to meme it into existence. Failed for the time being.
Is this your view? I mean, we are on the weird same wavelength on some of these things. I'll tell you what did it to me was understanding the Huntsman Romney hatred of each other, and realizing that Huntsman was actually the bad guy, and that Romney was actually the good guy.
Interesting.
And there's a lot of like weird things. Like, I didn't really understand this at the time, but like, so my godfather is an ex-Mormon who's related to Romney, and my godfather was a spook for many years. And I would talk all this shit about Romney and the neocons, basically. And he would always be like, no. Like, he may just be using them to get what he wants. Like, no. Like, don't worry. And so I've come to realize that, like, Romney is actually, like, way more interesting in a lot of ways. And you look at, like, Romney's father was a critic of Nixon.
Yeah.
And he was sort of, made into this like crazy person because of his opposition to the Vietnam War. So there's a lot of stuff there with Romney that I think we need to, in the Romney family, that was sort of, it eluded a lot of my attention.
I like this Romney revisionism. Yeah. What was the scandal with his father? I remember reading about this and then not, what was the scandal with his father again?
Yeah, so his father. So for those who are unaware, so his father was from he was born in Mexico to breakaway Mormons, right? And he was born, I want to say it was like the early 1900s or something. And for those who are unaware, like, there's a lot of interesting stuff on the history of Mormonism, and the whole Deseret operation, and the efforts by elements within the Mormon Church to basically secede from the United States.
Did they go to Mexico for the polygamy?
It was polygamy, but also, like, quote unquote, my religious freedom, all of that kind of thing. Okay.
I only interrupted because I wanted to ask you a question that ended in polygamy.
Yeah. No, I mean, listen, but remember, the Chinese characteristic for disharmony is two women under the same roof.
Right.
The Mormons apparently didn't get the memo on that.
No, they just figured the more the better, right?
Yeah. Or maybe they were so cucked that they wanted to be beat up by 2 or 3 women, which is also a possibility. Like, let's not forget that in America, what would probably happen if we had polygamy is the women would team up against the guy. Anyway, so I've been thinking a lot about the Romneys and sort of like studying them more and studying more like the history of Mormonism, which there's all sorts of interesting tie-ins there. There's like, Norvell is the name of the company. It was like supposed to be the competitor to Microsoft, but then like the Israelis and the Chinese worked to kind of like undermine it and take it over and blow it up. There's all this like weird Mormon money that we've now heard about. There's like $100 billion plus that the Mormons have stashed away. And I hear it's actually like more like 400 billion when it's all said and done, if you include all the different families. And there's a lot of stuff there with the Romneys and the sort of secret history here. And at every opportunity, George Romney sort of backed like the deep state view of things. He was skeptical. Romney was skeptical. George Romney was skeptical of Goldwater. He was skeptical of Reagan. Okay, fine. Now, he got in trouble on the Vietnam War stuff, something about electroshock. I don't know if people remember this exactly. But he got in trouble for basically talking about like brainwashing that was going on. Yeah, this is somebody just sent this.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Mid-1967 remark that his earlier support from the Vietnam War had been due to a brainwashing by U.S. military and diplomatic officials. His campaign faltered even more, and he withdrew from the contest in early '68. After being elected president, Nixon appointed Romney as Secretary of Housing and Urban Development. Romney's ambitious plans, which included housing production for the poor and open housing to desegregate the suburbs, were moderately successful but often thwarted by Nixon. This, by the way, is exactly the story that my godfather has told me over the years, some version of this. Romney left the administration at the start of Nixon's second term. Returning to private life, he advocated for volunteerism and public service and all the can-do Mormon stuff. blah blah blah. Yeah. So yeah. By the way, so I've known the Romney family since I was 6 years old, 7 years old, and so I've known them a very long time. And actually, the first Republican I ever met was Mitt Romney. And there's a photo out there of me like, shaking his hand or something at a dinner that we went to, floating around on the parts of the internet. So what can I say about this? There's a lot of weird stuff with Mormonism generally, right? So for one, the Mormons are allowed to, they're allowed to do missionary work in Russia, which is quite strange, right? Like a lot of people are kind of kept out of Russia. And for those who will recall that, John Huntsman was ambassador to Russia, and he was a sort of failed ambassador in different ways. I've written about the Mormons. I've gotten in trouble for some of the things I've said about the Mormons. I think you can't really understand Mormonism without talking seriously about Las Vegas and all the relationships that Vegas and the Mormons have together. That's sort of that's sort of something you're not allowed to talk about. It's like a very forbidden subject in a lot of ways. And I'm sharing some of the posts I've written about the Mormons on the Jumbotron. People are curious about this.
They were there. They were there, settled in that land long before the first casino was ever built. Right.
That's right. That's right. And in my view, like if you look at the history of the Bechtel Corporation, so the Bechtel Corporation is like right down the street from me here in Reston, Virginia, and the Bechtel Corporation is a kind of private Mormon-connected outfit that really developed the West, sort of corporation in a lot of ways, and it's quite impressive and interesting. There are, of course, a lot of ties with the Mormons and the Chinese now. You could look no further than people like Sean Reyes, who's the Attorney General of Utah, who I believe is of Filipino extraction. Very strange character in a lot of ways. But yeah, I mean, that's the sort of background here. I think what I would say, just sort of stepping back a little bit on this, is that there are a number of these players in the game who they don't really understand that they work for foreign governments. So the way I would put it is that the Republican Party in my lifetime has really gone from being un-American to being anti-American. And I think this is an important distinction to kind of tease out. What do I mean by that? Well, I think that basically there was always this attitude of like, you don't want to pay more taxes because you see the state wasting the money. And I myself am sympathetic to this. Like I've seen lots of examples over the course of my life of like government money being wasted. Obviously, we've all seen the experience of the Iraq War, various other sort of like government programs that never really work quite properly. And what was always interesting to me was like, why are these things like not working? And one of my relatives at the time, who was a liberal Democrat, said, have you considered that maybe like the Republicans don't want it to work, or that the people around the Republicans don't want it to work? And I was like, oh, that's kind of interesting. And he's like, yeah, because then you get kind of two bites of the apple, right? You then get to privatize all of these things. And who ends up working in the privatization schema, right? Or schemes, right? It's the people who were in the Republican government, right? Back in the day. So we sort of talked about that, and then we also sort of like saw during the Iraq War just how many like Likud, Israeli, Russian connected, Iran connected people were just around DC and our sense making apparatus when it came to like really understanding the Middle East, right? Like we all read Bernard Lewis, but like very few of us really realized that like, hey, Bernard Lewis is like an advisor to the Israeli government, right? Like it's not. So like there's all this sort of like lying during this period about who was on whose team. And we had a sort of like holiday from history, or we maybe kind of a delusion around Afghanistan and Iraq. And we were sort of unwilling to take seriously great power politics. We sort of believed in that end of history thing. And my contention has always been that the end of history stuff is sort of overstated, but it was really an effort to kind of get us to go to sleep. And, Kojev and all of that was sort of engaged in that operation. It was a sort of psyop, if you will, to get us to basically like buy all this cheap consumerist shit. All the things that Jimmy Carter warned about us doing, of like just becoming consumerist, vapid people, we basically did in the 90s. And I think what
Koja,
ended up
by the
happening,
way, one of the greatest, perhaps the greatest mind of the 20th century. His book, The Introduction to the Reading of Hegel, is really it's pretty dense, but when you compare it to Hegel, it's actually a breeze. But yeah, also interesting, a Spy for Stalin, which actually came out later on.
that's right, yeah. And so the question is, of course, all the people he trained up, were they spies as well?
Mm-hmm.
That's a sort of interesting question, I think, one that can't be like readily dismissed. So what can I say about this? So I think a lot of the recruitment, obviously we know in the American system, a lot of the recruitment for what became the CIA took place in reading groups across the country, right? This is why James Jesus Angleton was involved with he was involved in basically like all this poetry shit at Yale. You sort of see this time and time again. And why do you recruit people who are like into literature? Well, because close readers of texts are exactly what you need for running a spy service, right? And you need these people to be very attentive, very attuned to detail, to be able to make judgments, to trust one another quite closely and implicitly. So you recruit a lot from like fraternities, those kinds of things, right? That's, of course, the British way of recruiting people. And some version of that still exists today, which is what you see at a lot of like the Virginia schools, like the William and Marys, the UVAs, which is, by the way, like why a major reason I went after the University of Virginia rape hoax was there was an effort by Sabrina Rubin Erdely, who is a sort of Likud Jewish woman from the left. She was heavily engaged in sort of smearing the frat system. This was a sort of strategic goal that people had to basically increase the costs of being basically recruited by the CIA at UVA. Okay, now this is when the United States is not a dominant power, right? So like when we're not a dominant power, the British basically set up our intelligence service. And we have all these relationships with the British. This is what the Five Eyes Agreement is about. This is what AUKUS is about. And what ends up happening is basically during the last 20 years or so, we got kind of compromised by the Netanyahu Israeli types who wanted to build the binational security state. And so that meant a new type of intelligence professional, a new type of person who is connected in different ways to the Middle East rather than to sort of the AUKUS, history of the English-speaking peoples world. And the British obviously resented this in different ways. And I don't think we can readily dismiss like the role of Tony Blair, right? Tony Blair being a sort of Labourite PM who is very close with Rupert Murdoch. I don't think we can really dismiss the relationship that he had with the Chinese. And indeed, like acting as a character reference for Guo is quite telling, I think, in this kind of situation. So in the modern era, how are people recruited, right? Well, unless there's some secret reading club that y'all have not invited me to, which is quite dickish of you, if there is such a thing. What happens is people are recruited through social media, through basically monitoring people through their phones, through their basically studying them at their colleges, looking looking for their unguarded moments. That's sort of the way it's done. Now you can imagine, like, if you had somebody's cell phone, you could learn all these things about them, right? You could see like which porn sites they're into, which dating sites, what are they up to, basically. And this is indeed why the Chinese have tried to do things like take over the various dating sites in different ways, right? You could see this with IAC, which is the Tinder operation run by Barry Diller. You could certainly see it with the attempt to control Grindr in different ways, right? And a lot of these websites also have a sort of Jewish connection to a Likud Jewish connection, because oftentimes the Chinese, they're not really interested in spying on us necessarily. They sort of outsource a lot of the work to the Likud Israelis. In much the same way that Marcus Wolf, who was the head of East German intelligence, was basically outsourced. He basically did a lot of the Soviet Union work in Germany. The theory being like, oh, we can trust Marcus. He's our guy. This is the Soviet Union talking. We can trust him. He understands the Germans much better than we ever will. So let's back him up. Let's prop him up. And there's a lot of examples of this through history of smaller powers being propped up by larger powers, and basically dealing with the smaller powers basically are clever. The larger powers are richer. And there's a sort of coincidence of wants that form. You could argue that we have such a relationship with the United Kingdom as a country, and I wouldn't dissuade you from that notion. So when we think about Miles Guo and the sort of Republican Party moving from un-American, right? Don't join the draft, right? Don't eat whatever you want, right? Tell Michelle Obama to go fuck herself, right? Just let's move. No, fuck you, right? I'll eat what I want and die of a premature death, which indeed is now happening, by the way. So there's this sort of like anti-civic participation, getting together, joining large groups of people. And to the extent that we even have these large mass movements, they're usually around things like riots or police brutality, things that are very like negative and pessimistic, and things that are very managed and controlled by foreign actors and indeed gang world as well, right? We see the Chinese involvement with gang's disciple or the God's disciples, the gang that was involved with a lot of the rioting in the 2020 cycle. They, of course, God's disciples moves a lot of the fentanyl that's produced in China in the United States. So, of course, they got their messages to burn down a lot of these properties, particularly areas in opportunity zones, which again would be fertile places for Chinese capital to come in. So that's sort of like how to think about this at a high level. We can kind of go more granular and sort of like the individual motivations. Steve Bannon, if you watch a lot of the documentaries about him, right, or you see the relationship he has with lots of reporters, he believes that he is a great man of history.
Yeah.
He believes that he is very significant. And there's this line in the Lyceum address that Lincoln gives, and it's one of my favorite addresses. It's something I turn to quite often. And it was January 27, 1838. And it's called The Perpetuation of Our Political Institutions. And it's a very interesting speech. And I've gone back and really made a proper study of my Lincoln stuff over the years, trying to basically clean out all of the Claremont Institute nonsense that was there post Jaffa, because I think Jaffa actually got him right in a lot of ways. But there's a line in there. So remember, this is a very young Lincoln, right? So Lincoln, I believe he was born in 1808. But let me just check that real quick, because I'm trying to figure out how old he was when he actually did this speech. Yeah, 1809. Excuse me. So he was born in 1809. So the speech is given when he's about 28 years old. And right before he turns 29. And this speech is I think one of the most impressive speeches. But it discusses how a tyrant would overtake the U.S. political system from within. And he talks a lot about kind of the anarchy within the United States. And he's in particular talking about the Elijah Lovejoy lynching that had occurred earlier. Elijah Lovejoy, for those who don't know, he was a sort of abolitionist, rabble-rouser type, and I believe he was murdered 3 months earlier by a pro-slavery mob in Illinois. So this is the sort of like political context, and it's in Springfield, Illinois. Of course, this is a place where Obama was heavily engaged. Obama made sort of conscious appeals to Lincoln. I think that was all kind of fake on some level, because I think Obama wasn't. I think really there's a continuation between Ben Franklin into Abraham Lincoln into FDR into Jimmy Carter and into Joe Biden. So that would be sort of how I would draw this. But in any event, this is the key section of the speech. It is to deny what the history of the world tells us is true, to suppose that men of ambition and talent will not continue to spring up amongst us. And when they do, they will as naturally seek the gratification of their ruling passion as others have done before them. The question then is, can that gratification be found in supporting and maintaining an edifice that has been erected by others? Most certainly it cannot. Many great and good men, sufficiently qualified for any task they should undertake, may ever be found whose ambition would aspire to nothing beyond a seat in Congress, a gubernatorial or a presidential chair. But such men belong not to the family of the lion or the tribe of the eagle. What? Think you these places would satisfy an Alexander, a Caesar, or a Napoleon? Never. Towering genius disdains a beaten path. It seeks regions hitherto unexplored. It sees no distinction in adding story to story upon the monuments of fame erected to the memory of others. It denies that it is glory enough to serve under any chief. It scorns to tread in the footsteps of any predecessor, however illustrious. It thirsts and burns for distinction, and if possible, it will have it, whether at the expense of emancipating slaves or enslaving free men. Is it unreasonable, then, to expect that some man possessed of the loftiest genius, coupled with ambition sufficient to push it to its utmost stretch, will at some time spring up amongst us? And when such as one does, it will require the people to be united with each other, attached to the government and laws, and generally intelligent to successfully frustrate his designs. Distinction will be his paramount object, and though he would as willingly, perhaps more so, acquire it by doing good as harm, yet that opportunity being past, and nothing left to be done in the way of building it up, he would set boldly to the task of pulling down. Now, that's Lincoln, age 28, very interesting kind of figure. I think the sort of towering genius disdains a beaten path. I think that's true of a lot of people in our politics these days. And I think we are very uncomfortable talking about that. But I think it's very true, unfortunately. And, you know, they would love to have a War Room podcast, right? Or they would love to be famous and on the cover of Time magazine or Forbes magazine or whatever, right? And the temptations towards fame are very real, as Richard and I can both tell you about, and very dangerous, as Richard and I can both tell you about. And so I think that what ends up happening is these people's egos are used in different ways to get them ultimately to become traitors of the highest order. And I think that is indeed what has happened to Steve Bannon.
What wasn't Bannon? I remember this from the Maggie Haberman book. I believe there was like Bannon had an impulse to run for president in 2020. It was
right.
one
He
of the
told me that.
reasons. One of the reasons he was
told
fired.
Peter Thiel that too. Yep. Yep. Yeah. His view was that he could always force Trump to do what was needed for the MAGA revolution, because if Trump didn't do it, he would just run for president in his own right.
And what is the MAGA revolution? I mean, it's like Bannon is a very curious person because he'll, among all the bluster, he'll sometimes say things that are pretty insightful. And then he has this weird tendency. I mean, you know, at CPAC in 2017, I was there. I caused a stir and all that kind of stuff. He said this line: "We are here to deconstruct the administrative state." So it was just full on Leninism or something, or just almost not even Leninism. Just it's like the revolution without communism afterward. Just this like negative drive, the Flight 93 type attitude that we've talked about in these spaces. And then he'll also talk, but then he'll also be a kind of ultimate real American. You know, we need to stop making Tupperware in China and make it here at home so that everyone can be middle class. I remember one of my friends from back in the day, we conceptualized it as like bourgeois Marxism. And it's what we meant by that is like, we're going to, you know, through national trade policy, we're going to kind of create a middle class and force everyone to be conservative family men. kind of thing. We're gonna. So he had these obviously conflicting things, and one of the things
Which Bannon himself is not, right. I mean, he's been
right.
married, whatever. He's been married 3 times. I'm not here to judge a man for making the same mistake 3 times. But what could I say about him? I mean, he I think he has a fundamental misunderstanding of American history if you don't see the progressive movement that basically led to the administrative state as a good thing.
Yeah.
Right. Before that, we had boss politics in a lot of ways and deep corruption in a lot of the cities. So yeah, I'm sort of the view that this is either a radical misunderstanding or a recasting of American history,
or just malicious.
And I think that, or malicious, yeah. And I think Thiel also is a part of this as well. I mean, Thiel has talked about how the problem in the past has been that we are insufficiently pessimistic about a lot of things in our society, and that the American system, that we should basically be more pessimistic, more negative towards our possibilities. I don't really buy that. I think that pessimism is a sort of way, Peter uses the word learn helplessness a lot, the phrase learn helplessness.
Mhm.
And I think just as the Soviet Union with Kojev and all of that was trying to get us to go to sleep, I think the same thing is happening now once again, where they're sort of encouraging us to go to sleep in different ways. And they don't want us, addicted on fentanyl, or drunk in the case of the Silicon Valley bank loaning all this money to vineyards, right? That's what they want us, there's an objective here, which is to make us fatter, drunker, more drug-addled, more fentanyl-related. And, it's interesting. So I have gone back and read a lot of my grandfather, Dwight Lyman Johnson's writings. The anniversary of him winning the Navy Cross is this week, and which he won at the Battle of Honshu Island, taking his ship. When he was slightly younger than I was, he was commander of a naval ship in World War II, and he took his ship alongside an aircraft carrier that was about to explode and rescued the flagstaff of that ship. Sort of, became a sort of hero of World War II, and which continues to this day. In Coronado, where he was stationed towards the end of his life, he was on the school board. He was heavily engaged in politics there. He unfortunately had a rare genetic disorder that forced him to being in a wheelchair, a kind of rheumatoid arthritis that was particularly pronounced. I have the single copy of that. He had the double copy. So I have a lot of pains in my body and all these things despite being relatively young. And anyway, so he was confined to a wheelchair, where he basically took up the next part of his, as he put it, his government service was in writing letters to people and annoying them and engaging in politics. And he carried on a correspondence for some time with Ronald Reagan, who he regarded as basically controlled by the Jews and the gays of Hollywood. He did not use that phrase, but he used a sort of more aggressive form of that phrase. And anyway, he was a critic of U.S. policy towards the liberty. He was actually assaulted by a conist in his wheelchair when he sort of raised these questions. And he was, when the Soviet Union broke up, they had him as one of the top people that was a threat to them in the United States on their kind of list, which is kind of fascinating in its own right. Even though he had died shortly before the Soviet Union broke up. Anyway, so he was criticizing Ronald Reagan in one of these letters, which I have. I may find it and go put it in the Jumbotron. And his argument to Reagan was over the draft. And his argument was that we should have a draft in the United States. And then, barring a draft, that we will become fat and drug-addled, and we'll have all these other attendant health issues, and we won't be one people anymore. And I think that is precisely right. I think that has basically happened. And if you look at Reagan, the sort of ultimate privatization, right, is the sort of removal of war or of conflict from the rich people's kids, right, as a threat to them.
Right.
And I'm not here to argue for the draft necessarily. I think there's lots of arguments that could be made that the draft is bad and so on and so on and so on. And I won't necessarily dissuade you guys from any of those views because I sort of go back and forth on it myself. But I think on this central question of civic health and public health being linked, I think that's very, very true on some level. And I do think it is the duty of states to sort of take care of their population, take care of their people. And that does include something like a single payer system or some variation of a single payer system. But anyway, the reason I bring this up and sort of think about this now is, there's a lot of these people who've used this history, and they've sort of miseducated Americans about the Reagan years, and they've miseducated them about what was really going on in the country. Now, my read on what really happened in the Reagan years was pretty well informed by a lot of the reading I'd done on Reagan's efforts to go around the world and convince a lot of the countries to just drill, baby, drill, like produce as much oil as possible. And it was seen that, what can I say about this? It was seen that basically that driving down the price of oil was a way in which we would never be in a situation again where we could be sort of extorted by the Middle East, right? Or by the Soviet Union working with the Middle East. And so what Reagan did was he basically encouraged production of oil all around the planet, including, one of my mentors, who's a sort of interesting guy. His name is Alfred Balitzer. And Balitzer was the sort of special envoy to Brunei during the Reagan years. And Balitzer is, a Jewish guy born in sort of the LA slums. His father was the bookie for, and like basically the accountant for the Chicago mob. Okay. So he's a very interesting guy in that respect. He's about 80 years old now. He and I chat. He reads my Substack. We chat about every other day. And he's he gives me a lot of insight into the mob world and into sort of the Israeli world, such as it is. We don't agree on most subjects, but he always keeps the channel open. And anyway, he was involved in this sort of effort in the 1980s to drive down the price of oil worldwide. And I think this history of the Reagan years is sort of like not understood in a serious way. That basically driving down the price of oil led to obviously a huge American expansion, right? Energy becomes cheaper, but it also in like the late 1970s, the sort of stagflation, the erosion of the money and everything, it led to a lot of women joining the labor force, which I think basically goosed up a lot of our productivity statistics. And there's these sort of like everything is its opposite, right? So like the Reagan years are sort of portrayed as this like very pro-family, very kind of wholesome thing. Just say no to drugs. Maybe that's the greatest drug advertising campaign of all time, right? The president of the United States is like weighing in on it. So most of, I think, the problems of our country can kind of be traced back to the 1980s and the sort of privatization of everything, the financialization of everything, the movement of jobs by the Bush people and by the Reagan people to China, the membership of China in the WTO, which was a Bill Clinton innovation. That basically we had moved all these jobs over there. And, Steve venerates Reagan. Like he's a huge Reagan guy. And I think his inability to sort of talk honestly and openly about this history and miseducate Americans about the history, I think misses a lot of subjects, right? It sort of gets a lot of things wrong. And I think it leads to a lot of the problems we see today, where if you look at like the religious right went from supporting Jimmy Carter to supporting Ronald Reagan in one of the largest sea changes in history.
Yeah.
They sort of flipped there on. And there's a lot of questions about why that really took place, what bribery was involved, bribing of various pastors who were suffering liquidity crunches, shall we put it that way, around the sort of embargo. And that maybe what we should have done in the 1970s was basically be even more deferential to Israel, right, and actually work with Israel to go and drive down the price of oil around the world. And that is indeed what the Reagan plan basically was. So, yeah, just a very interesting history, sort of fascinating history, and one that I think requires careful attention. Now, I do believe that Bannon, I think, likes to think of himself as a patriot in different ways. That's sort of the story he tells himself. I don't think that story is true. I think that he was sort of drummed out of the Navy for different reasons, and that he got involved with Goldman Sachs in the early days, and that was a sort of backdrop there. You know,
Is Goldman Sachs Likud?
That's a good question. I don't know. I don't know enough about the history of Goldman Sachs. I've heard that
sure helps Israel a lot. I mean, all the research I've done over 7 years, and Goldman Sachs, my husband loves Goldman Sachs corporation that he works for. So they always pop up.
Tell you,
a lot of the people
person
that work there are from Israel. I mean, a lot of them.
Yeah, I mean, look, every person that's involved with Goldman Sachs that I've met over the years they're strange cats for sure. No doubt about that. No arguing with that. Let's go to Carrie and then Kumar and then Strom. Carrie? If not, we'll go to Kumar.
All right. One of the things you mentioned was the draft, and I think you and I have had a few conversations about this on Twitter Spaces around, like, do you think if the draft was in place, our food supply chain would be a lot cleaner? I always think about FSMA compliance, and I'm really, maybe this is immature. I'm really
the short version is yes, and I think that yes. I mean, I think that there's a reason a lot of countries have a sort of form of the draft, right, of a national service of different forms. I don't necessarily support this necessarily, but I think as just a practical matter, we would put up with a lot less shit in our society. I think if everybody had some sort of national service for a year or two.
I 100% sign off on that.
The other question I have is, obviously from the outside, people have perceptions about how to fix America's food supply chain. I think FSMA is like, we should just enforce the laws on the books. But have you spoken to anyone in the government that does have like a clear solution to fixing all the nonsense in our food supply chain? And that isn't just like, I'm in an ivory tower, right? I'm theorizing. I talked to.
Well, I mean, the basic thing that they all talk about is how, the basic thing that they all talk about when I talk to them about this is the issue of consolidation, and that consolidation is really about building monopolies which raise food prices, which the farmers always want a higher price of things. That's the sort of frame that they talk about, and then obviously there's been a watering down of a lot of these things over the last few years. That have been quite interesting as time has gone on, right? And pretty much whenever the Republicans are in power, they water down a lot of these regulations, as we see with banking, as we've seen with food safety issues. It's kind of interesting. Like, I've known a number of people who are farmers in different countries that sell into the U.S. market. So, like, I know one of the larger agribusiness guys in Turkey. In fact, I invested in his son's startup, and I'll be spending probably a month or so in Turkey this summer. And what can I say about this?
So I found this one guy, and maybe you already know of him, Chuck, but his name's Bill Marler. He just goes around suing foodborne illness companies, I guess class actions or something along those lines. But if you have any idea of people that we should follow.
Yeah, I mean that is a solution. I don't think that really works. I mean, I think it's kind of a mob tactic to get a lot of reforms, but maybe it could be useful in that way. I don't know. I mean, I will just tell you that, like, I don't really believe that lawsuits change all that much behavior. I think what they do is they just pass a lot of this stuff on to consumers. Has been my impression over the years. So it would be nice if they change behavior. I like the idea of it changing behavior. I think one thing we could do is just regularize a lot of our regulations with other countries. Why is it that Japan? Why isn't it the Europeans have better food safety regulations than we do?
Well, they probably don't let China grow their food.
That's a big part of it for
The,
sure.
the,
But the Chinese have taken over. I mean, look, when I lived in Fresno, right, when my congressman was Devin Nunes, they would all talk this anti-China game, and all the farmers though loved the Chinese buying all their produce, right? They were 100% into that. So there's a lot of these people that love a high price of things, and they love a Chinese consumer pushing prices higher.
the,
Now, I think what we're going to see over the next few years is that the Chinese consumer is not as strong as they once were. But yeah, anyway, that's been my frame on it.
the,
But we can maybe do a food safety discussion at a later date because I think it's important, but I think it's sort of it's overly granular in this larger conversation. Though I appreciate that it is a hobby horse of yours. It's an important topic. I mean, I've asked the FDA various versions of this question, like why is it that, and they'll always talk about how they never get enough funding. It's always never enough money question, and I'm like, no, that can't be true, because other countries have less funding for their FDA equivalents, right? So there's clearly something else going on here. It's not just a money question. Yeah, go ahead, Strom.
Hey, I'm just wondering, are you familiar with the writing of Richard Lackman,
I'm
The
not.
Great Power? Yeah, check that out. I mean, I'm a leftist, I'm a commie, I'm kind of unabashed about that, but I think he has a really interesting heterodox perspective, historical materialist perspective that you might want to check out. And it's basically a discussion of how both Western and Chinese capital are fucked, completely interdependent, and that if China actually tries to break US dollar hegemony, it completely destroys the CPC's ability to run the Chinese economy.
Yeah, I mean, please share that up on the jumbotron. I'd love to read
Yeah,
that because
yeah,
it's basically comporting with my understanding of how this kind of actually works. And
Can he
yeah.
say that
you should,
again? Will you repeat that? How
yeah, the
did you
name of the
state
book.
that?
That if the Chinese state and Chinese capital challenge US dollar hegemony, the US dollar's status as the global reserve currency, that it would completely destroy China's ability to, if they try to assume that position, it would completely destroy the CPC's ability to run the Chinese economy.
Yeah, I think that's basically correct.
I'm not understanding.
So basically, the way to think about it is that the Chinese Communist Party needs dollar hegemony in order for its
Okay, I
own
gotcha. I
system to
gotcha.
work. And that's basically the issue here. And by the way, I've talked to Chinese people, many of whom have like fled to the U.S. now because they're on the outs with Xi, and they basically share this view. This is a widely held view among the anti-Xi, group of people out there. And you should never make any apologies, certainly in my space, for your ideological predispositions. I mean, I myself was sort of very anti-Marx until I took the pandemic to read all of Marx, or all the Marx I got my hands on. And it's amazing what actually reading a book will do for how you think about things. You know, I think the American system, we could learn a lot from Marx. When we actually read Marx, you know. And one of the reasons I really dislike a lot of these Republicans a lot is that they don't actually read Adam Smith. They don't actually do a lot of the reading of the subjects. So yeah, I think it's an interesting frame.
No doubt.
Yeah, if you have that name of that book though, feel free to share it up in the
Yeah, I'll post it down in the chat. Matt Chrisman did a review series on it, a vlog series that was wonderful. I'll post that as well.
Yeah, please do. Yeah, by the way, I'm not a Mark. For those who are like messaging me about being a Marxist, I'm not a Marxist, but I do think he had some interesting stuff. You know. So, yeah, I think for our perspective, as we sort of think about these things, I guess Richard went down. As we sort of think about these things a bit more, I think we should really ask the larger question about like what does Bannon really want to achieve? And my sense is he really just wants to burn it all down. And I think we have a hard time understanding that. in our society because we have a sort of builder ethos in the United States. And I think that that is quite telling and quite interesting. I think one of the other things, too, I would say here is we're sort of seeing a very sudden shift in the macroecon brought about by the Ukraine war. So you're going to start seeing a lot more Chinese assets get arrested, whereas previously they would have just been deported or would have been done in a hush hush kind of way. I think that that's going to be the story of the next few years. Obviously, you see the Credit Suisse pressure, and now Credit Suisse is collapsing in a lot of ways. Credit Suisse, of course, backed by the Saudis, Credit Suisse that has lots of Russian money in its coffers. That's sort of something to watch. I don't know what I think is going to happen on the Credit Suisse issue. I don't know if anyone has any thoughts. If they do, raise your hand and come on up and chat about it. My experience of Credit Suisse, I met some of the people there when I was in Switzerland a few years back. I couldn't really get a good read on it. I think the Swiss banking system on the whole has been kind of brought in line with the rest of the United States. First class passengers on a sinking ship, elite politics in decline, of great powers. Yeah, that's a good one. This book looks promising. I'm just going to order it and see what I think about it. Thank you for suggesting it, Strom.
I had some thoughts on Credit Suisse, but I think Carrie just raised her hand.
Yeah, go ahead, Carrie. If you're there.
Oh, okay, maybe it was just raised from previously. So I was talking to a bond trader of 40 years, and I always look to them because they have the age and the experience of the markets. And he had friends, a lot of who worked at Credit Suisse. It's a known factor that sort of Bank Santander and Bank and Credit Suisse were sort of three, but he always said they were going to be backstopped by some ridiculous nonsense. Now his sort of look at the markets is that I think the thing that keeps him up at night, and he thinks on a longer time span than most, is the yen carry trade. I don't know if you're familiar with that, but that's where his attention shifted. But like the Credit Suisse thing was priced into his model of nonsense.
Yeah, I don't know what I think about that. I mean, my view on it, the Credit Suisse thing, I mean, I think about these things much more in the geopolitics and much less on like the whatever. I mean, you can't really run a bank anymore without coming under strict anti-money laundering laws and enforcement from the United States. Like if you want to partake of the global SWIFT system, which a lot of people want to do because they want things like basically a key strategic objective of the United States is more control of the US dollar.
Oh, the other thought he had on the criminal part of Credit Suisse, which I found fascinating, was he said he always thought, and he doesn't speak any other languages, he's just speculation and talk, but he had always thought that the non-performing loans of Europe were really just a way to launder and squeeze money and play games, because it didn't, right? Like you can have a non-performing loan for like hundreds of days, I think, in Italy, parts of Europe. So he had some thoughts on that part. Maybe you've heard about things along those lines.
Yeah, I mean, I just think a lot of the European stuff is fake in general. Fake economy, fake jobs, fake history, fake view of the future.
Fake history, can you go into that a little bit?
Not without getting in serious trouble.
Understood.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of founding myths of various countries that you're not allowed to interrogate critically, and if you do, you get attacked by people in a very vicious, nasty way. And unfortunately, we live in an environment where we can't really talk about World War II. We basically can't really talk about World War II, and we can't really talk about the Cold War, the end of the Cold War, because those are the two reigning orders of our time. And so talking about them in a serious way is kind of damaging and dangerous. That would be the sort of frame on this. By the way,
9/11.
9/11, I think, is another one too. Yeah, 9/11 is probably the more recent one. 9/11 is extremely important, but we're again not allowed to talk about it. That's changing. I think we'll be able to talk about 9/11 before we're able to talk about the end of World War II. And I think as Likud melts down, we'll be able to talk more about 9/11. But we're not there yet. That's coming though. that'll be one of those ones that'll be one of those conversations we're allowed to have in like maybe a year or two.
Do you have a Likud meltdown litmus test or monitor thing? Like what
the second when the Likud, there'll be a defection or two or three from his own coalition of crazy religious people, because they will conclude that he's done at some point, and then the wheels will really come off, and that'll be very exciting to watch.
I see. Thank you for sharing.
I don't know, Richard. What are you seeing out there? I mean, by the way, I really do believe that the way it will go is it will be Mitt Romney is the next Republican president, because he's boring and a white guy, and because he's actually competent in ways that none of the current people running are, and we'll sort of like get rid of a lot of our mobbed up people. And then it will be Hunter Biden, who will be rich with all the Fox News money that he's made, and then that'll be the next like 10 years of politics.
I love what I hear, but do you think Mitt Romney as early as 2024 or something like? I mean, Mitt Romney is pushing 80. He's younger than Trump, I believe.
No, he's not pushing 80. Is he pushing 80?
Oh, he just looks. Let's see how old he is.
76. Oh, fuck me, you're right.
Yeah.
But he's Mormon, so he'll live to be 400 years old. Right?
Well, yeah, he's never touched alcohol. I mean, he's never even, a Diet Coke has never even crossed his lips. I mean, this guy is a machine. He
might actually be the Terminator.
Yes. He's entirely common. I mean, let me just suggest a few things. I tried to meme Romney in existence around a year ago when the Ukraine war started, because I was like, look, we can't have Trump in there. Trump can't fight this thing. He's compromised, and even if he weren't compromised, he'd want to just sign off Ukraine to the Russians. I mean, but Romney seems to be like a down-to-earth, solid, cold warrior type. But let me throw this out.
Well, the Mormons love this shit because it distracts from all the weird stuff they're up to.
Sure.
So that's basically like how I've come to understand a lot of Mormon politics.
Well, what weird stuff is Mitt Romney up to?
Oh, I mean, he was managing a lot of the weird, shady cash that was involved in the sovereign wealth fund issue.
Oh, well, the shady cash. I thought you were suggesting sexual escapades.
No. If only. That would actually make him more interesting.
He did Robert Maxwell's money. That was
yes,
one of
but
his first clients.
the question is, why did he do Robert Maxwell's money? Right.
I thought it had to do with the Heineken account that was in. Where's Heineken? Holland.
Mitt Romney and Bain Capital were a sort of deep state operation for a spell that got too Chinese in the 90s, basically the late 90s.
Is that where he met Bibi?
Yes, he met Bibi, and apparently they knew each other socially, and he was apparently always quite skeptical of him. But he realized that basically he needed the Jews to win. And at least this is my understanding of the history on this. Yeah, so you can look at what was one of the first things he did when he was running? He fired Rick Grinnell, right? Grinnell is in all kinds of like weird trouble right now. So just a very interesting history here. But yeah, I think
just throw that guy that was from Lebanon. I'm trying to think of his name. He's Lebanese. That wasn't a good guy.
George Nader or what?
No, it wasn't George Nader.
Think on it and come back to us. Go ahead, Richard.
I'll go look it up.
Biden Romney. Kamala Harris is dragging down his ticket. She is not helping him. Facing off against Trump, even if in jail, is a major effort. I mean, he's got to do it twice. And if we thought all these crazy like truck convoys, January 6th, big lot, like they're going to throw everything at the wall to see if it can stick. So you need someone who's actually positive for your ticket. So why not get rid of Kamala Harris, give her some off-ramp, and then have the geriatric, like old white guy ticket? Biden Romney 2024.
They can do a lot of push-ups, I believe, by the way.
Oh yeah, between the two of them, they could do more push-ups than I can, and I'm half their age.
Listen here.
I'll admit it. These
Listen
guys
here.
are these guys are great guys.
I mean,
Also,
sign me up for being that geriatric. That's what I always say. Like,
exactly. If I'm as geriatric as Mitt Romney when I'm 50, I'll be happy. I mean, that guy's in perfect tip-top shape. But also, let's say that there's a major escalation in the Russian-Ukraine war. I could see a huge swath of middle-class Americans just being like, listen, we're not, Trump is either going to sign off Ukraine or he's going to like nuke the Kremlin. Like he's going to do something horrible due to his personality. And someone like Romney, let's go with this stuff.
I've always thought that the more compromised politicians were actually, their compromisedness was an asset, not a liability, because they actually knew how a lot of these places actually think. But Trump has really shaken my belief in that. My basic view right now on Trump is that we, as you said before, we need to be pro-Trump to stop DeSantis.
Correct.
DeSantis recently came out and said this like crazy shit around the Ukraine war. And I was actually kind of surprised that he just basically described it as a territory dispute.
Yes.
And it's like, that is just such a stupid way of understanding it. Because, first of all, it's not how our allies see it, right? Our closest ally, well, I guess his view is that our closest ally is Israel, right? So that's sort of the concept.
It is just much better when they run everything, Charles.
That's right. That's what he said to me. I mean, I don't know how to disagree with that. You know, so we'll basically, I sort of think of DeSantis as a kind of American Putin, as a sort of Shabbos guy who will basically get us involved in all kinds of weird conflicts around the world. And I think DeSantis will be defeated. I'm not really concerned about that. In a weird way, I think that I really like Biden's hand. Like, I don't really see, if Biden survives, I don't see how he loses. I mean, you look at this news that came out recently about,
I agree,
Gavin
but
Newsom.
let's not get overconfident here.
True, but like Gavin Newsom banking at Silicon Valley Bank is like pretty telling, you know? Yeah. And I just think that the problem is that the Democrats for a very long time have relied on China, right, as their kind of model, right? Or basically in California, the Democrats are very tied in with the Communist Party of China. And this is indeed what the whole Silicon Valley Bank story really is about, China and Israel. So there's sort of like, the question is, who can shed which side first? Like, can the Democrats shed their longstanding associations with China faster than the Republicans can shed their associations with Israel? And I think the answer is yes. Like, the Democrats can basically change on China much faster than the Republicans can change on Israel. And we got a sense of that the other day when George Santos was in the room and he said that Bibi's the best we have. You know, he's sort of like giving voice to that. So I don't know. I mean, what do you think, Tom? I mean, you've been kind of quiet. What's your sense? I mean, you've been sending me all these great videos of Meatball Ron, and I've written about Ron, and I think the piece that I had up a while back about how the reason California sucks is because of all the mobsters who are there is, I think, basically correct, and that
you're 100% right. And I think on the Republican side, the reason they can't, they can't kind of uncouple from the slavish support of Israel is you have 34 million evangelical Christians that. I mean, this is a religious thing. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? It's not religious at all. It's like it's transactional.
Yeah, I don't know actually. I see some signs there of the evangelicals being somewhat sharper about their interests than. I mean, you see there are various evangelical pastors who are having scandals right now. Mega church membership is down post-COVID. I think that's actually why we've seen a lot of the things like QAnon as a sort of psyop to address the evangelical mind.
Yeah.
So I've always had the view that like of the various mobs that are out there, and when we talk about evangelicals, we should really just be honest. Like we're talking about rednecks, right? We're talking about sort of and adjacent allies of the rednecks.
Yeah, I would say like it's almost. I would even say it's rednecks. It's more of whoever would be in the milieu that's like it's a different mindset. And I watched I like watching some of these quote unquote left wing podcasters because I look at everything through a different different lens now. It's I watch like Pac-Man because I like it when Pac-Man covers Mike Pillow because it's hilarious. And then he had a guy out on the street like interviewing people at a Trump rally, and it's really disturbing what these people believe. I mean, very disturbing.
I thought that was at CPAC. He had them
Yeah,
interviewed.
yeah, yeah. It was
Okay.
CPAC. Yes. And it's like, oh, Trump is the king of the world. I mean, it's unbelievable, and it's sad. I guess is what it is. But it's like I wouldn't. I don't like the rednecks. I know have a lot better sense of the world than what
Yeah,
the
I've
people.
always come to the view, and I've seen this kind of among the rich rednecks that I know, that many of them are actually like, Joe Biden's not so bad, like some of them are in the oil industry in Texas, and they're like, well, we have a higher price of oil, like life is good, like things are working out in the world. So I've actually come to the view that basically that I think the first mob that will go in Joe Biden's direction, or at least not show up heavily for the Republicans, is going to be the Scotch Irish mob, which is why I think that Joe Biden will win re-election.
Yeah, they'll stand down. Like
they'll stand down because they'll realize all the opportunities to launder money through the factories that are being built in the Midwest and their parts of the country, the Appalachia, right? Like, basically it's like Joe Biden read a hillbilly elegy and he was like, okay, motherfuckers, like you say you want to work. I don't really believe you, but here's what we're going to do is we're going to stick a bunch of factories in rural Ohio down south there.
Yeah,
Suck on that.
And the reality is all the people that are Republicans that they wrap themselves in caring about these issues. They don't give a shit, and they don't have like the energy or the vision to actually do anything about it. So it's like they're just really bad at governing. They're terrible.
Well, because they don't really want anything to work.
Unless it's something that's really bad for the country, then they're really good at doing those things very quickly.
Yeah, I just will tell you, like having sort of switched sides on this whole thing, the infrastructure on the Democratic Party is just like way more disciplined, way more well run than the infrastructure on the Republican side. So I think there's an element of that too. My sense is that basically Biden will win re-election, Hakeem Jeffries will get in there, and that'll be the story of our time. That's the sort of backdrop there. I don't think it's going to be close either, to be honest with you. I don't really see a compelling. I mean, I think what we just saw in the midterms was actually indicative of what's coming in 2024.
Yeah, they tried to run on the libs of TikTok, campaign strategy, and
it worked like terribly.
It couldn't have gone any worse than it did, and I'm glad that
I guess they could have lost the House, right? But like in a weird way, having the Republicans have a narrow majority in the House was actually like way better in a lot of ways.
Yeah, in fact, I don't think it could have worked out any better than it did for it to be good for the country.
Richard, what's your sense?
A sense of what exactly?
What's your sense of what comes next?
Well, okay. I think we're up for a just crazy 2024, and I think we're still kind of in the calm before the storm. But everything, I mean, we see all these escalations. I mean, 2016 was nuts. It was the craziest things we've ever experienced. I mean, 2020, that entire year, I mean, from BLM to the election, which was dramatic, and then Stop the Steal immediately afterward, and this direct attempt to take over the government in the most buffoonish way possible, granted, but nevertheless, J6. I think all of these things were test runs, and I don't think they're going to let it go. And I think the Republicans also kind of correctly see this as their last chance to take over and maintain power. They see the writing on the wall in the sense of losing reasonable people, the obvious demographic issues, which they talk about. These are real things, and they're not going to go quietly. So I think huge amounts of online ops, to be honest, against a lot of people on this call are going to start occurring. They're going to kind of want to sweep the decks, get everyone in buckets, get everyone in line, and then I think they're going to pull some just totally insane crap if they don't win.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, I think we're in a sort of online civil war of the sort.
Mm-hmm.
It will spill out into the real world. And I am more or less of the view that, there's a real looming threat coming. I don't know that we can trust that future presidents will be as capable as Biden has been.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm more or less of the view that things will actually get way more scary as time goes on, because the complexity of the world economy is going to become much more complicated. Because essentially we've had this sort of view of basically the last 50 years of China America working together on these things.
Mm-hmm.
And either Xi is gone, which I could see. I could actually, in a weird way, see the Chinese changing better than I could see us changing. So, because I think what's going to happen is the Republican Party is going to basically go full Jonestown on people. I think there's going to be all kinds of crazy shit going into the 2024 cycle, because I don't think they're really going to be allowed to win, given how insane things are. And, as I said before, I believe the 2020 election was stolen, and I support it. And I think I'm not alone in that, by the way. I think that's one of those, like, unmentionable things you're not allowed to talk about.
I think that they could go Heaven's Gate.
100%.
Yeah. They've been primed. They're already there.
They want something crazier to start believing in, because the politicians, or just the people that are in the Republican Party, they don't inspire anything that they actually, that they do. Their rhetoric, the lack of vision. So they have to be presented. They have to have all these different psyops going to get people engaged. That's the only way they can get votes.
Yeah, and I don't think they can even get votes increasingly. Because I think in a weird way, when they claim that 2020 was stolen, a lot of people believe that. And so in a strange way, those people might have been right, in a lot of ways too. And then what's interesting to me about it is now there's this sort of pessimism about not voting at all, right?
Mm-hmm.
So in a weird way, I think we actually kind of want to encourage that pessimism, where we want to say, yeah, don't vote, don't show up, don't engage. Just take your fentanyl pill and go to sleep.
One thing that
very dark, by the way, I admit.
Yeah, that was pretty rough, Charles. Like, maybe be nice, say, watch your porn and fall asleep, not take the fentanyl, whatever.
I think this Ricky Vaughn trial is really big, actually.
Tell me about it. Did you read what I wrote about it? What did you think?
No, I'm sorry, I didn't read that. I am behind. Do you want to summarize it?
Tom, did you read it?
Yeah. Kind of the summary of it is you gave like an outline of better detail about like his mental state and how he seemed to have like kind of multiple personalities, and you clearly say what he did was absolutely wrong, but you had kind of been in similar situations before, and people need to have some grace and have the opportunity to change.
Yeah,
And
look,
don't throw these people away. Like, he did something bad, he has to pay for it, but not,
yeah. I mean, look, as Eric and I were chatting about this, and I'll share what he and I discussed earlier, and I said this is what he said, and I think this is correct. I may write something about what Eric's thoughts are on this too, because I think it's worthwhile. He and I go back and forth on this stuff, backwards and forwards again. But yeah, this is what he said. So he said Douglas Mackey is the scapegoat of an international digital elections interference campaign run by multiple hostile intelligence services and staffed by thousands. There's currently only 3 operatives who have been dragged to federal court for it. Jake Wall, Jack Berkman, and Waterbury, Vermont's Douglas Mackey. Mackey is an odd bird in this game. Younger than 30, this native son of an all-Caucasian northeastern kingdom of Vermont was social media play-acting Ricky Vaughn, a pro-white nationalist during the 2020 election. This is weird for someone who grew up in a place where the only 3 races are generally English, French Canadian, and Italian. He's been charged with 18 USC 241, conspiracy against civil rights under color of law, which is a statute reserved for state actors, or in the most loose interpretation of its civil counterpart, 42 USC 1985, quasi-state actors. Mackey was, of course, neither a judge, nor a police officer, nor prison guard, nor courtroom bailiff, but a young Vermonter working out of an Upper East Side apartment in coordination with a global online intelligence operation. The prosecution, which began 2 weeks after the January 6 attacks and the waning days of the Barr DOJ, turns around Mackey's conspiracy with other malefactors, but the government has failed to charge any co-conspirator in these intervening years. In sum, a vast digital campaign of 2016 election interference, which involved Russian intelligence, Israeli intelligence, Emirati intelligence, Saudi agents, Chinese-funded social media companies, and domestic traders, has ensnared 2 low-level operatives running robocalls and 1 out-of-place Vermonter from a family without financial resources who is posting nasty, deceptive means intending to deprive Black Americans of the vote. The prosecution was rushed at the end of the Trump administration. Mackey is being pursued under a statute that almost assuredly will lead to his conviction because he isn't tied to government employees. One of his pro bono defense attorneys, Tor Eklund, was just spotted in Morocco, where he is defending that regime's use of Israeli spyware being deployed against the president of France. Something is deeply weird about the Mackey prosecution, and it's not just the notion of a guy from an all-white state promoting a future where one might one day live in an all-white state. It's the missing co-conspirators, which should number in the thousands. See Team Jorge for more details.
It's very well written.
Yeah, I think that's basically right.
One thing that I would say, though, I mean, I've said this before, I mean, I do think they have him dead to rights, and I get the hypocrisy of it all. And yeah, there's that video of that Asian girl making a very similar joke. But
yeah,
the
I don't
fact
think
is,
it's all comparable, but yes, go on.
Yeah, I'm being overly fair here. But 2 things come to mind. First off, I'm brought back to J6, where a very similar thing is happening than what you just to what you just depicted, where the J6 committee, they did a lot of good things, a lot of good information. They told a story well, etc. But the story was a very peculiar thing. It was basically there were lunatics who maybe to some degree were victims, but they were driven insane by this man, Trump. And Trump kind of bolstered himself with a few legal theorists, but it was basically all him. It all comes down to Trump. And so what they did is they went after the low hanging fruit, and then they went after like the star on top of the Christmas tree, Donald Trump. But there's all of this middle area that they didn't attack and who I fear they are not going to attack, in fact. And I fear that all of this going after these loons is, which should be done to some degree. I mean, people have to pay a certain price, but if I were Biden, I would just pardon them and say, look, you guys were victims in this whole thing. Let's move on. We're all Americans, blah, blah. I think that's actually a smarter thing to do, regardless of the morality. But what they're doing is they're throwing the book at the lunatics. And Liz Cheney
By the way,
is seeking.
I made this exact argument to somebody in the Biden White House, so it's eerie again how we're.
When I texted you
Well,
the
you
other
just
day.
steal all my shit, Charles.
No, you steal my shit.
It's not
No.
that we're on the same wavelength. This is some euphemism you use for idea theft.
I texted that to Charles, or I texted Charles the other day. I said, I have this crazy idea that Biden ought to do. And it was that because I'm like, then they can totally take that away and he can take the high ground of being fair and take that away from a campaign talking.
Listen, I'm willing to give you all credit for all of my ideas if it absolves me of any of the punishments for them.
Well, right, that's true. I'm not sure I would agree to that deal. I might get snatched up in the middle of the night for some of my ideas. But okay, so Liz Cheney wanted to whitewash the Republican Party, and so you have all of this stuff, like people quoting the Book of Daniel and being in a lion's den. Oh, look how moral the real Republicans are. It's only this Trump guy who's bad. The reason why she's doing that is obvious. It's her party, but it's also that there is this huge infrastructure that Liz Cheney wants to continue to work with.
Well, and also Liz Cheney herself and her family made shitloads of money from Halliburton, which was itself backed by the Chinese. So what she's trying to do, in my view, is that the Trump Cheney fight was really a fight over who gets to launder the Chinese money, and that they're basically mobsters of different forms fighting over this money pool. And so she tries to like wrap herself in the flag, and it's like, bitch, you made all this money from the Halliburton stuff because your dad got us into the Iraq War, and Halliburton's one of their largest investors was Chinese. And so if you just follow that through, if there's single source donations and you still own all this Halliburton stock, single source contracts, you're essentially paying yourself, and the Chinese are propping up the stock. A very similar thing goes on with Halliburton goes on with Palantir historically, or with SpaceX.
Interesting.
And with Tesla.
But to go back to this, so I see a similar thing happening with Ricky Vaughn, where, look, he is being kind of railroaded. I'm not a fan of Ricky Vaughn. Ricky Vaughn did a lot of offs against me. Ricky Vaughn worked with bad people. I do not like Ricky Vaughn. But he is being railroaded to some extent, and he's being singled out. That being said, and maybe he is doing this the lawyers are working pro bono. Defending these kinds of things are extremely expensive. I mean, I know this very well. You got to do what you got to do. But at the same time, like, people are going to bat for him. I mean, Tucker Carlson is a huge voice, and he is going to bat for Ricky Vaughn. He is making this the trial of the century. Recently, there was some the trial has been delayed, I guess, because of Luke O'Brien was writing some article on George Hawley.
I honestly don't know what to make of the Luke O'Brien stuff either.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
I mean, I think you guys have a bit of a history, but he he asked questions to George Hawley, and George Hawley got nervous. So I have a inkling of what is about to happen. In fact, due to Katie McHugh, she gave a lot of information to these people, and it can be used multiple times in multiple different ways. That's just a little preview of. I don't think has the article been published. I don't know. You guys will see this because I'm willing to bet that this. I'm willing to bet I know what's about to happen via good old Katie. But anyway,
yeah, Katie, who of course worked very closely with David Frum and Matthias Holt, who have their own connections to this sort of weird Israeli world. But
yeah. But there is a faction that is really going to bat for Ricky Vaughn. So they obviously care about this. Now, why do they care about it? You can tell different stories about this. I think that one of the reasons is that Ricky Vaughn himself was a kind of test run. I mean, he was an anonymous account that came out of nowhere that was wildly pro-Trump, that was tweeting 100 times a day. I mean, he was like the ultimate influencer of that era. I think one of the reasons, maybe not the only one, that they care about this is that they want to do this again. They want to do it on steroids, and they want to be able to do it. And so they need to make all of these arguments very early on about how, this is all free speech and it's just some kid who has conservative values who's tweeting from his basement. Don't worry about it. But and that is kind of true to some degree, but like they are going to be doing this again, and they are going to be cleaning the decks. I think they're going to actually be doing this on behalf of Ron DeSantis.
I agree.
The Claremont Institute, I mean, if you just follow like Pedro Gonzalez, who might not even exist. I mean, I'm not fully convinced that he isn't an AI bot, but he seems to exist to some degree.
I met him and talked to him.
Okay.
Yeah.
I
haven't met him actually. I just talked to him on the phone. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was half joking, but.
No, I mean, it's a good question. I actually talked to him, and I too wonder this subject. How real he is.
Who is he? What is he? This half.
Is he being fed? Is he being fed a script?
Yes, that's what I would say. Strongly say that. But by whom? But the fact is, they want to do this again, and I think at the very least through the primaries, they want to do this on behalf of Ron DeSantis.
Do any of y'all think
they
that
are
this
totally
bank going down might shut down some of these bots because it affects so much of the tech industry? I mean, I kind of have some hope more than what y'all are talking about in this room. I think Joe Biden's not going to let this shit happen.
I think that we're basically sweeping out all these different banks, and I think that is a big part of the story.
What, you're agreeing with me or not? I can't.
I'm agreeing that it's a part of the story. I don't know.
Gotcha.
I don't know that the infrastructure. So yeah. So let me put it this way. I don't think that. So as I say before, I think Joe Biden will be reelected. If he's got a pulse, if he's breathing, I think he'll be reelected. Full stop. Because I think that.
But don't you think they're doing stuff to kind of like break this shit down so that it can't be as scary as it could be? Like, I understand and I agree with y'all that it could be, but I think see so much things going down that he's breaking that so those things can stop, at least by half.
Well, the question is, do you need the Mackey scapegoat to basically send a message to people, to Americans out there?
Like Louise Menches?
Yeah, the Louise Menches of the world. Don't be a Douglas Mackey. Like, do you execute a Douglas Mackey to send a message to all the Louise Menches and others? Don't fucking try this on our elections and our system.
And we're also doing that with Fox News as we speak, right?
Yes.
From several different angles.
Yes.
So
yes.
That's a good thing, which is all China still related, bots. Then you have the issues going on with Israel, which may, like you said, in a year or two, that's still going to be 2024, might be able to shut down the stuff that he's been doing, right? And then we can control Bill Gates or some of Microsoft, right? It's just my opinion. I mean, I don't know. I just see a lot going on with indictments and things going down, and I
Yeah, I
have
mean,
a lot more hope
you're
because
in
of it.
general more optimistic than I am, which I love about you. But I myself am not of that view.
Well, what do you see that they're revving up to do? Because I could see in 2015 and 14, you know,
Well,
in the
they get a
16, the
bite they get a bite on the
preparation.
apple both times. So
What's
the
that?
bite on the apple here is Ricky Von Wohl must assuredly be convicted. Okay, and
Okay.
he'll be convicted for a very simple reason, which is that this was done by the Eastern District of New York, which suggests it was a national security related matter. So that's the frame on that.
Don't you think we got their blueprint though of how they did a lot of this? So that also kind of would trip them up.
No, I don't think we have a good enough loop.
Okay.
I'd love to be wrong about that.
No, you would know more than me.
But
I'm just asking.
I think that basically we have a passable grade, like we don't have a failing grade, but we by no means have an A grade in this stuff.
Are we working on that?
I hope so. I think to some extent we are. But when you have FBI agents that are deeply compromised, that are getting fired, that are, like when you have all the issues that we have with our FBI enforcement, that is a really important question. But I agree with Richard. Like, we need to not just go after the help, right? Like, there's something kind of immoral.
Oh, 100%. We need those that start who are behind building those troops, right?
Yes.
Well, is Gal one of those people? I don't know. I'm asking, who are those people? Y'all,
I think they have so
right?
many of them, and many of them don't even know what they are. Would be the way I would frame it.
Okay.
I think there's a lot of people in the world right now who are fundamentally missing meaning in their lives. And I think this is why we've seen an uptick in suicides, by the way. I think that we have a sort of we're entering into a post-religious society. And that a lot of these post-religious people, some of us have gotten there sooner than others. Some of us have a sort of more woo-woo Christianity, which is kind of like maybe the place I'd put myself in this category. Where I read the Bible and I pray and I think about these things and I can talk intelligently about it. But I don't belong to any mega church, or I don't really go in for the Catholic stuff as much as I used to. Or to the extent I go to evangelical, or to the extent I go to church, it's really because somebody's invited me. I sort of treat it like going to somebody's dinner party.
Well, the Catholic Church doesn't read the Bible. I mean, they have their own kind of book, so that's not.
They read the Bible, but it's complicated. Whatever.
Yeah, I know. I was raised both. So Episcopalian, they read the Bible.
But it's complicated. I mean, it depends which church you're in. It depends how they do it. Anyway, that's not the point. The point is, we have this sort of society that we're entering into, and basically the technical means by which people ran cults of separating you from your family, of all the cult techniques that were used for many, many years, they're not really usable anymore in an era of the iPhone and ubiquitous technical surveillance and ubiquitous contact with each other. So what you have to do is you have to create these other meanings for people. And so you do that by running little signal groups, or by having little private chats or whatever. All the things that a lot of us belong to, in our sort of private life. That's a big part of what I'm talking about here. And
what do you mean by that exactly? I get
so
it,
let's
but
say
I
you
don't.
could get so what is this terrorist cell, right? A terrorist cell is a small group of people committed to some sort of objective, right?
Okay.
If we were basically let's say that we were to take this group of, I don't know how many people are in here right now, 127 people or whatever, 128 people. Let's say that we all got together and we decided that we should take over the government. Okay. Which, by the way, this is a hypothetical thing. I don't countenance that. I don't believe in taking over the government. I don't really believe in going to public protests. As I said before, I'm deeply introverted. You should stay home from most large gatherings. Not only because of COVID, but because it's generally not a good idea, right? Who wants to use a porta potty, right?
I totally agree.
So I'm not a joiner, okay? So, but the point remains that like groups of people, large groups of people, can be used and weaponized to do all kinds of things, right? And then increasingly, that's what we saw from the QAnon stuff with Trump, which we see with these little groups of Blue Anon that have formed. These people
Hmm.
are basically controlled, right? To a certain extent, Andrew Tate fits this model, where he's got these groups that donate money that are kind of engaged in a way. And you have these people that have sort of become, to some extent, cult leaders or influencers of a sort, and they ask for money from their followers. That there's a sort of like game here, and I'm not totally immune from that myself. Like I have a free Substack, but there's a paid version. People can donate to it. People do give money to it. Try to be sort of mindful about that. Try to have it not be my only thing, right? Obviously, I have my businesses that I tend to during the course of the day, in my failed personal life, which I struggle to maintain.
You're not failing. That is just part of life. You'll get. It's
Yeah,
about
whatever.
growing with
Whatever.
issues.
But I didn't mean that in
Yes.
just meant that in like, like I do other things, right? I'm
Sure.
not like running
That's
my cult 24/7, right? Like, and so I think what has happened is we've sort of created this opportunity for people to build the sort of like little cults on the internet where they could check in with people all day, every day through the cell phone. And that's indeed what I think is going on. I think it's certainly going on with people like Scott Adams. I think that's going on with a lot of these kind of guru influencer types, these Discord servers and chats. We've talked a lot about Eric
I've been in
Weinstein.
them 100%.
Yes,
Yes.
you know what I'm talking about, where people just
There. Yes.
gas each other up, jazz each other up, and
Yes.
that's a big part of like what they do. And I think that this is kind of what's going on with Guo Wengui. And then, of course, people get in trouble in different ways, right? Like they commit a crime or they get blackmailed and they're encouraged to donate or join one of these message groups and to contribute money to it, to help on PR, right? Or to give money to this charity. And if you give money to this charity, we won't say that you're a Holocaust denier anymore, Charles, right? Or if you do this, and this is sort of how these operations fund themselves.
And crypto.
Crypto is a part of it. Crypto is a means by which it happens independent of the SWIFT system and the banking system. But as we saw with the SVB thing, if you have a bank that basically just doesn't follow, the law, that you could actually do a lot of laundering through a bank too, particularly a regional one.
Why haven't we stopped that already? I mean,
Well,
we
it's
did,
starting to
obviously, but
happen
what
right
took
now. I
so
mean,
long?
you were just
What
talking
took
about
so
it happening.
long? I know, but what took so long for them to stop this bank? I mean, it's been doing it a long, long time.
It's a good question. I mean, there's obviously a lot of people who bank there. And there's also the question, too, of like, maybe the government institutions that we have are fundamentally incapable of actually averting major tragedy.
That's awful. I mean, that's scary if that's the case. I would prefer to think that they were monitoring it so they could collect evidence. I mean,
that could be an answer, right?
I hope.
But I will just tell you, in my experience of law enforcement and federal law enforcement in particular, I've actually found that in many respects, working with allied nations like the UK or France intelligence or what have you is actually a faster way to get things done, because they will then tip off their American counterparts, which will then force the FBI and others to move, rather than dealing with our own domestic law enforcement.
How has that worked for us when we've had compromised FBI agents? What happens with people in UK?
What happened with McGonigal, right, is he was under surveillance by GCHQ and by the British. So
right, and they're the ones who reported it, right?
They're the ones who basically blew him up. Yes.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Thank God for those allies.
Thank God for those Five Eyes, and of course there are efforts to blind the Five Eyes in different ways, which we can kind of think about as well. But anyway, so what I would say here, just in general, as we sort of think about the Ricky Vaughn trial, maybe occasionally you have to execute somebody who doesn't deserve it, which is a very dark, dark thought. Or maybe you have to put down the crazy person in the public square so that the sane operators know not to go near it. Which is, I think, what's happening to Ricky, if I'm honest about it. I don't know. What do you think? What do you think, Richard? I mean, did you ever meet him?
Yes, I met him very briefly.
Yeah, same. What was your impression of him?
Very quiet. It was, I believe, after Trump was elected, I was on the East Coast, and he was very buddy with Enoch. Mike Pinovich is his actual name, with TRS. So there was this kind of TRS, racist podcaster, let's get drunk, get together in New York City. And Ricky Vaughn was there. He was an unassuming, kind of quiet, meek person. I
That
didn't
was the
talk to him
weirdest
for that
thing.
long.
I wrote about it and said just almost the same thing you said, that he was quiet, polite, demure, even, and then you'd see Ricky Vaughn and you'd be like, this is not the same person.
No, but that is not terribly unusual. I mean, it's a kind of shadow self, at the risk of sounding a bit too much like Jordan Peterson here. That is the online personality of people. I mean, this is a whole other topic, and I think this is almost a topic of psychology more than what you usually focus on in these spaces. But
Do you think that that's
the
true? I
avatar.
mean, I think you and I are pretty much the same on our
Oh
spaces
yeah,
as we are in
yeah,
real
yeah.
life. This is, by the way, a
No
major
doubt.
reason I won't associate with people who are anonymous. They can be anonymous
Well,
publicly, but I have to know who they are,
it's exactly it's a huge issue, and I understand pseudonyms, and I work with people. I don't want to be too reckless with someone, but it's you just got to show your face. I mean, and use your name. I mean, I do not understand at all the logic of a lot of these dissident right people who called the face fags, or their name lords, or face lords, or whatever they want to use by this, and that they somehow gain authenticity by not signing off on what they say and think. It's just such an obvious.
Well, you could see why people would do that, right?
Yeah. So you can change, you can take on new guises. Who
Right.
are you?
It's a
Who's
form of being a
promoting you?
spy, right?
Yeah. Exactly. But they treat it as a form of being authentic, which is terribly ironic. But it's a huge thing, and no one, I mean, it's no one on the right wants to change anything about it. It's like, who's the next, weird person who no one can authenticate, who's going to come and teach me how to get more money and seduce more women, and who I can donate to. I mean, it's just endless with them. This is what they want. This is what they like. It's awful.
Is this the new church?
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, that's kind of dark. Yeah, but I think you're not wrong. And what's interesting to me is how many of these groups are so heavily male, and how many of them are so heavily white male is also kind of telling in a way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's disturbing stuff. I could see how people would get sort of intoxicated by it in different ways. And of course, we see with what is this Jack Murphy character? What is Jack Murphy's real name? I always get this.
Goldman, I believe is his
Yes, he's half Jewish, half Irish. I seem to recall something like that. And he's been involved in all kinds of scams. Well, now he has a medical startup where you can participate in his medical, vision.
Are you serious?
I'm deadly serious.
Are you giving him your DNA results or something? What are you doing?
I don't know what you're giving him. I actually, in a weird way, don't want to even advertise it, because I don't want people to go there and do this, because it's going to harm people. Because I think that's kind of what he's supposed to be doing. But what the hell is the name of it? I will see if I can put it up. I won't put it in the Jumbotron or whatever. But I don't even know that we necessarily know that his real name is Goldman.
Right.
I don't know. There's a number of these characters that have popped up in recent years.
Well, I think they're constructs. I mean, you've used this term of construct, and I think it's an excellent one. In this case, I think it's almost literal. Jack. So there was this character, this Goldman, Jack Murphy or whatever, who just came out of the woodwork in 2016, and I remember him. I remember a few people, one of whom was Jason Kessler. And I'm not necessarily suggesting that he is some kind of operative, but it's an odd thing. I don't even know what the hell to make of that person, to be honest. But they're what they were doing, and Goldman slash Murphy was there as well. And what they were doing was like filming the alt right and being content producers. So they were both. I think Kessler was recording the alt right on behalf of the Daily Caller, and then Goldman slash Murphy was there on his own accord, apparently, and they were doing like live streams. So I remember taking part in this protest on the White House or outside the White House against the strike against Syria. Back into 2017. Now, I don't even know what opinion I would have on this now. Let's just put that aside. At that point, I was more paleo-con, anti-war kind of stuff. So you have all these figures who became, like stars in their own right, but they were like gaining information. They were like seeing how it's done under the guise of being gonzo journalists who are just live streaming with their phone.
Yes, or experts or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, which is odd in its own right. I mean, I remember even talking to that Jack Murphy. Then fast forward 2.5 years or so, and Jack Murphy has his own weird cult of manospheredom, and he basically created a persona that was an almost parody of this fellow named Jack Donovan, who I knew and worked with for some time. Now, Jack has his problems, but he is an authentic guy. I mean, he says what he means and he means what he says. And he's a weird, ultra masculine, homosexual, bearded guy who, references Nietzsche on occasion and all that kind of, LARPy, though hilarious stuff. But he was authentic about it. And he was not an operative. And I don't even know what he's up to now. He probably is sick of the whole game. But you have Jack Murphy just stealing his persona, like a hermit crab, like getting into a new shell, taking Jack Donovan's persona, and then lo and behold, he's this very unpopular, though kind of supported character who's going on Tim Pool. One of his final live streams before he was outed as this, pornographer, whatever the hell, wife cucking.
By the way, Glenn Greenwald was also a pornographer at one point.
Exactly. This is also a major trend. He interviewed Alexander Dugin. So and I saw these things. He was getting very few views, and it just seemed entirely synthetic. I mean, why was he on with? Why would Dugin do that? Why?
Well,
He has no organic
friend and I were talking about this recently, and if you think about like what a podcast is, right? A podcast is an excuse for people to go talk to each other, right? Oh, I was just on his podcast, right? Oh, what did you say on the podcast? Oh, we'll just watch the podcast. Okay, a few people go and watch it, and then what did you say off air? Right? Because that's sometimes where the real communication is going on. Right?
Yeah.
So I think that this visible subterranean aspect of life is sort of like very understudied in a lot of these kind of gatherings of people. Right?
Yeah.
So, but go on. I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, this is all good. So I feel like these people, there's just nothing really to say about them. Like, is there any organic support? Now, Jack Murphy got in touch with all of these other Manosphere people. He has someone in his club thing who writes a novel about taking over the government and killing people and attacking women and all this kind of this like Turner Diaries siege level, white nationalist, violence pornography kind of stuff. And he actually uses that as a blueprint for his own activities. So you have the alt-right, so to speak, being kind of ultimately more dangerous than anything that was really going on with the alt-right. And I don't say that. I know that sounds self-serving or like I'm trying to evade contagion or responsibility or something, but I'm not. It's real. These people who kind of like emerged in the aftermath and kind of presented themselves as like, oh, we're the good face of the alt-right. Like we're not like racist or crazy. We're not some pretentious intellectual like Spencer or something. And they're just very, very suspicious and curious people. And the more you see their connections, the more you're just like, what is this thing? I'm not sure I would say exactly the same thing about someone like Pedro Gonzalez. I have no reason to believe or evidence that he's involved in this kind of stuff. But
well, I mean, obviously, there's an effort to kind of promote him, right? You could see, what is it? I mean, if you go and look at his Substack, it's quite well viewed. His stuff gets artificially boosted on Twitter. He's very close with Chris Buskirk of American Greatness, which has gotten a lot of money from the Rebecca Mercers of the world. And from Peter Thiel, for that matter. So I think there's a lot of questions here that really need to be sort of explored in a serious way.
Yeah.
And I don't know. My intuition on this is that things are way more fucked up than we kind of understand it. And I think that there are lots of these operations running around in our society at all times in all places. And we don't really understand them well enough to really drill down on them. But as time has gone on, I think they've been outed because of technology, because people sour on the groups associated. And there's a lot of kind of questions that form as a result.
I'm curious about VDARE as well. They seem to be getting raked over the coals by the New York district attorney. And I guess they don't make terribly sympathetic victims, to be honest. I was about to say that, but their funding went from, a few $100,000, and I don't even know why this thing is being funded. They just publish a bunch of like dumb articles. And I remember back in the day or 4 years ago or something, they were doing YouTube videos that were getting like triple digit views. Like there was just no interest in this kind of stuff.
Yeah. And of course, who introduced me to them was Katie McHugh.
Exactly. And they went from like 4.3 million, according to the lawsuit filing, like 3/4 of that were used for salaries for Peter and Lydia. I mean, it's just, you just look at this thing and it's just like, what in the actual fuck are you doing? I mean, like, to get funded to that level and to publish a bunch of blogs on a webzine, I mean, what in the actual fuck? I mean, I don't even know. I mean, back in my day, like in 2010, when I was doing alternativeright.com, I mean, goodness gracious, we were like scraping the barrel for funding, and we were publishing a ton of webzine articles, most of which were actually pretty interesting. I don't really want to do that. I get kind of exhausted by that kind of lifestyle and grind now. But I just, what in the hell are you using this money for? You're buying this castle, so they're going after them, and VDARE is refusing to show their influence on Facebook, and so you're getting into all of this stuff where it's like, I think most people assumed it's just some kind of webzine run by old people, and it's just, like, okay, they've got this money, they buy a castle, they publish some dumb blog that's poorly edited, but there seems to be something going on. They were kicked off Facebook at some point, but the New York State is subpoenaing all of this information on what they were doing with these Facebook ads. Now, again, you could plausibly say that this is just a witch hunt against a group that's anti-immigration, kind of racist or whatever. But I don't know. I mean, I wonder if there's something else going on there, because I mean, it could all just be grift, but the the money involved and like this accusation of using Facebook funds, VDARE's excuse for not turning over the information is that it's too burdensome for them to do this as a mom and pop operation. Well, that, I don't know. If someone asked me to turn over, my marketing on Twitter, it would be like, I pay for this verification. And I think I have promoted a few things on my Substack before. I probably paid them like a total of, I don't know, $100 or something. I mean, I could turn that in very easily. It's not that hard. It would take 15 minutes. The fact that it's too burdensome to show your advertising on Facebook, I mean, what in the hell is going on with that thing? I have no idea. Same lawyer defending them is defending Ricky Vaughn as well. So there is a clear network going on there. Adam Frisch.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just tell you, what I know, and then kind of go from there. But like, so several years ago, Lydia, I think maybe like 2 years ago now, Lydia called me and was like, "What do I do about all these, crypto donations? Like, all my crypto stuff is being frozen right now." And I was like, "Well, usually that happens because the government's investigating you for something. Is the government investigating you for anything?" And she just sort of like paused, and there was like a pregnant pause on the line, and she's like, "No, no, no, of course not." And like was very like effusive about that. And I had been invited to their castle multiple times. I've always sort of found an excuse not to go. One of the things that I noticed too, like with Katie McHugh, she leaked all this stuff to Rosie Gray of BuzzFeed about me, supposedly being friendly with all these people, when I had the good sense not to go to any of their events. Yeah. Right. And I was invited to go see David Irving. And I was like, oh, give David Irving my best, right? Not out of any because I like him or anything, right? It's just because that's like a polite thing to say, right?
Yeah.
It's sort of like a polite brush off of like, yeah, I'm busy. Please don't invite me to the Klan rally, right? And because you don't want those people mad at you,
right?
So then, of course, she leaks this later to Rosie Gray of BuzzFeed, which is backed, very closely by the Israelis, which has lots of Chinese capital behind it, which I sued, went all the way to the Supreme Court, and the very compromised court ultimately decided not to take my case. A very expensive undertaking, by the way. Highly don't recommend that. But of course, if you look at BuzzFeed's stock, they're in the shitter. So anyway, so that backdrop for you is sort of how to understand this. Now, my understanding is that the Brimelow children and the Brimelow family are on the health insurance of one Rupert Murdoch.
Mm-hmm.
And that Peter Brimelow wrote a biography of Rupert Murdoch, which was never published. Now, there's lots of ways to see this, right? If somebody wrote a biography of you and never published it, with your consent and participation, but never published it, what would you think about that person, right? Is it a form of blackmail? Like, what's the real story there about why it was never published? Because it's quite an undertaking to write a book, right?
Oh, yeah.
And so you could think about all the interviews, all the tapes, all the hours, searching for the bon mot and all that good stuff, right? All the sort of like bullshit that comes with writing books or writing generally. The physical labor of the thing, right?
Oh yeah.
And then you think to yourself, would somebody like a Rupert Murdoch, what does he get out of that? Right? And the answer could well be he has a blackmail file on himself, which he can then readily share with people to build intimacy, to make them feel comfortable with giving him money, because then they could blow him up if they had to. That's sort of my theory of the case on it, which I admit is a bit far-fetched, but I don't think totally wrong, if I'm honest about it. And I think over time, you sort of think like, well, what is the real purpose of VDARE? You know?
What is the real purpose of VDARE?
Well, that's just the question.
Right. This is the way I would look at it. Another thing, real quick data point. So,
by the way, I don't fully know the story that's going on with VDARE and with Letitia James. If you might want to recount that, that could be.
I'll put up something. This is an SVLC article. I'll put it up in the Jumbotron. I actually looked at the filing itself. Let me. Do you tweet about this space? Is that how you put something up in the Jumbotron?
You can tweet it down below. If you see that little purple box, you can tweet to that.
Oh, I see.
And then you can share your tweets having done that up in the Jumbotron. That's one way to do it as well.
There we go.
At least that's how I typically do it.
Yeah. Another little quick data point. So Peter's daughter, who is college age, a little bit old, I guess she's out of college now. She was like a co-host of sorts on the Tim Pool, show, which is this, massive podcast run inexplicably by this moron. And they were just talking about weird stuff. I saw a clip of it, and I saw her face, and I was like, I know I've met her before, and then I figured it out. But they had Ann Coulter on, and they were talking about how we should invade Mexico to get rid of the cartels, which just seems like a totally bizarre idea. Most charitably, it's just kind of like a right-wing macho thing to say. But I don't know if there's something else to it. So the whole thing is just very connected. If I were to give a premise or on what is VDARE, I think it's, the best alt-right is the alt-right that you control. And the degree to which the mainstream right has imbibed the kind of alt-right of yesteryear and many of the attitudes, and they produce these like abortions or distortions of far-right ideas from 6 years ago. And they'll often present them through the people who were getting attacked. Like Matt Walsh, I can remember back in the day, was the ultimate cuck. He was being made fun of because he was anti-Trump. And it's like, oh, look at this guy. He's weak and he's kind of a hipster type. And, he's the ultimate cuck because he doesn't like Trump. And you fast forward 5 years and it's like Matt Walsh is the ultimate alt-right edgelord, who's doing these diatribes against transsexuals and so on. So they're able to adopt the opposition. Like the best opposition is the one you control, but the best opposition is almost the one that you are. You become your own opposition, and then you can make sure that the guidelines stay in place so that you're not going to go after Israel Likud. You're going to go after drag queens. You can kind of maintain something like that. I guess you could plausibly say, this is an ideological critique. You could say that VDARE is there to just kind of be this alt-right, white nationalist organization, but one that will always lead back to the Republican Party.
Yes, I think that's basically
one
correct.
explanation.
That's basically correct. I mean, obviously, Peter's son, I think, was also got in trouble with the Identity Europa. Right. There was sort of that issue as well. Yeah, I mean, what could I say about this? I mean, I think a lot of the white nationalists are very useful to a lot of different countries that want to cause chaos in the United States. And that they sort of look at these sort of fringe ideologies or fringe groups, and they assess them to see whether or not they should put their resources, time, attention, money behind them. And I think that you and I were sniffed at over the years, and that basically we were seen as too crazy, too self-centered, too unwilling to follow a script.
Unreliable resources, yeah.
Yes, and that basically that is a major reason why we were sort of cast out from this system.
Thank God.
Thank God, you know, but I could imagine a version of myself more pliant, more drugged out, more in an unhappy marriage or an unhappy life. I could imagine a version of myself that like went along with all of this shit.
Oh yeah. I said all this shit.
What's that?
I said all these talking points. I did all this shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
No question.
And I could see a version of myself that was basically encouraged in that way. You know, and I think that, as I said in my piece about Ricky Vaughn, is you'll find no shortage of people out there who will want to ruin you. Right? Like who basically want to destroy you because it's funny for them or because it's interesting, and they'll just discard you as assets. And
yeah.
I think that is the story of our time in a lot of ways. And maybe it's always been that way, but it certainly seems like it's becoming more that way as time goes on. And you sort of learn over time with a lot of these cults or figures that there's some sort of like major blackmail they have on people. So they dirty people up in different ways. Sometimes with women, sometimes with drugs. Whatever the thing is that you like, sometimes, you know, they'll figure out a way to dirty you up on it. And this is, I think, what was a playbook that was run on me. And it was somewhat effective until I sort of like came to my senses on a number of things and tried to turn the tables on them, at which point they came after me with everything they had. And I survived that. And now they spend their time trashing me on the internet and doing other various crazy things to me. Or trying to harm my businesses or harm me in different ways. And it's a kind of war that we're in. And I intend to win it. And with the help of our oldest president, who I did not expect to be an ally in this cause, who I had dismissed wrongly as some sort of like stupid Bill Clinton clone, which I think was stupid on my part. I think that we actually stand a fighting chance with the technical means, the sort of other countries now getting involved in the fight, to actually roll back a lot of these cult-like things. And we're seeing it with a number of states' attorneys general who are sort of acting independent of whether or not Washington will get involved. I mean, Letitia James is the same lady who took on the NRA and won.
Yeah.
And I think much the same thing will be happening towards the VDARE people.
I'm just curious. I mean, if it's merely an attack on a white nationalist or racist or however they want to define themselves group, then you know that is unfair, but whatever. I think VDARE is kind of really remarkably uninfluential. I don't ever see someone who sends me.
The question is, of course, what is its real purpose?
Exactly, that is the question.
And
I think
I believe that the castle there is a compromise engine.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So like you have to ask yourself a lot of the times, like these properties that are out there that these people have, right? So like let's just take like the crazy example of a Jeffrey Epstein. why would he have all these properties? Right? They have to serve. Think about like the maintenance that goes into like owning multiple properties.
Oh
Okay.
God, yeah.
So like I have 2 apartments right now. It stresses me the fuck out. Okay. And it's not pleasant. Let me put it that way. And I have family members that manage retail, manage properties, and they're always stressed out and bitching and moaning. So you think about Jeffrey Epstein owning like all these properties all around the world, or Peter Thiel owning all these properties all around the world, and how they have to have property managers, and those people get employed or whatever. And then you think about all the resources you would need to do all this stuff. And it becomes clear that like it's actually one of the best ways to do this is to be linked up in some sort of way with a state that can help you, place people with you, the whole bit. So then why would Lydia and Peter, Lydia 38, Peter 75, why would they own this castle? Now, there's one case to be made. They were in Connecticut doing all their Connecticut stuff. Life in Connecticut was quite expensive. They sold their home at the height of the pandemic. They then buy this property, which is, huge, lovely property in Berkeley Springs, West Virginia, which is like close enough to be close to the nation's capital.
Yes.
But far enough away not to get too many prying eyes. A good weekend retreat, if you will. Right? So the question is why? What's that all about? Now, there's a perfectly innocuous story that one could tell, which is that actually they're just very hardworking racists who enjoy the finer things of West Virginia. But nothing in my experience or exposure to Peter Brimlow has suggested to me that he might be the kind of soul that would be happy in a place like West Virginia. There are no symphonies there. There's none of this sort of like WASP accoutrements that come with like a certain type of lifestyle that one gets when one lives in Connecticut and it has proximity to New York City. So what's really going on? And I think, just as I say, that's the purpose of this organization. Or at least that was the hope for this organization writ large. And if you think about like, all right, so they get all these donations. Many of the donations seemingly come from crazy people in France or people who are connected with the Russians or who the hell knows, right? And they're given this money. Now, they could well not know that they're supposed to serve this function. There could be other people that go to all these events, and they'll be the ones encouraging people at the castle to not be their best selves. Which I indeed think that there's a lot of people who travel around with the Lydia Brimlow crowd and with the Peter Brimlow crowd that are not totally on the up and up. And we've sort of talked about some people we suspect might be involved with that in other places. But yeah, that's sort of my conclusion, looking at it just very like bluntly.
Well, there's some weird things. Just a lot of there was someone named Martin Rojas who I knew many years ago who ended up committing suicide. Apparently he died and there was no discussion of how he died, and he was quite young. He probably was 30 years old or something. He was a very screwed up person. I met him, but he was one of these just, incredibly prolific, if incredibly uninfluential bloggers, where you look at their whole work and it's like they've blogged 250 times and to almost no effect. Like I can't remember anyone telling me about something that he did that I need to read or something. It's just this content mill, very similar to Kevin Deanna. And he committed suicide. He was living in the mansion or castle, whatever. It's just odd. I mean, there are absolutely plausible explanations for that, but just I don't know.
Are there though?
Well, I'm trying to be as fair as possible.
I mean, are there though? I mean, come on now. Let's be
It
serious.
just gets strange.
Well, I believe that a major reason there's a lot of these publications that seemingly say nothing is that they are a form of money laundering that takes place. Because if you have a number of these publications, you can point when the Internal Revenue Service asks you if you're a charity or whatever, you could be like, why, yes, we produce the Claremont Review of Books.
Mm-hmm.
Why, yes, we write this this piece, on this subject or that subject. And I think that's probably true on some level, yeah.
Sure. Yes.
That's probably there's a level of truth to that I think is interesting, right? But is it though? Is it really true? And my takeaway, just thinking about this more and more, is that that's the fake cover, right? That maybe all of these things are really about people meeting each other and talking to each other in safe locations. And I think Silicon Valley is the same way, right? Like, I could never figure out why all these nerds wanted to have all these parties, right? Like, the whole point of being a nerd is to, like, read books and, like, and work on, like, nerd projects. And that's a very solitary kind of thing. Like, you don't go to
Yeah.
parties, right? Like, the bookish nerd that's, like, of of that sort of type is known for basically being, like, not in the sun reading books all day. And there are all these people that you meet at a lot of these conservative events that don't actually seemingly read much of anything. Or what they do read is, like, pieces that basically agree with them.
Mm-hmm.
There's no intellectual rigor there. So then it's sort of like, well, what is this purpose? And the purpose, I think, is a form of compromising people in different ways. So I think recently, I recently went to this event in where I was invited in New York, and the event was put on. It was a sort of like, pro free market nonsense kind of thing, and really I went because I knew somebody who was going to be there, and they're like, "Oh, why don't you sit here? Why don't you?" And they put me at the head table next to the head Hungarian consulate person. So he was like the head Hungarian, and he was just like peppering me the whole night with questions about my various work. And I was like, I'm just here to listen to the speeches. I'm just, and I said, they were like, kept pushing wine on me. Like, oh, surely you must drink. Like, why don't you drink? Like, what's going on with your non-drinking? And it was like they had gotten the memo that was out of date, that, like, maybe I still liked to drink on occasion. And they were trying to basically, like, get me liquored up to talk about everything I was working on and everything I was up to. And I later found out that the Hungarian gentleman that I was seated next to was got in trouble with the U.S. government for illegal espionage within the United States. And of course, the organization was funded by who? By Barry Side. So, of course, the guy behind the money behind the Federalist Society, and who gave his money, his $1.6 billion or however much it was, to Leonard Leo. Okay, fine. So there are all these fronts basically running within the Republican Party. And I think you and I had an early window on a lot of it because you and I seemingly live, like, slightly in the future relative to other people. And I don't know what that is about us. I've been trying to figure it out because there are clearly people out there who are like us, who live like 3 to 5 years into the future. And I don't know. It's always been this way for me, where I've just basically, seen things like slightly ahead of the curve or behind the corner or whatever. And then I've used writing as a vehicle to, like, talk about it. Or in some cases, I've just, I've used it as a way of investing. So, like, I'm very good at predicting movements in markets. And indeed, in venture capital, venture investing generally, it's actually a very, if you could just pick out these trend lines, you can basically make a lot of money. And it's sort of a way of testing whether or not you're insane, which I've talked about before in other spaces. So anyway, what could I say about this? I mean, my takeaway on this is that there are a number of these fronts running around doing front-like things, and that the U.S. deep state has basically had the view post January 6th that all of these organizations need to come under pressure. They need to be shut down. They need to be fucked with in different ways, and they will basically cheat, lie, and steal to achieve that objective. And I think they're right to do all of that, would be the answer I would say on that. So yes, is it unfair what's happening to Ricky Vaughn? Terribly unfair. Is it unjust? Is it un-American on some level? Yeah, probably. Is it necessary? Most assuredly. And I think that's where we are in the discourse, right?
Mm-hmm.
That we are not going to have these like Marcus of Queensberry rules anymore. We're not going to pretend. We're not going to like tell ourselves fairy tales about these various operations running within the United States. We're not going to go for free speech. Sorry, Parler, you can't store all the servers in Hungary or in Russia or wherever the fuck you ended up sticking them. Hungary, I guess, was Gawker. So yeah, that's the environment that we're in. And there is a sort of attitude that we are going to be pushing back on a lot of these things across the country and across the world. And in my view, it's long overdue. And to the extent I can be helpful to reporters, and I'm talking real reporters, not this sort of like whatever gotcha bullshit, like secret spies who actually work at various publications. We all know that those people exist too. I'm talking about people who like want to write books about these subjects, want to like do serious pieces for ProPublica or for, the New Yorker or all this sort of like, the serious publications. People who want to do serious work. I intend to help them on this stuff because it's a simple matter of self-preservation now. Like if BB can get up off the mat, right? I know full well they're coming for us, right? Like I know that like if there's not pressure brought to bear on these organizations, they're coming for me because they've come for me already, right? And they sort of like half succeeded. And so this is very much an existential question for me. And one where, I've basically come to the conclusion that like these spying services, I mean, these people came after me when I was like in high school, right? Like this has been going on like basically ever since I was a top student at my liberal prep school. And I think this is how it really works, is that a lot of foreign governments process the very smart, the very musically adept. I think that's why you saw Jeffrey Epstein was heavily involved with Interlochen, the musical school in Michigan. I think it's why they spend a lot of time looking for athletic talent and prowess, which is, I think, kind of what the NFL scandals are all about. How they pay these college kids, with all kinds of fraud that goes on with college athletics. So there's a sort of processing that takes place in this world. And the processing is done largely by foreign governments for the same reason that they seemingly know an awful lot about our natural resources. They also know a lot about our smart people within our society. And they sort of take advantage of us in different ways, manipulate us with money or promises of money. I mean, that's sort of how it's kind of the only way you can explain the Epstein donations, right, to all these academics. So anyway, that's what I've come to the conclusion on. And I think that we need to be sort of much more aware of how these operations really work within the United States. And I think that what's happening is we're getting like the Letitia Jameses of the world. These people are very much like beginning to push back. And, I've heard through the grapevine that Letitia James is black CIA or black, CIA adjacent, which is there's all these intel people who are, intelligence professionals that are blacks and elsewhere who are in the service of the government in different ways. And I think that she sort of fits that profile to a T. And if you'll recall, she ultimately declined running for governor. If you remember this, she sort of dropped out of the governor's race so that she could stay on as attorney general. And she gave a very cryptic response about why she did that. Basically, post January 6th, that there were all these things that needed cleaning up. So the question is, of course, is that what is going on with Letitia James and with the VDR people? And I suspect to you that it is. And I also think, in a certain sense, that the SPLC itself has gotten cleaned up as well. And I think partly that was because the SPLC was a front for the Russians and for the Likud Israelis that used it as a sort of place where it could deplatform various people without any review or any whatever. It was just a way it could bid people adieu. And I think that that story is like one of the more interesting stories of our time, is how this stuff really actually works. Not how we want it to work, but how it really works. That's my sense of it. So my takeaway on this, like just to put a bow on it, on this part of it, my takeaway on this in the last few years is that there is this sort of like war going on that, and I don't like using that word war because I think it's real, right? And it's a kind of covert war, and it's why people in the U.S. government advise me not to go to Europe right now, right? Because I wouldn't have top cover when I'm traveling around. I mean, people get assassinated and whacked, right, for all kinds of reasons. We saw the other day there was an American who was at GCHQ who was stabbed in the chest. Various companies that I've invested in and backed have been told to be under strict security review. The Russians and others have tried to invest in some of my companies ahead of this conflict, notably with Rebecca Mercer serving as a kind of front there. So this is real life. This is what's really going on. And I'm not happy about it. It just is what it is. You know what I mean? So it just, and I think what people are going to have to realize is yes, we are in a fight right now for the soul of the world and for the soul of the United States, as Joe Biden said. And, I think when you go back and you watch that speech that all the Republicans freaked out about, where he's got the Marine behind him and it's red or whatever. And it's that was a wartime speech.
Yeah.
And I don't think people really understood it as such at the time, but I did. This is a battle for the soul of America, and I'm calling on every American to join me. I mean, how can you not want to be a part of that?
Yeah.
If you're a red-blooded American. But then you realize, what did they do? They said the speech was evil, that it was terrible, and they focused all the time on the optics issue, right? So just like we talked about before, the kind of optics people who are all about we have to have good optics on this or good optics on that. And indeed, you see the same conversation around optics being talked about with the front, which is clearly what it is, of effective altruism. So these things, the cults change, but the language used to describe the cult stays the same, right? So that's the sort of frame that I've come across. But my sense over the next bit, so Teal is, I think, a key to a lot of this stuff. He writes about how there are no more cults in America in 0 to 1. I think there are lots of cults in America. They just happen to be tech companies. And there are so many cults throughout history that have had a business side to them, a business front. Just this past summer, I was in Waco, and I was traveling through Waco with my then girlfriend, and we looked up that there was this restaurant there in Waco that apparently had really great food and was really wonderful in all these ways. Well, we got there, and the woman, it just gave very strong cult vibes. And I said, to my then girlfriend, I said, "Hey, we got to get out of here." And she's like, "Well, why? Like, why do we have to get out of here?" And I said, "There's something very wrong here. I don't know what it is, but we got to go." And sure enough, I left there and Googled the name of the restaurant and is it a cult? And there was all this stuff on it about how it was in fact a cult. And so I think that there's a lot of obvious cults and there's a lot of non-obvious cults. And I think a lot of our Silicon Valley friends have participated in a lot of non-obvious cults that will only look obvious in retrospect. And in much the same way that cults are often used for foreign intelligence, in much the same way that cults are often used to money launder, right? The same thing is true here as well. And I think that is the untold story of Silicon Valley. And I think that story is going to be told whether people like it or not, as the Chinese money is drying up. That's where I think we really are right now. And I know people don't want to admit that. They want to tell themselves stories. They want to say, "Oh, Charles, you're too extreme. You are, what was one I heard the other day? You're accurate but not precise." And it's like, no, I'm not. I'm pretty clairvoyant on this stuff. I've seen this playbook run against me. I know how it works. I have the scars to prove it, and it's fucking real. And if you talk about it, and I mean, if you go and you watch Scott Adams, right? If you just like really watch him and he gets to the Middle East, he is like further to the right than Likud is, right? And then you start to chin stroke on that and you're like, why is that? Why is this like weird nerd cartoonist, from this part of things? And there are a lot more questions this poses than there are answers. Yeah. And you could think about all of the best-selling books that you've read, how many best-selling books are in fact not really bestsellers, right? There's all kinds of games that go on there where people buy the books. You could look at how like one of the few ways that Congress critters can make money is by writing books, right? And then you look at like how people can basically buy as many of those books, which is why none of the political books, all these politicians write these books, but no one actually seemingly reads them, right? That's a way of paying these politicians money, So that's kind of my takeaway in the last few years is that I sort of see how this game like really works. And I'm on some level kind of disappointed by it because it's like so pedestrian when you really sit down and think about it, which is it's all about money and it's about power. But it's also about something kind of much more fundamental, which is the way in which Americans are repeatedly taken in by con men. And maybe that's the real story of the United States of America on some level, right? That there's an element here of con men that sort of pop up and they're entrepreneurs, right? They're this, they're that. And Charles, you're just against innovation in Silicon Valley Bank, right? That's why they can't be regulated like normal banks because they're doing all this innovation and you don't want to paralyze the innovation economy. And then if you raise your hand and you sort of ask, what innovations? That's when you get blacklisted. That's how it works. Just to be clear about it. So that's sort of the environment we find ourselves in, sir. It's a very deeply depressing one, but I think it's ultimately going in the right direction. It's just there's going to be a lot of suffering between now and then. And candidly, I'm not entirely sure that I'll make it. I hope to, and I'll take care of myself as best I can to make it. But yeah, I mean, I met this Martin Rojas character. I knew him.
Oh, wow.
Do I think he was, what do I think really happened there? I have no idea. But there have been a whole lot of suicides of a lot of young right-wing men in the last few years, which is very strange.
Yeah.
And then you read these pieces You know, there's a lot of people who've been like Larry Greenfeld, dead, right? What's that about? Raised a lot of money for Claremont back in the day. His brother was involved in all kinds of money laundering activity. So I don't know. It's a very curious question, isn't it? But what's your sense on what you think might be going on the VDR thing? I mean, is your sense? I mean, what is your real read on Peter and Lydia? Because I confess that I don't really know what to make of all that.
I knew Peter. I mean, I guess I'm using the past tense. I did things with him. I mean, I was one of the co-founders of the Mencken Club, with Paul Gottfried, and Peter Brimlow would speak there. I attended a Charles Martel Society where Peter spoke at one point. I'm sure he's been back to that, so I've known him quite well. I mean, he wasn't my favorite person. I think he can be fun and a nice guy. He's often. I remember when I was kind of like a young intellectual entrepreneur of sorts doing these webzines. There was just something about VDare that just annoyed me. Is just constantly raising money and shutting down the sites and having all that. Oh, we need more money so that we can keep going, and it just struck me as just very petty and yeah, just kind of gauche, I guess. The site itself is very gauche, and there was also a kind of selfish quality to him. I don't know. It's just he didn't strike me. He struck me as someone who just kind of wanted to keep this thing going, wasn't terribly interested in real intellectual activity, and his wife is Lydia, perfectly nice, just kind of low class, to be honest, and just kind of not. I mean, I don't get what they are doing. I mean, they'll have these taglines like, "Oh, it's we're the ones, the last stand of the real American public," or something like that, and it's like you're running this blog, you know. You're not really doing anything. You're not generating any sorts of ideas. You're basically repeating over and over again that immigration is bad, and basically that anything that middle Americans do is kind of good and an expression of something. It's just very kind of insulting on some level. And I think the immigration issue is very important, terribly interesting, but just this endless whining about it, I don't think does really anyone any good. And just kind of playing along with things. There's no kind of like Fox News talking point or something like that that they won't just jump on and then give it a little immigration spin or something like that. They kind of misunderstand the demographic trajectory of the Republican Party, I think, to a large degree, in the sense, and the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party is becoming more suburban and white. I mean, I'm certainly not the first one to say that. The Republican Party is actually becoming more Hispanic, slowly but surely. It's a very small thing, but it is clearly happening. And so there seems to be this kind of disconnect between their basic ideology. I think their basic ideology was, because I don't even think they're actual white nationalists in the sense that they want their own white nation. I think what they are is a kind of, we're going to do the Southern strategy, which was a major overriding strategy for the Republican Party for decades, but we're going to do it with Hispanics. So it's now going to be the immigrants who are kind of evil. We want to keep welfare away from them, and you need to keep voting for the GOP, or the Hispanics are going to kill your dog or whatever. And I think that doesn't really work, and I think it doesn't, especially doesn't work in the age of Trump, in which Hispanics are moving slowly but surely to the Republican Party. But it just doesn't work in terms of really dramatic intermarriage rates between whites and Hispanics. It just doesn't quite work. Um, but yeah, I mean that's my impression. I guess it's mostly negative. I just, it's very hard for me to respect them in really any way, in the sense of it's not intellectually exciting at all. It's kind of these self-serving, what was their COVID take, that COVID is only bad for Asians, and so we shouldn't allow Asians around, or something like that, which I think might have been something like the opposite of the truth. They just have these just terrible, like completely myopic or tunnel vision views of the world. So I don't find it intellectually exciting. And then I don't really see it. I mean, again, I can only judge things on like what I see on my Twitter feed and what people might send me or what people want to talk about. I don't know the last time anyone's ever mentioned something said on that website. It's like a graveyard of ideas. So
Yeah, I mean, I
I know
think
I'm being
I
very
think
rude here, but this
it,
is
a
how
lot
I
of this
feel.
comes down to what you think 2016 was really about, and I confess that I never really believed it was ultimately about immigration. I know that that's what the story was that Ann Coulter and others wanted to tell, and it's a nice story, right? But I don't think it's a really true story. I thought that a lot of people, and remember, like Trump very narrowly won. And I think in many respects he won precisely because a lot of the Likud polling firms were pushing the idea that Hillary had it so far in the bag, right? So if people had thought it was a real race in 2016, would Trump still have won? I think not. Had the element of surprise, recall, right? So I think that there's a lot of stories about 2016 that I just don't, as somebody who was a participant in it, I just don't buy. You know, um, and I know we're not allowed to talk about that. We're supposed to believe it was like angry white men who were pissed off because they lost their jobs or whatever. I think a lot of it was Obama fatigue. I mean, who knows, right? Like why everybody voted the way they did. But Trump got like, not even 47% of the vote, right? So he just got it in the right states, and that was enough. So clearly there was some gamesmanship of the Electoral College. Clearly there was all these efforts in 2018 by the US deep state to run a number of candidates who were all intelligence connected in one way or another within both parties, by the way. And I think that these stories that they tell are very disturbing. Now, the last I saw Lydia and Peter Brimelow was at a wedding that I went to of Faith Goldie's in Czech Republic, in Czechia, and they were there, staying at a very nice hotel, and sort of talked to them a bunch. And Brimelow confided to me there had recently been some sort of attack on a Sikh church or Sikh temple or something. Do you recall this, in Wisconsin, by a truck driver? And apparently he had like lost his job to trucking, and the Sikhs were like doing a better job. This was at least like how Peter recounted it, and he thought that this was a positive development. This is a sort of like rise of a lot of our that this was a good thing in a lot of ways. That this was a sign that the revolution was at hand. That the white man was rising up against the brown man. Right. This was his sort of understanding of what was going on. And I sort of like talked him down from the ledge on that. I was like, I don't really know, man. Like, it could be true. He could be right that he was mistreated. Could just be crazy. Could just be, it's like hard to tell. And but he was very insistent that this was a harbinger of things to come.
Well, it's all rather kind of evil, and I didn't expect this space to turn into this, but um, I would, if you dare, if you be dare, go read Peter Bremelo's essay on the Buffalo shooter, and I have to say, I found it just utterly disgusting.
What
And
did he say?
he basically did the old "I denounce violence," which is, of course, as easy as denouncing male pattern baldness or leprosy or something. And then he went on to just basically justify the thing. And he said that the great replacement has occurred in Buffalo. And so it's only a matter of time before someone does something like this. Now, the great replacement that occurred in Buffalo, there has been demographic change in Buffalo. And it is not due to immigration, it is due to deindustrialization, people simply leaving Buffalo.
And presumably the weather plays a role.
Oh, obviously the weather plays a role. You can't. They don't have many ski resorts there, yet they have lots of snow. It's what I hear. But African Americans moved in, and whites moved to the suburbs or things like that. The story just is not about immigration at all. So the story is ultimately about blacks, if you want to make it a racial story. So why don't you just say that, as opposed to claiming that like we're being replaced in Buffalo? And I mean, I challenge any of you to read that and not see it as a justification of what happened. I mean, I'm sorry. I didn't want to do this. I've been kind of itching to talk about this and do a kind of podcast on it, but I just kind of refrained from doing it because I feel like a lot of people who appreciate me either would have no interest in it, or they would just be like, "Oh, you're just engaging in some infighting, and this is, you're bitter or whatever."
Well, it's
But
not infighting. I think increasingly I've come to the view that we're not on the same side.
oh, I am 100% of that view. But look, that you can kind of see that within a lot of these kind of mainstream Republicans, you scratch them and you find someone who is very eager to justify this kind of violence. And so I'll go find the actual piece, and you can check on me that I'm not misrepresenting it.
I
things,
seem to recall this at the time. I didn't read it, but I seem to recall it at the time.
Well, they show these graphs of like the great replacement in Buffalo. Whites are leaving, and so it's one of those things where the logic of the piece is an entire justification of the action. Not even all of these crazy 4chan memes that this character posted in his so-called manifesto. It's not even a justification of those, which can be justified to some degree. It's like the bell curve, IQ, all that kind of stuff. He was just cutting and pasting things that he picked up online. But it was a justification, ultimately, of the actions. I mean, if you believe in this great replacement, you want to keep telling people that whites are being genocided out of Buffalo, New York, then that sounds like, to me, like you're either justifying or encouraging someone to engage in this type of violence. And I don't know the degree to which it's conscious or whether it's kind of stupid or what exactly could possibly be accomplished by that. But it's just disgusting.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it comes down to what you think the purpose of these things are, right? And I believe that most shootings that take place in the United States are some combination of mental illness, foreign agitation. So I think people are identified and encouraged to do shootings by our enemies. And it then becomes a justification for further crackdown on our gun policy, which in turn leads to more instability.
Yeah.
Because I think a lot of people understand on some level that that we Americans have kind of always been kind of in a state of civil war. Sometimes it's hot, sometimes it's cold, but this is why, in some sense, we have federalism, was because we all don't really like each other all that much.
Yeah.
And I think this is a kind of tragedy of being an American, in some sense, that we sort of need conflicts or wars or whatever, terrorism, you know, maybe climate change, we'll see, uh, to basically get us all together and sort of build a cohesive national identity. And so the thinking is that, well, if everybody's buying guns all day, and recall further that like Kevin McCarthy's parents were gunsmiths, like a lot of people who own gun shops, including some friends of mine, by the way, are all like hardcore Republicans, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you increase the specter of violence, you in some sense put money into the pockets of those people, right? For the same reason that vegetarians don't own steakhouses, right? So you could kind of think about it in that context, right? That if you cause this instability, if you cause crime because of drugs, or if you cause, these larger issues, you sort of encourage people to move out to the suburbs or the exurbs where, lots of people own land, or there's lots of mobster activity going on, right, in the construction of the houses, the despoilization of the environment. So if you're doing all those things, and sort of pushing people out further and further into the burbs, you're sort of getting people to balkanize in a very serious way. And similarly, in the cities, if you're causing all this chaos, all this burning out, all this destruction, you can obviously just declare the area an opportunity zone. And if you hold the investment for 10 or more years, you can basically pay no federal tax. What a deal. Because everybody knows that the purpose of life is to avoid paying taxes, according to the Republican Party.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the sort of frame on this, is kind of how I've seen this over the last few years. And I think that if there are terrorist shootings, if there are sort of, mental instability where people gun each other down, and all the rest of it, if there is all that, which we're observing, the question is like, oh, isn't it interesting that it seems to coincide with all these like major policy things? I know Eric Garland is fond of mentioning that like Sandy Hook took place when we signed all of the sanctions on the Russians, right? Now, I do think there is a great replacement going on in this country. I won't deny that. In fact, I think that if you look at the mortality rates of white Americans, particularly white redneck Americans or evangelical Americans, they are dying at a very high clip, from fentanyl and from these other things. So if you were looking out into the world and you saw these Republican, rednecks dying, and in all these parts of the country, you need an explanation for that, right? You need a scapegoat for that. And Peter Thiel himself actually talks about the scapegoating politics. And it's much easier to scapegoat, the immigrant or the black or the whatever, the trans, I think, would be one thing now.
Yeah.
Than it would be to have a conversation about first how it was the Sackler family, AEI donors, of course, right? Republican Party donors, of course. The Sackler family tied in with China, with Purdue Pharma, that were involved in the operation to get all these, what they called pillbillies, okay, which is to say rednecks, who are genetically predisposed to being addicted to opioids than the rest of the population. And then you might have a conversation about like, what are the Sacklers? Who are the Sacklers? And you might have a conversation about how they were ethnically cleansing these people just so they could make a few bucks off of them. And that created the demand for the fentanyl that we're now seeing pouring across our border, which is increasingly killing us en masse. I mean, it's something like 10 to 20 9/11s a year, something crazy like that in terms of the death count. But they're quiet deaths, right? They occur where nobody's paying attention. They occur in a sort of despairing kind of way, and they occur, in the parking lot of the Walmart, right, or maybe the Safeway or whatever. They're, sort of talked about in hushed ways, right? And that is, I think, the story of our time, is this sort of ethnic cleansing that's been taking place of our rednecks. And there's lots of ways we could talk about it. We could talk about how they got mind controlled in different ways by Fox News, CNN before that, right? We could talk about how they're not a bookish people, how they like the pursuits that they enjoy, like fighting wars, and they're sort of our martial people, right? So if you're killing a whole bunch of the people who would fight a war, if we were to have a war, if you're killing a bunch of them en masse, maybe you reduce our force readiness, right, in different ways. So maybe there's a strategic imperative too for why China's killing a bunch of these people, using, of course, Netanyahu's technology. The cartels are sweeping and eliminating law enforcement, moles and others, and they're sort of they're bringing all these drugs into the United States, and maybe they're even using the planes of famous people, like, I don't know, the owner of this potential website, right? I don't want to be careful what I say there, because last time I did that, they banned me supposedly for life from this platform. So of course I'm back. I've been banned under the old regime, and I've been banned under the new regime. So I'm a good person, right? And of course, somehow I still have my account right after I wrote a bunch of stuff about David Sachs and Jason Calacanis in their family ties with organized crime. So yeah, we are in this sort of conflict, right? And the conflict is continuing. And the conflict is a story about how we have been led astray and miseducated and misinformed about the various things going on in our society. And you and I think, and Carrie, who's here as well, have seen these things, and Dana, who of course has experienced it in her hometown. We have not allowed the evidence of our eyes to mislead us, right? We've allowed it to inform us, because we have chosen to live in the real world and ask questions about the real world and our experiences in the real world. We've chosen to engage our minds and not, take the fentanyl or be addicted to QAnon on Facebook or join the metaverse or whatever. And it's not because I believe in like some special knowledge that we've been given. I'm not like a cult leader. I don't want to be a guru. It's not interesting to me. Frankly, like when I hear about all these like weird sex cults, it seems like a lot of work. It's just like on a procedural level. Like I couldn't even imagine having as many children as some of these guys do. And of course, again, who is a guy who's having a lot of children with multiple different women? Right? Who in our public discourse has 10 plus children, right? Right? And of course, who does he have them with? He has them with people who are connected to OpenAI in some sort of way, right? Or connected to other sorts of things. So what can I say about this? In the final analysis, the takeaway that I've come to is that we are in a period right now where people are building sense-making capabilities, either by having these kind of spaces where we're talking to each other. This is a sort of neighborhood watch, right? But rather than the neighborhood just being like, so-and-so's dog is shitting on my yard, or so-and-so blew up my mailbox or whatever, we're sort of having larger conversations about people that we met. We're sort of like making a kind of whisper network around the kind of abusive intelligence related things. And we're trying to be charitable. We're trying to present different alternatives, different possibilities for things we experienced or saw or read, right? So we're being in some sense charitable. But I think we're also in a weird way bearing witness to what is essentially going from being a Cold War to a hot war. And I take no pleasure in this. And in fact, I think it's, in large measure, I do these sorts of things and care about these issues at some risk or some concern for myself, because I, have a lot of people that I love that I don't want to suffer in the conflict that's coming. I actually, in a certain sense, I want them to be kind of asleep, right? They can hit the alarm clock. They can basically live their lives. They can run their little camps or live their little kind of pedestrian and suburban lifestyles, which is, I think, in some sense, the American dream is on some measure, being diluted and being happy and basically going to Little League and having playground dates with your kids and barbecues and all that sort of thing. All this sort of like pedestrian, quotidian aspects of everyday life, which I support. And I'm not a crass person in that way. Like I want people to have a good time. I want them to enjoy themselves. But I also think in some measure those things are kind of empty, right? They're sort of empty calories. And so I think that what we're seeing now is we're seeing a real conflict between the democracies and autocracies. This is the frame that Biden has chosen. And everything is sort of being made clear of who sits where, right? I mean, look at like how much the public esteem of the Silicon Valley has taken a real beating this week, right? I mean, we basically, by looking the other way on a lot of their weird behavior over the years, we basically narrowly dodged a banking crisis, which we may yet experience, right? And what were a lot of them doing? They were cheering on the bank run, or they were participating in the bank run, or they were demanding a bailout, or they were, and so on and so on. But of course, nobody asked the larger question of like, who the fuck are all these people? Why have they been doing this? What have they been engaged in? Why is John Peters, the chief auditor, like of Silicon Valley Bank, why is he, working for an Israeli company before he came here? Oh, and he's also not just the chief auditor, but he's also responsible for all the international money that's coming in. Okay, that's normal, right? So there's a lot of this stuff where you're just sort of like, this is very strange. This is a very strange dynamic, one that I think we need to be sort of mindful of.
Yes.
But I think what I've come to the conclusion on in the last few years is that people are getting it. People are waking up, and I kind of look at so there were two movies this past year that I think exemplified a lot of our culture and sort of the Chimerica culture to some extent. One was the Everything Everywhere All at Once thing. Have you seen this yet? The one that won the Oscar?
I heard it won. I haven't seen it, no.
So it's quite good. It's sort of crazy and strange, and it's about family and about fantasy, and it's about like the immigrant experience as Chinese in the United States. It of course depicts the IRS as evil, which is like kind of interesting if you're a Chinese mobster, I suppose on some level it is, where you're running some sort of shady laundromat. So that's sort of one cut on it. The other one is The Whale, right? The Brendan Fraser piece, and it's about a sort of fat guy who like tries to change his life. And I don't want to give anything away about the two films, but I think they're basically both about, one is about China and one is about America. And The Whale is basically us as a society too fat to function, right? That means well, but is basically ashamed of what it's become, and which has no choice, so the character of Charlie is the guy. Charlie of course means a free man, and he's a reclusive and unhealthy English teacher, and he's basically eating his way to a slow death, and that is of course like where we're really going as a society. We're basically ashamed of who we've become. We're sort of basically on our way out of life. And yet, I think that is not the whole story, right? In many respects, what's happening now is that we're waking up, right? We are basically what can I say about this? We're going to have a different ending than the ending of The Whale, right? We're not going to go and be snuffed out, as our daughter reads to us, right? We're going to have a different version of the story. We're going to, wear aviators and sign treaties with our closest allies in Coronado, right? We are going to, we're going to be building kick-ass technology, and we're going to tell ourselves a different story. And I think that is what is such a hopeful thing about this time that we're in, is that there's all kinds of stuff coming up. And a lot of it is happening, like, as you say, in Montana and in far-flung parts of the country. It's not in the so-called innovation zones or whatever of Silicon Valley. It's, in the Imperial City and its environs, which is where I'm prisoner or inhabitant, depending on your point of view. And this is basically what's happening right now. I mean, you look at all these cases that are being solved, all these crimes that are being solved right now. You look at kind of the pushback that's going on, and it's quite telling, that we're pushing back on a lot of these issues. I mean, the part of the reason the cartels are fighting with each other is because they realize that, like, we're coming, we're busting them, we're arresting them, we're putting them in jail, you know.
Yeah.
So if you just, you just read the Twitter account of the DOJ. I mean, I first started talking to the FBI about Miles Kwok in February 2018 or so, and here he is being indicted, arrested, and put in jail March, 2023. Now, justice delayed is justice denied, admittedly, but at least it's finally justice, And I have hope. I have hope that if people like us are gathering together as friends and neighbors committed to the truth and the evidence, that maybe we can basically lead our leaders to go and actually, like, solve some of these other problems. And I think to some extent it's working. To some extent it's working. And but I do wonder why it was allowed in the case of Guo Wengui. I mean, $1 billion. It's a lot of money. And that's what he's accused of. And that's just at least $1 billion, right?
Yeah.
So that's a pretty interesting thing, a very interesting thing. And by the way, I've noticed there's all these anons that whenever you and I talk about these subjects, they come and they sort of like tone police us, or they sort of like, it's very interesting. They like seemingly come out of nowhere. They always have like avatars of some like weird thing in history. It's like, this one I was just looking at the other day, this Mayor J. Islinger, Mayor, town of far away, town model. If you have a garden and a library, you have everything you need. And has a Bitcoin address and sort of all these pictures that are up. And it's just sort of like pessimism and doom and whatever. And so we have all these, whenever you and I seem to get together, we seem to always attract a crowd of these people. And they always seem to like follow us, and their accounts are invariably all the same. Almost like they're part of Team Jorge or whatever, basically pushing a certain view of the world. And I think this is why they're losing, right? They had to control Twitter because increasingly they couldn't control it. So they had to rely on Elon to buy it for them. And of course, it's not working, right? The business is sort of collapsing in different ways. Just today, we see a lawsuit over Tesla violating the right to repair laws. We sort of see an FTC attack on Tesla. And, we see this story. Tesla walks away from public funding for superchargers because of payment integration issue. Survey suggests that Elon Musk's tweets may damage brand. Vancouver driver says Tesla app let him drive another man's car. The fuck? So, I mean, what can I say about this, right? Like, this is the most supposedly innovative car of our time. And we see, there's this sort of question of Tesla's connections with the drug trade, Tesla's connections with all this other stuff. And I believe that we'll basically be vindicated on that too. Those of us who filled out reports, those of us who made a big deal about it, I think we'll be vindicated there too. And it's not normal to give $5.6 billion to, $5.7 billion to a Russian poker player backed by the Chinese mob. It's not a normal thing to do, And eventually, you can only do so many crazy things if you're an eccentric person, if you're crewed up with the state. This is just the reality of being a weird person, which is that like you either get put to death by the state because you're too weird and the state doesn't want you, particularly in times of crisis, right? And we're in a time of crisis. Whether we want to admit that or not, I think is really, we're sort of lucky it's not, visited upon all of us like it is with the Ukrainians, but we are in a time of crisis. The world is shifting on the macroecon pretty fast and pretty precipitously. I mean, we just had the second largest banking collapse in our nation's history. I mean, it's kind of like, it's not a joke. It's like real deal. And so anyway, that's sort of where we are right now, right? As we sort of think about these problems, and we think about the politics around them. But I think basically the long and short of it, I've come to the conclusion that like, we'll probably make it. It's probably going to, as we sweep aside the people amongst our society that have been selling us out and screwing us in different ways, right? As we sort of push back in different ways, things are changing, and you can kind of feel it in the air if you're paying attention, right? Like the SPLC is like actually producing good journalism all of a sudden. Rolling Stone is producing good journalism all of a sudden. Hell, even the Daily Beast is like behaving itself. And all of this is because there have been sort of pressure brought to bear on these publications, on these properties by what we might call a deep state. And I think if you look at our tech companies, increasingly they're behaving themselves too. Now there are a lot of problems with them. I won't deny that. But there's a sort of work going on that's cleaning these things up little by little. And the fact that there's so much propaganda around OpenAI and around ChatGPT-3 and how all the crypto people are now shilling the AI stuff, it's kind of a tell that like that's going to fail too, and that basically Microsoft is going to get turned, not unlike some of the other properties out there, not unlike Google was turned by U.S. intelligence, or Amazon, has always been sort of close to U.S. intelligence. Facebook, of course, got rid of Sheryl Sandberg, brought in, Mike Clegg. So I'm increased, or what's his name, Clegg? Not Mike Clegg. What the hell is Clegg's first name? Nick Clegg. So I think we're seeing a change, and I'm very optimistic about what's going on. Obviously, all these supposedly smart people that were in Silicon Valley that have lost their job, well, now they're going to go and find some meaningful work to do. Maybe they'll even work on something important, right? And maybe now that their bank is gone, the one that was giving them all the low interest loans to basically bid up the price of California real estate, maybe they'll now be able to afford a house with a new job. Or maybe they'll move. Maybe they'll move from California back to the heartland, right? Which is where all the new factories are being built. I don't know. It's a very unclear question, but I myself am much more optimistic than I've been in a while. And I think, you and I have experienced a lot of the same things. I know Carrie and I have experienced a lot of the same things. The fact that these things were all done to us, right? The fact that they were being done to Eric Garland and, to a number of people who are sort of raising questions about these people, that's a kind of tell to me that this stuff is actually like a lot weaker than we thought it was, right? A lot of us are just saying, no, enough of this shit. Like, fuck you, Bibi. Like, we're not going to follow it. A lot of Israelis are saying that, protesting out in the. I mean, they couldn't even find an LL to fly him because all the pilots were refusing to participate. It's pretty incredible. And yet our Republican Party is totally silent on all the corruption within Israel. I mean, Bibi and his son are the criminals that they say that Hunter Biden is. Hunter and Joe Biden is. And, they always kind of like attack you for what they're doing themselves. And that's kind of where we are right now. And I think what will happen is over the next few years, people will slowly roll back a lot of these operations. Some of them will be kind of terribly unfair because there'll be people who get hurt in the process. And that is an unfortunate reality of the conflict that we're in. And I actually, in some sense, I regard Ricky Vaughn as a sort of unnecessary casualty, but he is going to be eaten by the machinery of the system. Of this, I have no doubt. And I think to some extent he was already a dead man. So to some extent that he's done. Right, he's sort of captured in all those ways. And I think the smarter people around 2016 have gotten the memo of like how the world's going to be. They've gone in a different direction. And I think that is a very encouraging thing indeed. But what's your sense, Richard?
Charles, and people say I ramble.
Oh, I'm a rambler at 4:41 in the morning. I'm definitely a rambler at 4:41 in the morning.
I appreciated the speech. I agree with so much of it, and I am. Yeah, I know this sounds almost horrible, but I've been more optimistic since Russia's invasion of Ukraine, to be honest. And I obviously don't support it, and I obviously recognize intense human suffering. But I did feel like it was also a wake-up call. It was a kind of direct confrontation in a way that the American government could understand it. It was a retro type of conflict where we're going back to the Cold War, although even more intense than much of what happened during the Cold War. And I did feel like it was an opportunity, and I still do think it's an opportunity for people to get serious about things and recognize that there are enemies out there. There's something to conserve and protect, and that we're not just this platform that you can just run roughshod over, and that this stuff isn't a joke as well. Extreme
I agree.
disinformation
I agree with
affects
you.
your own security, and I've had a certain degree of optimism, really since that day, and it hasn't played out exactly how I thought it would, but it's I think we've been moving forward since then, and
I'm somewhat shocked at how poorly run the Russian military is.
Oh, everyone is.
I mean, but even still, it's pretty shocking. I mean, like, they don't have enough rubber for the tires for their trucks. I mean, are you kidding me? Just like basic bitch shit of running a military. And then, of course, I'm quite shocked at how the Ukrainians are actually like not pussies and actually fighting and putting up real numbers.
Oh yeah.
It's and I should have known better because I know like a number of Ukrainians and they're all crazy. Like they are like 100%. Like I knew somebody who went back to Ukraine and he's now like in the military intelligence. He was a sort of friend of mine and in the tech world. And I was like, why are you going back? Like you've lived in America for the last 20 years. And he's like, because this is the adventure of a lifetime. Like, how could I miss this?
Mm-hmm.
And of course, like, he had all these delusions that he was going to like hold a gun and like whatever. But this is a guy who's like fairly smart. So he's like obviously going to be put into military intelligence or something like that. Their equivalent of the CIA or whatever. And that's indeed what he's doing now. So I think there's a lot of people who were given an opportunity here to really like reset the story of their lives. And I think the Ukraine conflict, I think, will be more meaningful in a lot of ways for a lot of us than the Iraq and Afghanistan wars were.
Yeah.
Because I think people are now getting like, oh, there are these ops running. Like you're not a crazy person for talking about it. But I don't know. What's been your assessment of sort of how it's been progressing and where do you think it's going to go? I mean, we're now a year in. Where's it going?
And people I've talked to, I think many people expected a more swift collapse of the Russian economy by now. I mean, I've heard nonsense coming from the dissident right about how Russia is as strong as ever, and the sanctions actually help Russians and things like that. I think Tucker Carlson has said such a thing. Obvious nonsense. At the same time, we haven't seen this massive, swift collapse of Russia. Like I was hearing from people who have had good perspective on this in the past. We also haven't seen extreme escalation in the way that I also thought. So I think that, yes, the Russian economy is bad. The army is excruciatingly incompetent. All of those billions sent to buy off Ukrainian military officials, or the billions sent around the world, haven't done really much of anything to affect this kind of stuff. I think Putin definitely expected a 2-week war, maybe at most. And I think he expected, understandably, I guess, a response much like in 2014, where he got some denunciations and then everything was okay afterward and no one really did anything. And I don't think he was planning on this. But I think we're kind of in it for a very long slog. I don't think we're going to have like tactical nukes or anything like that right away. There was that interesting case with the drone that happened today or yesterday. But I don't think America is going to quite, or NATO is going to quite get into the fight yet. But yeah, I mean, I think we're in the kind of middle period of this war. But I do think the outcome at best will be a reiteration of the Cold War. And at worst, but I do think this is fairly likely, I do think there will be direct conflict between NATO and the Russian Federal Republic. I think that is really only a matter of time.
Well, I mean, isn't it already happening, if we're just honest about it?
Oh, it's effectively happening. I mean, look, there was a talk, a year ago about a no-fly zone in Ukraine and all this kind of stuff. I think that actually would have been a very good thing. It would have basically stated, it would have been a kind of German solution to the Ukraine problem, where we said, okay, we're accepting these battle lines where they are. We're going to enforce a no-fly zone, so there's effectively West Ukraine, which is integrated into NATO and perhaps ultimately the European Union. And we are not giving up, but we are kind of accepting a certain type of stalemate. I think that would have been a good solution. But again, the Ukrainian army was outperforming all expectations. But how long can we really be at this? I mean, Putin has a lot of cannon fodder he can throw at this thing. He can keep this going for some time, clearly. And, at some point, you just have to really draw a line in the sand. And also, Russia has made it very clear on television and in public statements that they are at war with NATO right now. That is how they perceive the conflict. And there's been some misinformation about, the Ukrainian army was destroyed immediately and the Russia is actually fighting NATO now. That's actually something you'll hear on their television networks. But I do think this is really a matter of time. And if Biden has failed at something, I think he hasn't really articulated a strong vision for this type of conflict. And the support for Ukraine has gone down. It's gone down significantly among Republicans. I think actually it's either 50-50 or a majority of Republicans believe that we're spending too much money on Ukraine. So it's a tenuous situation. And I don't, and it's kind of been out of the news a little bit, uh, over the past few months, but I don't think Biden has articulated a endpoint and a vision for these kinds of things. Just saying, this is what you can expect. This is what victory looks like. This is why we're doing this. We're in this for the long haul. This isn't going away. He hasn't really been able to articulate
Oh, I
that
don't want
type
him.
of
I
thing.
don't want him talking about it at all.
Okay.
Yeah, I want him just being supportive in whatever way he can be. And I think in many respects, I think what will happen is this is just a war of attrition now.
Yeah.
And the Russians have invested a lot in psychological operations, and those psychological operations are being brought to bear in the United States. And that's indeed what you see in the polling. That's sort of my read on it.
Yeah.
I don't think that if you really took Americans aside and really talked to them, that many of them would oppose the Ukraine war.
Well,
and I think
these
DeSantis.
psychological operations, I mean, they have had a tremendous effect, particularly on conservatives.
Yeah, but conservatives are not really in power, right?
Yeah.
So when you don't have the responsibilities of power, you can believe whatever you want to believe because it doesn't really matter.
But they could be in power.
Do you really think that conservatives are coming back into power anytime soon?
I'm trying not to be overconfident on this matter. Yes, if someone asked me to bet, I would absolutely think Biden can win re-election. There's no question about it. But we also don't recognize like the amount of spaghetti that is going to be thrown against the wall in the coming year. I mean, it's going to be an escalation. 2016 seems tame and quaint in comparison to what was going on in 2020. And 2020, the Hunter Biden laptop, the Stop the Steal movement, J6, I think that's going to be tame with what they have planned.
Maybe. I'm of the view actually that their infrastructure is being all ripped out right now and will be over the next year, and that the GWO stuff is a part of that. So I'm actually much more optimistic about this. I think the collapse of Netanyahu, which was something that I didn't think would be as imminent as it is, I thought basically that I basically thought that when Netanyahu came back into power that I was like seriously fucked. And it actually seems like the whole world has risen up against him in different ways, including China for that matter. China's relationship with Iran and Saudi Arabia as a way of isolating Israel. And the Emiratis have nowhere to go but towards the United States. The Qataris are with us and the British. So, I'm actually of the view that the geopolitics on the ground now are actually moving towards a kind of equilibrium and stability. But I think that there are lots of players that are very desperate. And desperate people do desperate things, particularly when they're looking at jail sentences or they're looking at other things in their life being quite miserable. And so I think what Biden needs to figure out how to do is how to give the enemies a way to save face. And that I think that will be basically what the 2024 campaign will be about, is him basically figuring out a way to negotiate, or to basically remove the sins. I think you're going to hear a lot of discussion about the Civil War in the next year and how we mended fences in the Civil War. There's going to be a sort of push towards a national unity. You can kind of get a sense of that to some extent by Sheldon Whitehouse. I think there's going to be a lot of discussion about the various sides of the world and about the Federalist Society. I think that that's going to be a very important part of that discussion. But yeah, I mean, in the main, I'm actually pretty confident that
But the right doesn't want to do any of this stuff that you're talking about.
Well, the right isn't in power and won't be.
Well, okay. I mean, I again, I'll just repeat what I said. I mean, I guess if I were a betting man, I would agree, but it's just I would not get terribly overconfident about that, and
I'm not
wouldn't.
overconfident. I'm just observing it, right? And
Yeah,
like the sensible right wingers, those few that there are left, are with us. You
yeah.
know, Mitt Romney, Bill Cassidy. I mean, we could go down the list of senators, right? And do you think they're going to get more with us or less with us as there's escalations and more desperation on the part of the Russian
I just don't
States?
think you can ultimately defeat like the intense stupidity at the heart of the Republican Party.
Well, I mean, I think that a lot of the times they look for their leadership, right? And right now, their leadership haven't been humiliated yet.
Yeah.
A lot of people back Trump because he's a winner, right? That's sort of so when Trump lost, that was they had to create a whole narrative around why he didn't really lose.
Right.
That was the game, right? And we all kind of know that that was the game, right? That they sort of like had to lie about what happened.
Yeah.
So my sense, just looking at off with it, is that I think that what's going to happen is the Republican Party is going to be forced to recast itself, and whether it wants to or not, and there will be a bunch of these people that are politically homeless for a while, you know, wandering around like fentanyl addicts or whatever, you know.
Well, how can we test in the near term whether you are right or I am on this? Like I think one thing that we should look out for is a kind of new version of Q. And I think
Yes, very much agreed. Yes, I agree with this.
QAnon itself, I would imagine that it has been so demeaned that it's a shell of itself and really can't be useful.
I think we need to start hunting the influencers for sport.
Mm.
I think we need to just go through them all one by one, and just expose them and research them and humiliate them. Who are their parents? Who are they fucking? How are they making money? What are they doing with their themselves and their lives?
Mm-hmm.
And we need to stop treating them like they're ideological actors that we just disagree with and start treating them like they are for actors operating under the orders of a foreign power to complicate and collude our sentences. Our
Yeah.
sense making. That's sort of my sense on it. That we have to sort of treat them like they're toxic emitters, or that they are, that they're a real threat to us, because I think they are.
Definitely.
And I think that would be, I would think that like Andrew Tate as the beginning of an attack on the influencers and the gurus, or the loss of Scott Adams, right? His sort of cancellation. I would see that as a beginning sign of that we're really pushing back in a lot of ways. I would say the success of OpenAI or its sort of failure, that will also be a tell of which one of us is right.
Mm.
I think OpenAI is very much a bullshit engine. And if you believe that we're entering a period where there's going to be a lot more push towards proper sense making, then maybe you believe that OpenAI is going to be turned back, right?
Mm.
So that would be so. So the question is, which technologies are going to help in sense making, and which technologies are not? Which ones are getting more funding? I would look for a lot of the larger oil companies switching sides and moving towards Biden, right? And I think you got a sense of that with the Alaska situation, where basically Biden okayed a major oil project there against the protestation of a lot of environmentalists.
Mm.
So those kind of things.
We'll see.
My only concern looking over this more is that I don't know how the cyber stuff plays. Because that's where the Russians are really expert.
And what would that look like?
Total chaos in our system. More train derailments, more power stations going down, all that kind of thing. And they are trying to do that, right? We saw that Russian guy who was arrested trying to blow up our power stations. All the white nationalists being fired up to do mass terrorist attacks.
That is going.
Oh, that's at hand right now, I think.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And
I
I
mean,
think
that shit show in Ohio last weekend. I mean, yeah, were there, that was a kind of dress rehearsal for something.
What happened in Ohio?
It was an extremely ugly scene. It's the Proud Boys plus Patriot Front plus just outright neo-Nazis attacking a drag queen story hour of some kind. I was joking with don't in my experience, it's very hard to find an actual drag show. Like, where are these things that conservatives are talking to us about?
Well,
I mean, I
it's
even
funny you mentioned that. So my cousin, who I mentioned before, owns a furniture business in Fells Point area and in Baltimore. He has a sort of bearded gay man who works for him, who is also a drag performer at a local gay bar on the weekends, as one does, I suppose. You know, no criticism meant to the fellow. I hope he and the other fellows have a good time. But he was saying that he was like actually worried about it in the context of all these crazy people showing up at these.
There's no doubt. I mean, look, they showed up to this thing in Ohio. They had signs that there will be blood. All this talk about pedos get the rope, and I mean, it was extreme harassment, and it borders on on our expansive conception of free speech in this country. I mean, it's just, you don't ultimately have a right to just simply harass people and threaten them. And, I know the Westboro Baptist Church can say, God killed your gay soldier son or whatever outside of a funeral, which is rather toxic, but there is a line. And what I also notice is that, much as in Charlottesville, all of these groups were working in unison, and in unison with the GOP as well. So, like Michael Knowles, Mr. Ben Shapiro knockoff, or discount Ben, basically, he's calling for the eradication of transgenderism at CPAC, and then neo-Nazis who probably hate him and think, who consider him some, Jew and all this kind of stuff. They're saying the exact same thing. There's no real difference. I mean, it's a very different dynamic, in fact, to the dynamic of the alt-right in 2015 or 2016 when we were attacking conservatives. Now they're really in line. And yeah, it's a serious thing. I mean, if you look at that as a kind of dress rehearsal, that is spreading chaos. And they have the force of religion behind them. I mean, they're not just, say, like, protesting against guns or protesting for the, don't remove the Civil War statue or something like that. They're basically denouncing these people vehemently as the devil himself. And so, I mean, that's a much more motivating standpoint to be in. And so I mean, they can do something on this. I mean, maybe the thing that is, I don't know, I don't want to get too ahead of things, but like, maybe the new QAnon is going to be something like this. It's going to be this, it's not even going to be QAnon, which had its own kind of theology, and there's a kind of game aspect to it of like, can you figure out the drop? how are your exegesis skills tonight? Because you're gonna read between the lines and between those lines, in fact, as well. I don't know. I mean, maybe the QAnon for 2024 is just going to be like crazed lunatics attacking what they deem to be, immoral Satanist or something, just to kind of cut to the chase, direct assault. And it's being okayed effectively by the conservative movement. And it's going to be done by these much more marginal groups, like Patriot Front and Proud Boys, what's left of them, etc.
What do you think? What will happen if like a number of these substations start going down? I mean, it seems to me
They've done that.
Americans won't really tolerate that, right?
Yeah. I mean, you would think. I believe there's one example of people shutting down a power station to stop a drag performance. But again, Americans might very well dislike this, but like this is the logic of this, Flight 93 revolution, the empty revolution that we've been talking about. They don't I mean, Americans didn't ultimately like invading the Capitol and, trudging mud into the, hollowed ground and putting their feet up on Nancy Pelosi's desk. I mean, I don't think they really liked that, but they kind of taught themselves to defend it and apologize for it. So I could see something.
I don't know. We had one election in a midterm since then, right? And the Republicans just got like absolutely crushed, right? Notwithstanding.
Yeah, I agree. Surprisingly so. I mean, they did so much more poorly than was expected. It's remarkable. I would definitely agree with that. But this is bigger, I mean, 2018, that's no one remembers 2018. That's kind of gone by the wayside.
Or I mean, 2022. I mean, 2022.
Yeah, well, I was talking about 2018 as just an example. I mean, 2022 as well. I think people are already over the midterms in many ways. I mean, I think we're headed to something really bombastic.
What do you think? So, other than the Patriot Front stuff and all these kind of like attacks on drag shows, what do you think the other sort of story will be?
God, it's just so difficult to predict these things. What is going to be the real motivating factor? I don't know. I can't quite see it yet.
I think the Silicon Valley stuff is going to get increasingly crazy.
In what way?
They're just going to lose their shit even more, and they won't get as many support for a bailout or for protection of them. That basically the story around Silicon Valley innovation is going to be exposed as a lie.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that will happen with a number of these companies. Kumar and I were talking earlier about Varda Space, the sort of space startup set up by this weird Bulgarian guy who was an investor in like Ease or like one of those marijuana startups, and now he's doing like space shit. And he supposedly got a contract from the U.S. Air Force, and the U.S. Air Force is of course deeply compromised by the Israelis and by other players there, particularly their fund allocation program. So there's a lot of these like fake startups operating right now, and eventually they're going to run out of cash, and so we're going to see them like wandering around the scene, desolate, like zombies of some sort. That would be one frame. I think that basically the Chinese are not going to be pushing all that much, other than sort of they're going to push a lot of. We're going to spend all of our time focused on Taiwan when we really need to be spending our time focused on Indonesia, because they're going to clearly try and topple the government there, which they see as increasingly anti-Chinese.
Interesting.
So the fight is going to be about Southeast Asia. not about Taiwan or Korea or Japan. So, and then I think Norway is going to be increasingly dominant in our conversation. You know, they provide something like 30 to 40% now of the gas of Europe. That's going to be quite interesting to see how that develops. And then we have the British elections coming up. And I think Keir Starmer is going to win them pretty decisively. Yes, an actual election as opposed to an internal fight within the Tories. Did you watch the AUKUS display?
The what?
The Albanese and or Albanese, or however you say his name, and Biden, the whole unleashing of the nuclear submarines. A sort of announcement of that. It was a pretty great speech, I've got to say, on the part of the president and on the part of the two prime ministers that were there. I thought they all kind of acquitted themselves well. And, you know, the sort of optics of these giant, you know, giant Australian, giant American, and giant British flags in Coronado, sort of sunny Coronado overlooking the Pacific Ocean. The sort of optics of that are like, listen, motherfuckers, we're coming for you if you keep this shit up. And I thought that was pretty interesting and pretty amazing to watch. And of course, you know, like those submarines are going to be built with Rolls-Royce, right? Rolls-Royce is being repurposed here, right? They're not going to be building gas-guzzling cars. They're going to be building submarines for our Pacific Fleet. I thought it was kind of interesting. I thought it was I think we'll look back on that speech as a very important speech for the history of the geopolitics of what's to come over the next 20, 30 years. It had a very Yalta feel to it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was interesting. I mean, I don't know, Dana, did you watch it? What was your sense on it?
I thought Biden made us look like you don't want to fucking ever touch us.
Yeah, it was actually one of the best speeches I think I've ever seen him give.
And it was beautiful to watch the other two feel so proud to be the other two with him, with the world, that they gave them powers. That was superpower. It just was a fantastic. It was beautiful, the whole thing. The photography.
I thought it was very interesting too how he's wearing sunglasses, his aviators the whole time. I thought that was the image of it was pretty hard to resist. And then he even had this stuff where he was like, "Oh, all these sailors behind me, can I tell them to be at ease? I guess I can. I'm their commander in chief." It's very his lighthearted, off the cuff Bidenisms, or his sort of backslappingness. I thought that really worked in the speech.
Well, the angle of the camera looking kind of up at him to the side, kind of like, you know, that asymmetrical, but up, like, look at this man.
Yeah, the stage direction of it I thought was really interesting. I've never seen anything kind of like that before. It was there was clearly a lot of thought and attention to how everything should look, which is kind of something you don't really get with a lot of speeches. So
I will say that they did that under Trump, even though I don't like to admit that. I think that the one where he was at Mount Rushmore, as kind of creepy as it was for me, it was a powerful, the way it was done through the camera and the lens.
Yeah, but I mean, the question is there was clearly some art direction around the Trump stuff, which was all about stealing the optics of the presidency, right, for his own gain.
Sure. I'm not comparing them. I'm just saying that the photography of it, the way the camera was being used.
Yes,
it was powerful.
I think that's right. Yeah, I think there's
I don't
clearly
mean it was good, positive. It was just powerful.
Yeah, it kind of gave me the feel too. Like the Bukele speech that came out today was another example of this kind of where they're producing these propaganda films, not necessarily in a negative way in the case of the Biden speech, but there's clearly a lot more attention being made to how these politicians appear to come across.
I've noticed that too, especially in the last just 2 weeks.
Yes.
They need to continue it.
There's a lot more style there.
Yeah. So, it's almost like they brought Weinstein in, huh?
Yeah, or something. Yeah. Yeah, he
The
gets out of the
Oscars.
cage. He gets out of the cage that he's in to advise his punishment is he has to help Biden on speeches.
I'm just like the
Yeah.
photography. It was just so fantastic. We need to find out who actually is the person doing the videos. That would be good to know.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I think we've gone on kind of long enough, and it is somewhat late or early, depending on your point of view. So I think what we'll do is we'll do probably one more of these this week, maybe tomorrow night or on Friday night, and then we'll sort of keep apprised. I think I'm probably going to write something more on Ricky Vaughn because I think there's more to be said there about a sort of necessary, useful
Join Charles's
sacrifice.
Substack, people. It's so good. His
Oh,
writing
well,
is fantastic.
thank you. Yeah, it's been a very interesting week, just in general. What do you think? I mean, what do you think the storylines will be for this coming week? Does anyone have any thoughts on that?
So has the trial been delayed now?
It's been delayed. My understanding is that what is this thing about the University of Alabama professor who was an expert witness
Well,
that you were saying?
yeah.
For what?
He is withdrawn on the basis of Luke O'Brien asking him some pointed questions about his past and connection with various far right figures, like
Do we know if that?
like myself.
Do we know if any of that is true?
Yeah, it's clearly true.
Well, then he's in trouble, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, it's kind of like committing suicide out of fear of death, though. I mean, he is who he is. I mean, he's an academic. He's done all of these, kind of B grade stuff. He cranks out a lot of material at high speed. He doesn't really. I mean, I think we all think that everything should be judged on its own merits. He's if you have some past accusations or something like that, it is what it is. It's not anything that bad. He just kind of freaked out. They're gonna build up a little kind of network around various far right figures, including many of whom have been discussed in this session. So I think he could have gotten away with it, but he didn't. And now that he's freaking out, it makes it look a lot worse. So I think it was a bad move. But again, I think it's interesting just the little networks that are visible here. The same lawyer as the lawyer with VDARE, Adam Frisch. The Tucker Carlson trying to turn this into the trial of the century. That free speech is at stake and all of this kind of stuff. These are kind of important tells in terms of what's going on.
What do you think what is Tucker's argument, or does he have one, or what's his
argument is to misrepresent what's actually happening and to basically say that Ricky Vaughn is this cute little conservative kid who made fun of Hillary Clinton, and the elites just can't accept that, and they're going to crush him for it. One interesting thing that Tucker Carlson said was that there is some kind of FBI agent who was involved in his Discord server or something like that, and he or she doesn't want to be outed. It's all it's rather murky, but I have to say I am kind of curious about that. And it's a very narrow thing that they're getting him on. I mean, they're not going after this massive conspiracy of involving all these factors that were at play. I mean, it's a very clear election interference argument, and some 5,000 people texted to whatever number that he was giving them in a meme that was getting passed around. And so they're going to get him on that. But again, it would be interesting if kind of like deeper stuff starts opening up. But some of the
I think it's
lawyers involved in this are very interesting. Go ahead.
yeah. Say more about the lawyers.
Well, I mean, so there's Fresh, who's doing these legal shenanigans against the New York Times, and now is the defending VDARE versus the state of New York and all that kind of stuff. There's another lawyer who's not on the docket, who named James Lawrence, whom I met quite some time ago, actually while I was at Duke as a graduate student, and he was an undergraduate at NC State. And he did this little conference, and he invited a man named Daniel McCarthy, who was a writer at the American Conservative at the time. And I can remember it fairly vividly. I kind of heard about it and went to it on a whim, and there were about a half dozen people in like a lecture hall. I mean, it was very, I'm not even saying that as a criticism. It was a cozy event, and Marcus Epstein was present, and I don't even know why he was present, but Marcus Epstein is a very curious figure in his own right. He's half Korean, half Jewish, who has his finger in every pie here and there. What exactly he's doing is questionable, but there does seem to be a little bit of a network that is defending Ricky Vaughn and really taking this extremely seriously. And so I think that's interesting. I am curious what else is uncovered, whether there's some kind of like deeper and darker stuff in there. But I'm not sure they're going to do that. I think you're reading
like
that it's kind of a shot across the bow, kind of like, don't do this. We can get you if we want to. And we'll get you on a kind of narrow thing, like Al Capone being jailed for tax evasion. But
yes, it's a fake because,
yeah,
right?
but the bigger issue is this, disinformation, platform manipulation, foreign operatives, etc.
Yeah, don't fuck with our elections.
Yeah.
In other words.
Yeah.
And I think the question is like, what number was he texting? One could imagine a database of people texting a number. Yeah, that could be very valuable for other things in the future, right? Because all these things are always processed and analyzed right after the fact.
Yeah, and also these curious things. I mean, one of the people who's a witness, I believe a witness for the prosecution, is Paul Nalen, who is this goofy guy from Wisconsin who, from what I can tell, lost his mind due to being on social media. Very similar to Scott Adams, who's just this. I mean, look, I've never liked his comic strips. Dweeb. I've seen some of these interviews with him. I mean, he's almost borderline dumb. I mean, it's just this like weird kind of nerdy humor about like, well, I actually identify as black. Isn't that kind of funny? And just things like this. The people who go after me are whites. Isn't that weird that they call me a white supremacist? Just all this just tedious, like autistic tricks that no one in their right mind would ever buy. I really dislike him. But very similar case of Paul Nalen and Scott Adams, where they get their mind blown by being on social media all day. And so because it's what they're getting fed in their feed and what they're getting heard, what they hear from their friends, they believe that like there's this African American revolt that's about just attacking them physically, and it's only a matter of time, and it's ideological and all this kind of stuff.
Do you think they really believe that?
I think that they really believe it, yes.
Oh, see, I don't really believe
that. I'm
really
talking about Paul Nalen and Scott Adams.
Oh, yeah. Possibly. I think Paul Nalen's situation, I don't know actually what I think of Paul Nalen. I mean, look, as I said in the piece I wrote, Juan Tontat wanted to hire Ricky Vaughn
Right.
to work for Clearview. I was against that decision. And he went ahead and did it anyway. So I think there's a real question there that's sort of looming and lurking there. So yeah, I mean, I think it's interesting. My takeaway in the last year and change has been that this seemingly was a kind of like weird intelligence operation with Ricky as basically the center of it. I think he was basically thrown under the bus by the Bill Barr prosecution. This is sort of one of the last prosecutions of the Bill Barr administration. And I think it's a way of them sort of giving something up over the 2016 collusion stuff, which they sort of had to do. The question always is, if you're a jury on this, how do you vote? Right? That's always the question. And I think that he's being poorly represented because I think that his lawyers, in some sense, want him to lose because they want him to be a martyr and a cause célèbre.
Right.
Right? They want to basically be like, Biden is jailing bloggers and Biden is jailing weird journalists, and you too, Anon, you too could be victim of this. And so they want people freaking out on the internet about their anonymity and their rights and all of that. So I think they actually want Ricky to be sacrificed.
Makes a lot of sense.
I mean, if I were calling the shots, right, if I were advising Ricky, I would ditch all of his lawyers today. And I would just defend myself. If I thought I could be defended.
Well, he went to Middlebury or something. He's got to be smart. You can learn about this stuff. That train's probably left the station. But I mean, the interesting thing about Nayland is that Ricky Vaughn was, I think he might have even been on Nayland's payroll for like a month or something.
Yeah, there was something weird going on there. I don't
it was all very weird. And it was one of these things where, I know Chris Cantwell is totally nuts, but he's not necessarily wrong about everything. And what he was saying is that basically Paul Nayland was, for a time, the hero of the alt-right, or the kind of late alt-right in 2018. And he was being promoted by all of them, and they loved him because he was so normie friendly. So he was just this Midwestern businessman who drove a motorcycle and had an Hispanic wife, I believe, although that's a kind of interesting aspect to this. But he was treated as very normal. And they let him, they broke his mind. I mean, he started out as a populist, and he ended up tweeting out images of rabbis with their heads on spikes. So he just went nuts. He was really affected by these kind of like intramural or internal online ops that were going on.
Yeah,
and they blew his mind and let him pay the price for it. It was insane. I actually wrote about it at the time, but
what do you think? I mean, do you think he was just didn't really have a firm grasp on reality beforehand, and they just
he's just some goofball American. Yeah. But the interesting thing is, so he was working with Ricky Vaughn for a little bit, and then he didn't hire Ricky Vaughn. And then a week after that, the hive mind groupthink of the alt-right just turned on a dime. They went from Paul Nayland as our hero to, we hate everything about Paul Nayland. He's awful. He's ruined the movement. Bad optics. Just the same. This whole weird optics debate where you could just kind of like bad jacket someone almost immediately with just the flick of the wrist or the click of a mouse. And Ricky Vaughn was extremely important in doing that. And so he was a major figure. He was a major figure almost like internally with the alt-right in 2018. So he became super famous in 2016 as this influencer who tweeted 100 times a day and was totally outrageous. And then he became a kind of like internal influencer with the alt-right. And he was promising people odd things. I mean, at one point he promised Nayland, we have ways of, identifying all of these people who are anonymous. We have ways of identifying them, and so you can hit them up for donations or what. I mean, it did almost seem like he was offering a kind of intelligence service.
Yeah, I do remember reading that, and I think Clearview might well be implicated in some of this down the line. Which, if they've done something wrong, I mean, they should be punished, I think.
Yeah.
But yeah, it is weird. Like, the whole story here is a very strange one, and it's one of these situations where there's so much effort put to bear on basically trying to convince you of essentially like a weird Vermonter living on the Upper East Side. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I just don't buy the story, right? The story is, I think this is one of those situations where they're using campaign law to go after him,
Yeah.
and they're not kind of going after him on other things because they know other things through the intelligence world, and I think that they don't want to reveal their sources and methods, and so they're just using something as a sort of shot across the bow. And I think it's telling that Jacob Wall and Jack Berkman had a similar kind of thing happen to them, right, where they're being prosecuted as well, and they were sort of running dirty tricks and other weird things they were engaged in.
Well, they were engaged in just completely kind of hilariously off the wall dirty tricks. I mean, one of them was Elizabeth Warren is a sex fiend or something. Do you remember that?
Oh yeah.
I mean,
which would actually make me like her if that were true.
Right. It would be like, oh, so she's not a middle school librarian? Okay.
Yeah, I mean they have this whole theory about like Pete Buttigieg, and it's like, oh, he's not just a careerist gay, like, oh, they make up these sort of elaborate things, and I sort of want them all to be true on some level.
Yeah.
Which is of course probably why they work as a psychological weapon, right? Is the fact that you want them to be true.
Yeah. But then they don't really work. They almost seem like compliments or something. It was just a totally weird operation. I don't even know what to make Jacob Wall. I mean, I remember in 2018 and 2019, it was like he was one of the biggest things on Twitter because particularly liberals, they had this symbiotic relationship with him where they just wanted to like attend his press conferences and listen to the most off the wall, like 11D chess conspiracy theory that he's come up with. It's just very,
and
very
then
strange.
he arranged these people to raid his house, so it looked like the FBI raided his house. It was like the fake FBI raid or whatever. And then I remember Jack Berkman wanted to meet me and chat about Julian Assange a bunch after I went to go visit Assange.
Mm-hmm.
And Jacob Wall was very good friends with Ali Alexander. So it's it's kind of interesting. Hey, go ahead, Emily, if you have something you want to add. I don't know.
Oh, I mean, it's not. I don't want to interrupt you guys.
No, go ahead.
Do you know who that Lord Miles Rutledge is?
No,
I have heard of that guy.
Who is this guy?
Well, apparently he's dead in He hasn't been seen in like a month. He's in Afghanistan. He's this kid. So when we withdrew from Afghanistan in 2021, he bought a plane ticket there went there and he blew up online because he just went there to see what was going on. And then he started just doing a grift of like going to the most dangerous places in the world. And he went to Ukraine. He went to Ukraine as soon as the war broke out there. He went to like Sudan. He went to all these other places, and then he became friends with the Taliban. So he was back in Afghanistan.
Oh, he was this like weird Jewish guy, right?
No, he's a Catholic. He's like a trad Cath. He's one of those that thinks we need to like you know, we need to befriend, you know, Muslims and the Taliban and that kind of stuff in order to like defeat the West and defeat wokeness or whatever. And yeah, so he's like a trad Catholic. He's from Britain, and he's only like 22 years old. And I just think it's just really like, how stupid do you have to be to just go to the most, on purpose, go to the most dangerous places that you're warned like not to visit? And what do you think was going to happen? And then to trust the Taliban? Why would you trust terrorists to have your best interests as a Westerner?
Yeah,
Well,
there's
it
all
makes
these
a good
pictures of
story,
him
though,
like
don't you
posing.
think?
Right, true. He's got all these pictures like posing with them and like how nice they are. And he's like, I feel safer in Afghanistan than I do in New York City. now he hasn't been seen in a month, and the Taliban, I guess, is like kind of, I don't know, you can't trust anything they say because they're like, oh, we didn't want to say anything because we didn't want to, you know, alarm anybody if he just lost signal in the mountains or whatever. But it's like, you know what happened to him. Come on.
I mean, it would be really interesting in like a few weeks to see a video of him about to be decapitated.
That's probably what happened. But then he was also, I guess, like close to the border of Pakistan where ISIS is. So
naturally,
could have been, yeah. So like whatever has
well, I'm
happened to
looking
him,
at
it's
his.
not good.
I'm looking at his Twitter feed, and
It's really cringe. It's
it's
really cringe.
It's super cringe. And then of course his last major trip was to Dubai, right?
Okay.
So it's sort of like,
Yeah, he's one of those, like, he's a Catholic, but it's like, but Islam is based, you know, like Muslims are based too. Like,
This is the direction that it's all going.
I hate it so much.
This is Andrew Tate's direction.
So much.
Andrew Tate.
I'm so angry. Yeah. Oh, Andrew Tate funded his trips, by the way.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, so whatever happened to him is not good. Like, he's either dead or he's like a sex slave or he's being held captive and is probably going to be killed. So,
well, I mean, this is what happens to 22-year-olds that do wild shit, you know.
I guess it's like a suicide mission. I don't get it. I just don't get why, just to be edgy or something. I don't know.
I mean, many such cases, right? There's sort of this young romanticism that a lot of these people have, and of course he was evacuated from Afghanistan.
Right.
And
then he went back, but he went back.
Yeah, well,
he befriended the Taliban. Yeah. He thought. Yeah.
I mean, I maybe it's not even the Taliban that did it. I mean, I could imagine somebody going there.
Of course, I'm sure. Like,
getting word that he was there, causing trouble.
They're fucking terrorists. You can't trust them. It's so like, why? It's just so stupid that he thought as a Westerner he could go there and put his faith in them. Like, no, they're gonna turn on you. Okay. They're not good people. Like, I know it's like the stupid. It's the right wing going so far where it's like, okay, the government's lying to you, like the Western government, everything they say is a lie, you know, and so actually what they say are enemies of state. No, they're actually good. They're actually on our side, you know, like that, you know, because we both have the same enemy, whatever. No, that's not true. Like, sometimes when the government tells you these are some bad people, you probably shouldn't.
Yeah, Emily, you're a well-behaved young lady. That's why you think this way. But let's just remember who this guy is. I mean, he's
dumb.
He's dumb is what I've heard. Actually, you're not the first person who said that. And the fact is, if he didn't die, then he would just turn into a dumb has-been influencer. True. But if he dies in Afghanistan, like, kind of a legend. So,
well, that's what he wanted. Like, he was just gonna keep doing this shit until something happened.
Well, didn't we see this movie before with James Foley or something? Some version of this where that guy got his head cut off too, right? Where he converted to Islam and then he was decapitated or something.
Oh, I thought he was just a journalist.
Well, they claimed he was a journalist, but he wasn't really a journalist. He was like one of those.
They hijacked you know, your video, the internet, and so it put like a virus on your phone, and I opened it. This was so long ago, and this was before we all knew not to actually look at the, you know, touch the viruses, but it was set up to send it to you so that you would open it. And I opened it, and you had no idea what you were about to watch, and
Oh my
and
God.
anybody who opened it watched his head get cut off. It was,
Oh my God.
you don't understand. It messed with me.
Oh,
I
yeah.
cannot tell you how long. My husband was like, he didn't even know what to do with me. I was like, I cannot believe I just watched a man's head get cut off. Like, literally.
Yeah.
It was horrible.
So anyway,
y'all don't remember that because they were like, they had to shut down YouTube because
I
it was
remember
hacked all
happened.
over.
Yeah, and apparently everybody wanted us to see that. I don't know.
Yes.
It was like a way of having us all see that, so we'd be upset, and so we'd then go into Syria more or something.
Well, it
there was
also
like a whole.
started off with Obama talking, so you thought, oh, your president's.
Oh dear.
You don't remember? It showed Sim at the very beginning, and then he would started to talk. Well, and then all of a sudden, it takes a weird turn and goes to this guy, obviously in a film set, right? Because, or were they literally out in the desert? And I thought it was like a green room. I didn't think it at the time. I think I later heard that it was in a green room, but they were called the Beatles. Remember?
Yeah, because they were immigrants to Great Britain from wherever in the Middle East, and then because they had British accents in the video, that's why they called them.
Yeah, and Mohammed Mwazi was one of them. Jihadi John.
That was also a failure.
And he was killed. He was killed in a drone strike, if I recall.
Oh, good. Well, good.
Yeah.
It's also like a failure. It was a failure of the British government too, because they had these terrorists living in their country for like so many years.
The question, of course, though, is so this guy's killed in a drone strike. So is he, the one who decapitated him? Is it also a way of like turning off the conversation and ending the conversation about what was really going on? So I've come to the view over the last few years that a lot of the drone strike program was basically set up in a certain way where, it's like this. It's like I call you up, Emily, and I say, hey, I'm going to be killing some terrorists. Give me the names of all the terrorists in your neighborhood. And you're like, well, I don't really like Betty over there. And Gina down the street, is she such a bitch? And so you start making a list of all these people that I can whack for you. Right. And you could imagine how useful that would be to other intelligence agencies, the ability to do that, like, ways in which you could clean up operations you were running, right? So I've always come to the view that the ISIS stuff was very much a creation of the Emiratis and of others, because the Emiratis need all these destabilized places so that they can launder a lot of the resources from those destabilized places where else but Dubai.
I thought it was Israel.
Israel is, of course, implicated, but mostly it's the Emiratis that are tied into ISIS. And, of course, Israel and the Emiratis are very close historically, particularly with the Netanyahu world. But now that the Israel-UAE split has happened.
Don't you think the CIA funds a lot of these organizations, too?
No, not entirely, no.
Okay.
I think it would be interesting if they did, but I think as a practical matter, they don't.
What do you mean, started the ISIS?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't. So the problem.
I'm going to tell you, one of them grew up with my son and his friends, and he was one of the most wanted in the entire thing. Like FBI even talked to my family. They came to I went to their house and they came to my house because I know the FBI agent, and he basically said that he wanted to take if there was anything any of these kids could find out about him, because they were born and raised with him. He was the one that was in Boko Haram over in Somalia. I can send it to you. He was right here from my town, and he was a normal kid. Like, I don't know what happened to him. So it's really sad because his mother was a nurse. His parents were devastated by this, by the way. And we don't know what happened to him except the internet. Whatever
he
was
read
watching.
the Flight 93 essay and he wanted to change things.
I guess, but we never got to really see him change and get angry and that kind of thing. I mean, he was a nice looking kid, by the way. Like, I
think a lot of this too is that some people will do wild shit just to do wild shit. And I think that level of this is sort of underestimated. I mean, I can imagine, I remember being 22, and if somebody was like, yo, Charles, we will like send you to Afghanistan, I'd like to think I'd say like, hey, are you fucking crazy? But I don't know that I would have said that at 22. I mean, I did other stupid things at 24, like getting married. And so there's a lot of these things where, like, when you're young, I can't really project my brain into stupid people's brains. It's very hard for me to do that.
Right.
So I don't know, but I can imagine you're 22, people are funding all this stuff that you're doing. All you have to do is go to these dangerous places and, like, take pictures and whatever. And maybe that, some of those pictures that you're taking or whatever get processed by other intelligence agencies. So I think that's probably what actually ended up happening as a practical consideration.
Well, this particular guy was Muslim, and I don't. And my son went to school with several Muslims, and love them actually. I mean, they're from all different backgrounds, and I love them. And that's why I was just devastated about this, because no one saw this coming. I mean, like, the boys spent the night at a lot of people's houses.
I think a lot of young men in particular are looking for identity, and they're identified and processed, and they're fed through a pipeline, and they're encouraged to do wild shit, like take over governments and storm the Capitol and all kinds of stuff. And I think,
well, how do you
there's a
teach a
certain
young kid that's
population
like
in
a
our
good kid to want
society.
to kill people? I mean,
No, there's a
if
certain
you join that,
population
you're
within
killing
our
people.
society. I don't think anyone sets out to be radicalized. I think it just sort of happens over time. And then when you're there and somebody throws a gun in your hands and they say, "Hey, do this," you do this. And that's how the process works.
It seems so dark to me.
It's the first thing is, "Oh, come with us to this place. We'll have you work on refugee issues." Right? And then you get there and they give you a gun, right? And then you just get processed into it. They sort of ease you into it step by
Okay,
step.
that's interesting, because the father was a refugee from Algeria, and he's a neurologist. So his parents were killed and raped in front of him. His older brother saved his life by hiding him, and they ended up living in a refugee camp.
Most likely what happened is they said, "Oh, you could help us with the refugees, you could live good, whatever," and then he was sort of processed through it.
Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I used to study this radicalization of the Muslim stuff way more, but I sort of came to the view that a lot of the research on it was biased by the Israelis and by others who had sort of their own narratives that they wanted to sell on the subject. And I've now come to the conclusion that the simplest explanation is the most obvious. And the simplest explanation is that a lot of young men looking for meaning in their lives join gangs, they join cults, they join jihadi groups, they join whatevers. And these things take on different forms depending on the society you're in. They join the Proud Boys, right? Or the Oath Keepers if they've been in the military. And so what there is there's this attitude, particularly for young men, which is that you can join these things and be hardcore, man. You're super hardcore. And they use your mind. They basically weaponize your mind and your wants against you. You get sort of processed. That would be the way I would put it. And of course, they don't really care. The people who are radicalizing you don't really care. They just want a warm body. And in fact, if you're an American and you die in a particularly heinous way, that'll get news attention, which will in turn galvanize people to the cause, depending on how it's spun. That's how to think about it, has been my conclusion. Which is dark, dark, dark. But people don't want to go there yet. On that happy note, I think we should probably call it a night.
Sweet dreams, everybody.
Just stay away from strangers on the internet, who want you to do things like overthrow the government, or who want you to, like, go to strange countries.
Yeah, don't go to Afghanistan. Don't make friends with the Taliban. Terrorists.
I don't know that I'd even say don't make friends with the Taliban. I would say just don't leave your house. Don't leave your house. Just stay inside. Close the
Don't
drapes.
go to Afghanistan. I mean, what's there to do there?
Nothing good. Selling opium.
Exactly. I mean, a woman can't go there and get an education anymore. So, I mean, there's no reason to go.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know that the boys are getting necessarily the best education there either.
No.
Of course not.
No. Well, all right. On that happy note, wish you all the best and see you soon. Bye.
Bye.